you have to go out and create those safe spaces yourselves, because back in the day, when I used to go to the clubs in the 90s, there was actually more than just two, gay clubs in Calgary. Absolutely. There was, in the 80s and the 90s, even though we were under a huge amount of pressure and we'd get raided by the police, we were talking about that just briefly yesterday, that, we could still open up the next day, and it wasn't that big of a deal in some ways. You just kind of accepted it. So I wonder, though, does that affect when we are performing for, I guess, a mixed crowd, in the sense of, everybody's background is very mixed, everybody is there, it's, everybody on the spectrum. Does that diminish the history of dance music? Because when we go way back, it was, like we just watched the voguing. Voguing was created by gay men of color. A lot of people also in the dance club scene, early electronic dance club scene, were gay men of color. And so I'm wondering now, is there any sort of thinking about history when we perform? Or is that a diminishment of our history that we're performing in straight clubs? No, it's just, maybe I don't agree with it, but I just wanted to throw that question out, and especially to you, because you also were talking about the history and understanding it. So anybody want to weigh in?
I'll weigh in. I think for me, the most important thing about doing any of this is kind of bringing people together. And I think that started with queer people of color, because there was nowhere for these people to unite and do that. And so I think that it's not about who's involved, because I think everybody is welcome in this culture. I think that honestly we could easily change the world with this. I really do. But the piece that's missing is that we're not holding that really important point of what am I trying to say here? I'm going to start with this. I'm autistic, so I often don't feel safe in any spaces. I often go to dance parties and I don't feel like I can relax, because there's no safe zone, there's nowhere to chill out. So for me, working in harm reduction and DJing is kind of almost a little bit selfish in a way, because I'm trying to make it safer for myself and for people like me. And I guess what I think is really the key to all of this is that we just need to realize that the people that are the most knowledgeable about these things are the ones that are the most marginalized. And it's always been that way. That's where it started. So.
Yeah, that's a very good point. But to your question, I don't think it should diminish it at all. I think that, wherever we are, we should feel free to express ourselves. And if we're, putting on a queer event in a straight bar, it's like, come on, let's, here we are. Let's, we want you to join in, but we should not attempt to water, our expression down to any degree. And I think that's why, these clubs were so popular and successful back in the day, was because people did feel free to express themselves. So no matter what your orientation, your color, whatever, I mean, you came there because of the music, and that was what brought people together. And I mean, that's what brought me into the whole scene, was my love of music. And I really believe what you said, it's like, we're here, we can change the world, and
self-expression. I mean, there's nothing else in the world except for maybe sporting events, and I don't know if people are connecting in the same way, where
there's too much
all getting
aggression
together
in sporting
and dancing,
events.
right? It's really powerful.
My introduction to dance music and club culture, it was, you were the outsider. And so going to Graceland, as a, gay kid from Alberta, doing the pilgrimage to Vancouver and seeing Graceland, and it was fucking incredible. It was amazing. It was like neon. There were people dressed like Dr. Seuss characters. I'm like, these are my people. I found my lost tribe. You know, you find your tribe in the queer bar. And the queer bars of my youth as well, in Alberta, so it was like places like The Roost and Flashback,
Yeah.
where this was your lifeboat. And you had to, you know, and it was a real mix of people, and it's something that I feel like the gay bars today are much more segregated. So it's like if you want to go listen to, you know, Tegan and Sarah dubstep, there's a, you know, maybe that's the bar you can
Where
go to
is
or
that
something
bar?
like that.
Yeah.
Where's that bar?
No, not that bar.
So my bars of my youth were, it was like, no, there were like punks and sex workers and like, you know,
We
like
must have gone to the same
bulldogs.
bars,
Yeah, it was
'cause,
really
yeah.
kind of neat. And like last night I went to Twisted because they had their 15th anniversary there. And it was fascinating to sort of be part of this panel and reflecting on like the changes that has gone through, right?
It's been pretty epic, actually, even for me, because I remember I'd go to Detours and Boys Town and go to the Warehouse and all of these, not necessarily, you know, it was not at Cowboys or whatever bar that was very, very hyper masculine, straight cowboy culture. It was these very alternative places that I really felt like I finally belonged. And so the reason why I asked that question is that some people in the queer community, especially in Calgary, have said to me, you know, we're losing our queer spaces where we can be whoever we feel like being. But what I'm hearing from you guys is that actually you can, in the modern era, do it wherever you like. And you kind of bring it with you wherever you belong. And you, as a performer, have the job of creating that safe place. Is that kind of...
I think that the queer community needs to change their thinking.
Yeah.
I think
Like-
like what I was saying before is like there's like this segregation between like the EDM scene or the rave scene and the queer community, and it's kind of confusing because it all kind of started here. So yeah, I agree. I don't know if it's maybe about the fact that a lot of the queer community doesn't feel welcome in these spaces. I'm not really
But I
sure.
feel like it's up to us as a queer
I
community
agree.
to go to these other spaces. And it's, you know, you'll never hear me saying that stuff like, I'm not safe to go to that place because I'm queer. Like, I make it safe because I go there. And as soon as I'm saying that it's not a safe space or I'm not comfortable there, that's what other people are going to do. It's
Totally.
like
It's
we
about
have it in our
speaking up.
mindset, and that kind of just goes back to why I started doing events outside of gay bars. Is like we don't need to. We are the worst for segregating ourselves. Like, why are we going to only to the gay bar? Like, we can just be ourselves at any bar, at any place, at any space. Like.
Or be yourself anywhere.
Anywhere, yeah,
Because
I mean-
honestly, in Calgary now, I haven't felt that I've been ever unsafe in a bar now, just being myself and being out and queer. I did in the 90s, that's for hell sure, but I'm not getting that sense of, you know, I went to, you know, queer line dancing during Pride at Ranchman's, for God's sakes.
I just
So-
think it's so much more like even myself, like I went to a place that's in the Northeast that I will not name, that I was for sure the only queer person in there, and it was like flying my freak flag, right? It was very obvious. And even in a place like that, I just think that the queer culture is so prominent now in Calgary and everywhere that I didn't even feel unsafe there. And it's like you know, maybe 10 years ago, I for sure would have. It was very obvious that I was the only gay person.
Even 5 years ago, like things have really moved forward a
Absolutely.
lot.
So it's like all the queer people out there, like, stop segregating.
Hey everybody, welcome to the session today. I'm really stoked to be here because we are talking about one of my favorite topics as an engineer, which is processing, mixing, and producing vocals. Now, vocal production is a massive topic. It could be something that we could do an entire conference on just vocals. I could speak for weeks about vocals, but we're going to be honing in on one particular style. Obviously, we're talking about electronic music, but we're going to talk about processing female vocals today, and we're going to talk about processing female vocals in a future bass track. So that's our context. And I love processing vocals because it's a challenge, and I enjoy anything that challenges me as a producer and as an engineer. I also really like working on vocals because it's hard, and when something's hard, it means fewer people do it. So it makes it easier for your music to stand out when you have a really amazingly done vocal. That said, if you don't nail the vocal and you have a bad sounding, badly mixed vocal, it can really pull away from the track and make an otherwise nice sounding instrumental now sound amateur. So vocals are dope. They help your music to be timeless because it gives something memorable in the song, and it also gives something for people to sing along with. It also makes it much more likely that your song is going to be remixed because people love remixing vocals. It's not like somebody's going to take your snare drum out of your track and put that in their remix, but a vocal, they can chop it up, they can reverse it, they can pitch it, they can do all kinds of creative stuff with vocals, so it also makes your song very remix worthy. Yeah, so we've got a lot of ground to cover today. Like usual, I'm going to cover as much as humanly possible, and just know that there will be more beyond what I'm able to share today that you'll want to delve into. So I hope this session inspires you, and let's get our hands dirty and have some fun. Let's quickly go over our game plan for today, so you guys can have an overview of everything we're going to be covering. First up, we're going to talk about how to build a vocal stack. It's pretty rare that you hear a single lead vocal in isolation without some type of supporting parts, and I'm going to show you guys the production game plan in all of the different parts you can record, things like harmonies and octaves and supporting tracks that are going to get a really fat and full sounding vocal stack. Next, we're going to talk about how to tune vocals using Melodyne. Melodyne is a badass program. It's deep, it's complicated, and there's a particular workflow that I've learned that will allow you to tune vocals very quickly with incredible results. We're going to talk about how to clean the audio, handling things like sibilants and breaths. We'll talk about how to time align vocals using a third-party tool that I love that saves me a ton of time. We're going to get into using effects, obviously. We're going to talk about EQing, using gates and saturators, how to use compression on vocals, how to use de-essers on vocals, as well as my recommended plugins from third parties and the Ableton native DAW stock effects that are best used to process your vocals. Finally, we're going to talk about workflow and signal flow best practices, namely how to arrange the audio effects in your chain to be able to get the absolute peak result possible. All right, so without further ado, let's get rolling. To kick things off, I'm going to play you guys the track we're going to be using for our examples. This is one of my own original tracks called You Make Me Feel, and it features a vocalist named Cora Balaj. And in this track, we multi-tracked a whole bunch of different vocal parts to create a pretty full vocal stack. So I'm just going to play through the song full length for you so you can check it out. Let's kick that off.
Put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth. I don't have much faith. I've tried and tried to figure it out. It's easier to shut down and try and hide how I feel inside. I don't want anyone around, conceal what's in my mind. You were the one who broke me in, made me open up. I was the one who thought all along love was just a setup. But I fell in deep, give you my heart to keep. I can't deny that you set my soul on fire. You make me feel to keep. I can't deny that you set my soul on fire. You make me feel. You make me feel. You make me feel. You make me feel.
Awesome. So there's the full tune. And then in this project, I've got just the pure instrumental. And when I'm working with any type of vocal processing, I should just first note that I do it in a separate project. And I complete the instrumental, I export that as a WAV file, and then I import it into a fresh session for doing all the vocal recording and the vocal processing. And the reason why I do this in all my vocal production is the instrumental is so heavy with sound design and plugins and things like that, that I can't operate at a low enough buffer size and low enough latency to be able to effectively track vocals. So by creating a hybrid of two projects, I can keep my latency and buffer size very low in the recording project and leave the sound design project for the instrumental to bloat up with plugins. So what we have here is my recording version, and I've slapped the instrumental and the actual full vocal stack that has been completed and processed for your reference. So let me just solo up and play a little bit of the processed vocal exposed so you can really hear it.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth. I don't have much faith. I've tried and tried to figure it out.
Okay, there's the vocal stack in the verse, and let's just drop a little bit of the chorus for you.
You make me feel. You make me feel.
Nice. So now that we've gone over that, let's take you inside the actual vocal stack. When you're planning out your vocals, it's really good to have a solid game plan for how you want to record them, how many parts you need. I highly encourage you not to wing this stuff. And there are some really established techniques as far as what parts to record and where to place them in your mix that can yield a really amazing sounding vocal. Of course, any vocals in electronic dance music have to be solid and powerful. They can't sound weak. And so multi-tracking stuff is pretty common. Now, there's a lot of different ways to set up vocals, but I'm going to show you what I did in this particular track. So if we look inside the group, we can see we have the lead vocal. This is the single central lead vocal that Cora's singing.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth.
All right, so that one's a gimme. But what else did we do to fatten up the vocal? So I had her sing other parts. We have this part called high, and I had her sing the same part an octave up.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth.
Okay, so it's her singing an octave up, and I layered that in at certain points in the finished project. I didn't use it all the way through, but I recorded her all the way through in case I wanted to use that part. Okay, so we've got the main vocal, we've got the high parts, and then we also have harmonies. Now, I didn't have her sing harmonies all the way through. I had her sing harmonies just for parts of the track. And this is really critical. When I did the harmonies, I had her track them 2 times. The same take, the same melody that they were singing, but I had her track them twice. And then I hard panned them left and right. And this is definitely a technique you guys are going to want to use in your vocal production because this gets an incredibly wide sounding mix. Now, I tightened them up so the timing of them is nearly identical, but because a human being can never perform the same part identically, there's these little nuances that are different that are also quite distinct from what you could get by using audio effects in post. And just the little human variation in her voice from take to take with the hard panning is what makes this sound incredible. So let's listen to the harmonies.
It's easier to shut down and try and hide how I feel inside.
Cool. That's very common. There is a technique that I didn't use in this track, but I would recommend you explore. It's a very common technique in R&B, and that's to track a different vocalist singing an octave below to fatten it up. So I could have used, for example, a male vocalist or another female vocalist with a deeper voice and tracked that other singer underneath an octave below and just blended that into the mix a little bit to fatten it up. So there's lots of creative things to do. The way I'm showing you guys is definitely not the only way of doing things, but I just wanted to open your minds a little bit to the possibilities with vocal recording. And unless you conceive this stuff in advance and design your track around it, it's difficult to do after the fact. So best to really put the time and intention into planning your vocals. Now, the final one that I did is this whisper track. And this is something that I see some people do, but not very many actually. I had her whisper the main vocal lead all the way through the track. And I did this because I saw a technique that was used actually in an old Beatles song. And the mix engineer who was working with that particular track had used gated crowd noise to accentuate the lead vocal in the chorus. So the main male lead vocal in the song was opening a gate, letting some crowd noise of cheering bleed through very quietly into the mix on top of his vocal every time he was singing in the chorus. And that added this kind of heat or this searing top end to the vocal that gave it more energy in the chorus. And I thought, oh, I wonder, I could probably mimic that by using some whispering to layer in and give the vocal a different character to it. And so it was an experiment in this track, and it actually turned out very well. And if you listened carefully when I played the vocals exposed as the entire stack, you would have heard it. It's just blended very quietly into the mix. So here it is.
Put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth. I don't have much faith.
Okay, so now that we know all of the different parts that are in this vocal stack, let's have another listen. I'm going to play the vocal stack for you again and listen very, very carefully here and see if you can pick out those individual parts.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth. I don't have much faith.
Okay, can you hear the whisper in there? It's very quiet. And then her lead vocal is in. And then right here, we heard the high part come in with some reverb on it.
I don't have much faith.
So those high parts are really nice to throw in at particular points in the song. Now, in the chorus is where the harmonies come in.
You make me feel.
Can you hear the width that that adds by having those hard panned harmonies to the left and the right? Cool. Let's listen to a couple other key moments in the track.
Am I gonna make it? Am I gonna make it out alive? I am awakened.
Okay, so there you can hear her main lead and the high part fully in there. I wanted to accentuate this particular part of the track.
You were the one who broke me in, made me open up. I was the one who thought all along love was just a setup.
Okay, great. So there's the demonstration of how the vocal was actually produced. And I would highly encourage you guys, when you're designing a track that's going to have vocals in it, to put a lot of thought into the type of production that you want to do. And then when you're in the studio recording with your vocalist, or you're recording your own vocals, you just have a checklist of parts that you need to get done. And game planning that stuff out in advance will yield a much higher quality end product. I'm stoked to share some information about vocal tuning. Vocal tuning is a key part of all modern music. It's no longer possible to have a vocalist record and not touch up at least a little bit the tuning to have it sound at a professional caliber. And the tool that I use for this is Melodyne. Specifically, the one I'm running right now is Melodyne Editor 4. And they just came out with a new version, Melodyne 5, which I haven't checked out yet, but I'm stoked to take a peek at it. So although you could conceivably tune vocals without any additional plugins manually just by using transpose, I really don't recommend that. One is it's so time consuming that you may as well have paid for the plugin in the amount of lost productivity that you're going to have by tuning it manually. And you're also never going to get the best results. So I highly recommend using a plugin for this. There are a variety of plugins you can use. You could use Auto-Tune by Antares. Waves has a tuning plugin, but I don't recommend using any of those unless you're trying to go for that hard-tuned hip-hop sound that's very, very distinct. The reason why I don't recommend these plugins is because they're not advanced enough. They don't give you enough control. When you're doing vocal tuning, those tools will typically flatline the audio because they're very limited. So they'll take out the nuance of the vocal, and things like vibrato will get lost, little nuances in the vocal. Whereas Melodyne, being a much more sophisticated platform for vocal tuning and processing, it allows you to preserve a lot of the human element and nuance in the vocal. So let's get into it. What I do is I line up, we're using the main lead vocal in this track here, and I line that up with an instrumental of the song. I like to have the instrumental in the background so that I know exactly where the pitch should go. In some cases, if you have pre-composed the vocal melody, you're going to actually have MIDI of that, and I would play that with a piano in the background to get the vocal tuning. But in this case, I didn't do that. The vocalist came up with her own melody, and I'm just using the instrumental. The reason I use the instrumental in the background is if a vocal word syllable is pretty far out, then vocal tuning software could put it to the wrong note. And that may sound correct to your ears if you're listening just to the vocal and solo, but if you listen to it against the instrumental, it'll usually pop out very clearly as the wrong semitone movement, and then you can back it out to the correct semitone. Okay, so I have the instrumental soloed, I have the main vocal soloed, and let's go ahead and grab Melodyne. Now you'll notice in my Ableton Live project, I'm using collections up here. This is new in Live 10, and I highly recommend that if you're producing any type of vocals, you name one of your collections after vocal processing and have your effects in there. I also do a lot of tutorials and voiceover work, so I have my collection here called Vocal Effects and Audio Repair, and this is what I use for processing spoken or sung vocals. You'll see here I've got Melodyne, and we're going to take Melodyne and we're going to drop it as an insert effect directly on the lead vocal. Now, Melodyne needs to capture the audio, so you need to actually play the audio into Melodyne in real time. Normally what I would do is I would play the entire length of the full vocal performance into Melodyne while it's transferring or capturing. I'm not going to do that today just for time. I'm actually going to work with a small vocal loop. So I'm going to just take this piece of the vocal, I'm going to loop it up in Live, and here's what we do. I'll expand Melodyne a little bit so we can really see what's going on. So yeah, all I do is I click transfer right here, and then I play the vocal.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth. I don't have much faith.
Okay, great. So it has now recorded the vocal performance, and it's split that vocal up onto what it thinks are the correct notes. Now, a couple things about Melodyne setup is you can have it be forcing to a particular scale if you want to, and this version of Melodyne is also polyphonic. So this could handle chords from a piano or guitar or a horn section. In this case, I have it just reading a monophonic vocal. The algorithm is melodic standard, okay? And this is because the vocal's singing a melody. You can have it percussive, universal, polyphonic, sustain or decay. This would be if you're using chords. And then we have other options here that you can have. You can enable snapping, chromatic snapping. You can have particular scales that you can put in there if you want to. And I have this just using the chromatic mode. It's not forcing it into a particular scale. Okay, so that's how we have Melodyne set up. To be able to zoom in Melodyne, we can just click and drag up and down. Awesome. So Melodyne has started off by detecting what it thinks is the correct note, and you can see some of them are a little bit off, and that's to be expected. These are called blobs. That's literally the Melodyne terminology for them. They call them blobs, which I love. And each one of these blobs is split as a syllable, and then you can see the little dark red waves inside of those, that's the actual pitch variation of the audio inside the blob. So that's typically vibrato or things like pitch slides, grace notes, and things like that that the vocalist is doing. So now that we've played this in and captured it into Melodyne, Melodyne is going to be the audio that is playing back. So if we adjust this up, that's going to play back.
I put on a brave face.
Right? Not what we want, obviously. Let's undo that. And one thing I do like about Melodyne is it will take a Command-Z undo function, which not all plugins will. That's cool. But if we disable Melodyne, just by going like that, we're going to hear the raw original audio. Beauty. So let's get into how to process it. I'll have to admit, I avoided using Melodyne for a long time personally, because when I opened it up, I found it pretty intimidating to look at, and there's a lot of tools and a lot of different ways of using it. So what I ended up doing is finding an engineer who all he does is tune vocals. It's a mix engineer at Metropolis Studios, London, UK, and he's worked a lot with some of the larger artists that are doing vocals. And I was able to work with him directly and figure out a lot of the hacks that he was using. So the process that I'm going to be sharing with you guys today is just the bare essentials to be able to do this as quickly as possible while retaining really good results. So the first thing we're going to do is highlight all of the blobs. And we're going to right click, we're going to use the main pitch tool, and we're going to double click a blob. And that's going to lock each one of them into the closest semitone. That's going to get us close. Okay, so let's listen to this.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth. I don't have much faith.
Okay, and it's gotten most of that right, but I'm definitely hearing a wrong note. And this is why it's so critical to have the backing or instrumental track. I can see this is the correct note, and she tries to hit that same note again, but she was sharp, and Melodyne has taken this and corrected it up to the wrong semitone. So I can simply take that, drag that down, double click it to center it, and that should sound correct now. There's also something else I'm hearing. If I really scroll in, there's a note that I'm hearing right here where you can see the pitch modulation goes way up. And that to me indicates that she's actually sliding into that note like a grace note. And this should not be all one blob. So you got to look for stuff like that. You should also be able to hear it. And the way I correct that is by using the note separation tool. So this allows me to take this and say, no, Melodyne, these are actually supposed to be two different notes. I double click, and we can see that note automatically just latches up there. And again, we'll go to the pitch tool, double click, or move it around and center it in on the closest semitone. So let's listen to this now, see what we have.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth. I don't have much faith.
Okay, cool. Now what we're seeing inside these blobs is we're seeing these red lines here that indicate that is vibrato. So we see the center of the pitch, which is the blob, but then we also see the modulation inside that particular note. And this is where Melodyne really excels, is it allows you to manipulate this stuff independently. So you can use the pitch modulation tool, which is the heaviest handed of all the tools. You can highlight everything. And if you want that hard-tuned, lifeless T-Pain Cher effect, you just double click, everything flatlines, and now you have robot voice.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth.
And unless you're trying to make a hip-hop track, probably not that useful for you. I think this sounds terrible. I think it's overused. Please, please stop doing this. I'm talking to the music industry here, not you guys, but I just wish people would stop doing this. This is so like 1997 or whenever that came out, right? This has been overdone and it's so obvious and it's terrible. As an engineer, I hate hearing stuff like this. It just takes all the nuance out of things. So let's undo that and let's go and use a more gentle tool, which is the pitch drift tool. Okay, so I take everything, highlight it, and watch what's happening with the modulation. It just reins it in a little bit, keeping the nuance. This sounds very different. It's bringing it closer to center while still preserving the humanity of the vocal.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth.
Okay, awesome. Now from there, you can go back to the pitch tool, highlight everything, and double click to recenter it. You may or may not see some very small adjustments here now that the vibrato has been normalized a little bit. Okay? The other thing I'll say is I avoid pitching breaths and plosives and sibilants. So a breath, obviously it's breath, things like that. You have sibilants, s, s, f, f, stuff like that. That's really harsh. That does not pitch well. It sounds unnatural when Melodyne or any other program tries to pitch it. And then you have plosives, p, f, stuff like that, that also doesn't pitch well. Now, she's not rapping into the mic, so there's very little or none in the way of plosives, but there are some sibilants and some breaths. So what I use to deal with those is I use the note separation tool. And this is a breath, so I click that. And you can see its pitch position move. So it was being pitched by Melodyne when it thought that was all one blob because it's trying to center everything, the average of that blob. But now that I've split that out, it goes to its natural pitch, and that will sound better. Also, there's a breath here, and likely here. Okay, and now that's moved some things around. So again, we have this iterative process of going back to our pitch tool and recentering things. And the other thing that I can do here in Melodyne is I can adjust the amplitude of these individual blobs. And that's very useful when it comes to sibilants and plosives. Of course, you can deal with sibilants and plosives and breaths using plugins, but if you don't have to do that, it means less plugins in your chain, less CPU load, and maybe less plugins that you need to buy because you can actually do this stuff manually. So it's very common to be quite meticulous in this stage with all of the individual elements of the vocal. So if I want this breath to be less obtrusive, I can reduce it in volume by clicking and dragging down with the amplitude tool. Same thing here. And if there's an S or an F somewhere, I think this one is a piece that's quite sibilant. If we move in here and we split that off, we go to our amplitude tool, we reduce that. Let's have a quick listen.
I put on a brave face, trying to.
Yeah, awesome. You can hear that breath has been reduced and the sibilance has been reduced. That's cool. And now that we've done some light adjustments there, we can get on with our vocal tuning. Now, we oftentimes will want to use the pitch modulation tool. I just won't use it to flatline stuff like that, unless you're intentionally going for that as an effect. What I use it for is just to rein in vibrato that's a little bit too much for me. And a lot of singers tend to go nuts on the vibrato. Cora is a very well-trained, very professional vocalist. Her stuff's great, but there are a couple areas where I want to bring the vibrato in a bit more to center. And I can do that just by clicking and dragging and bringing that in a little bit. You will see this particular note here is quite interesting because the pitch stays relatively stable and then it goes quite wide halfway through the note. So this is another hack. Use the note separation tool, split the first half of the note, and then you take the second half of the note with the pitch mod tool, and you can get a bit more heavy-handed with that. And that way it leaves the nuance in the introductory part of that note. Very cool technique. Okay, so I'm just reining those guys in, and let's have a good listen.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth. I don't have much faith. I put on.
Cool. And as you're adjusting the pitch modulation, you are also going to be wanting to go back and recenter things by double-clicking with the main pitch tool. And this double-clicking process doesn't always get it bang on. It usually gets pretty close, but you may need to go in and manually adjust things yourself by ear, again with the backing track on so you can really hear the pitch nuances. So you may find yourself making micro adjustments like that as you go through. Okay, the final thing that I'll say in the tools that I use is I use the amplitude tool to do some manual compression. You saw me use it earlier to reduce the volume of breaths and plosives and sibilants, but you can also use it to kind of do a pre-compression stage. So rather than having your compressor or compressors be doing all the heavy lifting and potentially producing artifacts and modulation distortion as compressors do, you can just go in and manually adjust any syllables in here that are slightly sub-audible. You know, that's the thing about a lead vocal is you need to have every word heard to convey the message in the song. And so I also find myself in this stage going through and doing mild adjustments to the volume levels of each individual blob. Let's go ahead and do that.
I put on a brave face, Trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth. I don't have much faith. I put on a brave.
Great. Now, some of you might be asking, well, can't you do timing adjustments in Melodyne? Because that's often needed with a vocal. They never get bang on, and you oftentimes need to move some of the syllables around. So yes, you can. There is a time tool in Melodyne, but I do not recommend using it because Live actually handles the timing of adjustments way, way more easily and quickly than Melodyne does. I find Melodyne really frustrating and finicky to use these time handle tools and things like that, whereas in Live, it's actually super fast and way easier to adjust the timing of the vocal. So let's go ahead and take a look at, once we're done the vocal processing, how we go about dealing with converting this down to audio. So I'm going to take this track, I'm going to duplicate it, and I'm just going to take the original that we were working with here, and I'm going to split out and delete the rest of the performance. So we are going to get rid of anything that happens after. So we just have the part that's been tuned, and I like working in little loops like this as I go through. So I might play the entire thing into Melodyne, and then I just loop up and go, phrase by phrase, doing the tuning. That way it allows me to really focus in with the loop on. So let's pretend like I've done that with the entire vocal, and now it's time to convert this to audio. So what I would do here is I would go right-click and go freeze track. This is going to print the audio with Melodyne on it. To be able to do this non-destructively, that's why I've left this copy in case I want to go back and touch up the tuning. Melodyne is still there, and it's got it in the audio buffer. And this is our version, and we just go and flatten now. So now this is the printed version of the audio with the Melodyne tuning on it. And then we can go inside of Live, and this is where I do my timing adjustment. So I go through and I just click in and add warp markers where I need to and adjust the timing of the vocal, and it's so much faster doing it that way than with Melodyne. One final thing I'll say here is that the warp mode has to be correct. The warp mode that I really like using for vocals is tones, because tones is for monophonic material. Or alternatively, you could use Complex Pro, which sometimes produces better quality results because of its oversampling algorithm. All right. So there you have it, folks. That's the quick and dirty version of how I tune and process vocals using Melodyne. I'm going to show you guys how I time align my vocals. You see in this project, there are a lot of different vocal tracks, and despite being as on as humanly possible, there are definitely timing differences that were originally there between them. And when you have a vocal stack that's all being perceived as one part, everything needs to be really tight. You can't just rely on your vocalist to be able to nail that, not in the modern era with everything being heavily processed. You have to either manually adjust things, or you need to use a piece of software that automatically does it for you and saves hours and hours of meticulous hand editing. The piece of software I'm going to demo for you is SynchroArt's VocAlign Pro. And unfortunately, my license is malfunctioning right now on my iLok, so I can't get it to load. So what I'm going to do is just splice in a video from Warp Academy where we covered these techniques. So let's roll that. So let's take a look at how to do this automatically with VocAlign. I'll just mention right up front that VocAlign does require a physical USB dongle to run, so you'll need one of those before you can launch VocAlign. So I have mine plugged in, and we're all ready to go. Now VocAlign, if we take it, we drop it on the track that we want to sync to the main vocal. And in VocAlign terminology, we have what's called a guide track, and we have a dub track. So I'm going to take the main vocal, and I'm going to rename it guide. So that is going to be the one that we're syncing to. So the verse harmony here is what's known as our dub track. Let's talk about how to route audio to VocAlign. In Ableton Live 10.1, we have a really sweet new routing system that allows any third-party plugin with a sidechain input to have the routing done right on the plugin right down here. So I'm going to go and I'm going to select audio input from the guide, which is going to route the audio from the lead main vocal part into VocAlign. Then what we have to do is capture audio in real time using this button. And anybody who's familiar with Melodyne will recognize this. It's just a real-time audio capture, very similar. So let's go, and we're going to work just in this loop right here. And I'm going to click capture audio and play the audio in.
It's easier to shut down and try and hide how I feel inside. I don't want anyone around, conceal what's in my mind.
Okay, great. Next, what we need to do is align the beginning of each of the audio pieces, the guide and the dub, using these little locators right here that are called sync points. So I'm going to align that to just the very beginning here and align this to the very beginning. These have to be within a fairly short amount of time to be able to capture correctly. And then what I'm going to do is click Analyze. I'm going to click Align. Then what we do, it's not aligned yet. We have to click Edit. So anytime this little speaker icon is red, it means it's not aligned. So if you go and you have them aligned and then you make an edit, it'll go red again, meaning you're not hearing what it's actually doing yet. So now we click Edit. We can see the speaker icon goes green, and now we can actually play the vocals synced up. So let's check this out.
Oh, it's easier to shut down and try and hide how I feel inside.
Let's listen to that with vocal line bypassed.
Oh, it's easier to shut down and try and hide how I feel inside.
Okay, great. Let's do that one more time on the other harmony. So I'm going to add this to the mix by soloing it. We're going to add vocal line to this harmony. And one more time, we're going to route audio in from the guide track. We have to capture again.
Oh, it's easier to shut down and try and hide how I feel inside. I don't want anyone around, conceal what's in my mind.
Okay, great. Let's get our sync points lined up so that we are very close to the very beginning of the audio. And I should also note that there are sync points on the rear as well. And so if you do capture quite a bit of silence, you should snug those guys up as well to be able to get those as tight as possible too. But in this case, I stopped the audio right bang on the money, so we're okay. So now with the second harmony, we're going to click Analyze, Align, and Edit. And now we can see the speaker goes green, and everything should be all really, really tightly aligned now. So let's listen to those all together.
Oh, it's easier to shut down and try and hide how I feel inside. I don't want anyone around, conceal what's in my mind.
So we can hear it's almost nailed it, but it is struggling with one particular part right here.
Try and hide.
Something about that and try and hide it's struggling with. So I'm going to take this second copy and I'm going to show you how you can correct for that. So I'm going to go from normal flexibility into maximum expansion. And this is going to give it more leeway in the time domain, and I think this will clear it up. So now that we've made this edit, we need to click Edit again for this to go green to be able to hear the actual changes. So let's check this out.
It's easier to shut down and try and hide how I feel inside.
So that's totally fixed the error, and we're all synced up now. Now we can listen to those with the main.
Oh, it's easier to shut down and try and hide how I feel inside.
Awesome. So that was basically instantaneous. We had to do one little edit, and we're fully synced. Now let's talk about how to commit those, because we have vocal line that's running on here, but if we take vocal line off, we are going to lose our changes. So what I would do here is I would actually freeze and flatten this track. And so I would take this, and this is in Ableton Live basically just creating a bounce in place. If you're in another DAW, there should be that feature. It's a very common feature. So in this case, I'm just going to freeze the track. That's going to create a temporary and non-destructive audio render. And then what I like to do is create a duplicate of it and then render the duplicate by flattening it. That's going to actually print the audio. And keep in mind, we have only done this one section, so it hasn't done the whole track yet. But now I have a original version of it that I can go back to, and I can just deactivate that. And now I have the bounced version of it right here. Let's get into the meat of things here and talk about processing. Vocals need a lot of processing. This is because they're super dynamic, yet every word must be heard clearly so the full message of the song lands with the listener. If any of the syllables or words are inaudible or they're not performed right, you can really lose the message of the song. The standard effects that you need to get a professional sounding vocal are these ones. These are the basics, right? EQ, compression, gates, de-essers, reverb, and delay. And those are all tools that are typically built into any DAW. This is in addition to tools like Melodyne and Vocaline that handle tuning and timing, because I also really consider those essential. Beyond this, there are some more advanced effects that I find incredibly useful. These include debreathing, analog modeled EQs and compressors that add some spice or some color, some texture to the processing, and then things like dynamic EQ or multiband compression and vocal riders. Now, if you have a janky recording environment, right, like a lot of us do, I have not always had a pro studio at my fingertips, and I've recorded in a lot of bedrooms and stuff like that. Or if you have a vocalist that has bad mic technique, again, a lot of vocalists have, even if they're good, they can have bad habits like tapping their foot when they sing or moving too far away from the mic and too close to the mic. Then if that stuff's going on, you're going to need extra processing from there. So this is where you get into audio repair tools like noise removers, plosive removers, declippers, reverb removers, and more. So I'm going to show you the exact tools that I use and the workflow that I've found to be the best for my style of production. A lot of these tools will be native DAW stuff from Live, and others will be third-party plugins. And where possible, I'll also show you some really badass freeware tools that I like that can be great alternatives to paid third-party plugins. Now, let me also say that there isn't a single right way to work. My workflow is just one possible way of doing this. I'm going to endeavor to show you the best practices that you can adapt for yourself. That said, there are some solid reasons why I work in the order that I do. I've done a lot of this. I've thought this through. And I'm going to share the details of why I work in this particular way and the benefits. So let's get into it. The track we'll be working on is the main lead vocal. And when I'm working on a vocal processing it, I like to hear it in context. So I am going to have the instrumental on in the background while I'm processing the vocal, rather than having the vocal on solo for the most part, except when I'm maybe demonstrating something that I really want you to hear at a low level. The reason for this and not working in solo and hearing it in context is because you need to make judgments of the music when it's actually heard the way a listener is going to hear it. Now, a lot of you might be saying, well, solo lets me really hear the details of what I'm doing. And there's a hybrid that I like to do, a compromise. So what I take is a utility at the very end of my chain, and I bump the volume up so that the lead vocal is sitting way on top of the mix, like way louder than it would normally be mixed in. And that's the trade-off for having it be on solo. I can still hear it in context, but it allows me to hear the vocal way on top. So if you need to do this, just turn it up and you're great. Now, occasionally I will flip the vocal to solo if I'm trying to do something like remove a noise floor with a gate or something. There are times when solo is needed, but for the most part, when you're mixing, it's good to listen to everything in context. Now let's refresh our ears real quick and take a pass through the section of the vocal we're going to be working on.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth. I don't have much faith. I've tried and tried to figure it out. It's easier to shut down.
Okay, great. So we can hear the vocal is raw. It's just been comped and tuned and timed. But as far as that, there's no other processing on it. So let's go ahead and look at the chain. All of these plugins that are in the chain are not ones that I would actively use in the finished product. Some of them are alternatives and would be duplicates. So let's just start off with the very basics. I like to EQ in two stages. The first EQ is a cleaning stage, and then the second or third or fourth uses of EQ are sweetening. And I like to divide these up. And the reason for that is I like to remove low frequencies from the vocal at a minimum. This is because low frequencies can trigger a compressor or a gate unnecessarily. So if you have an environment where there's a low noise, like a truck driving by outside, and that's caught through the mic and the shock mount, then that could cause your compressor to trigger and negatively affect your vocal. Also, a lot of vocalists have the bad habit of tapping their feet or maybe tapping the mic stand when they're singing, and this just gets any of that super low frequency content out. The next thing you'll notice is I have a low mid scoop in the vocal, and I find in most scenarios, with most mics, in most rooms, with most vocalists, and again, this isn't universal, but in many cases, I prefer scooping out the low mids. And in this case, I have the EQ set to be 235 and down 4.5 dB. Let's listen to that with and without it.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my
You
mouth.
just hear that boxiness in the mic immediately go away. Now, the cleaning phase with the EQ that you're doing here is going to vary radically depending on the setup that you're using. If you're in a room that doesn't have sufficient acoustic treatment and it has room modes that are heavily causing resonant peaks, nodes and antinodes and things like that in the room, you're going to need to EQ that more aggressively. In this case, this vocal was recorded in a near perfect room that was designed by an acoustician. It needs very little. The mic that I was recording with which is a Rode NT1A, is very flat, very transparent. And all I needed to do was remove this kind of low-mid boxiness. So if I flip on the audition mode and play this for you, you'll really, really hear it.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth. I don't have much faith. I've tried and tried to figure it out. It's easy.
So that just cleans up the vocal for me in a really nice way. And you'll see me doing this frequently with male and female vocals on a lot of mics. That's kind of my basic starting point. Awesome. Okay, so next up, we're going to move into a Max for Live plugin that I want to share with you guys. This is not necessary, but it's really awesome because when you're making processing decisions, a lot of times the plugins that you're applying are causing increases in gain and increases in loudness. Like when you compress something, it's going to make the vocal quieter, and then you're going to increase the makeup gain, or maybe that compressor has automatic makeup gain like the Ableton Live compressor does, and it's going to make the whole signal louder. Your ears are highly, highly influenced by minute changes in loudness. As much as a 0.2 dB or 0.2 LUFS increase in loudness can cause you to prefer that signal over the quieter signal, even if it hasn't actually made the signal better. So this Max for Live plugin is made by my buddy Josh, who runs Noir Labs. And what it does is uses Max for Live to be able to tap. This can only be done in Ableton Live and Max for Live. This plugin does not exist in other environments because of the way it has to be routed. So what it does is it grabs the level of loudness in LUFS from the beginning of the chain pre-effects. And then any effects that you apply, it adjusts the loudness to match. So if you apply a saturator that increases the level and loudness of the signal, Volume Buddy is automatically going to turn it down for you in real time to loudness match, to loudness normalize. And this is so valuable as an engineer, as anybody who's processing music, because it takes the loudness bias out of the equation. Let me show you what I mean. I'm going to add in a saturator. The Ableton Live saturator, when you put it in analog clip mode, into medium curve mode, will add about 6 dB, 6 LUFS actually, of loudness. And you'll see it on this meter. When it is applied, you'll see this go negative. Okay, so I'm going to apply this without Volume Buddy active so you can hear the increase in loudness.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth.
So massive increase in level. Automatically, our ears are thinking, oh, that's better. But now let's listen to it with Volume Buddy on.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth. I don't have much faith. I've tried and tried to figure it out. It's easier to shut down and try and hide how I feel inside.
So you can see what's happening is Volume Buddy is dramatically turning down the signal when the saturator is in. Okay, that's a very useful tool as you're going through and processing audio. It just allows you to make these really great objective decisions about the processing you're applying. So I am going to use Volume Buddy all the way through this whole process. Okay, I'm going to leave it on. Now, it only applies to effects that are before it, not after it. So you're going to see me progressively move it right in the chain as I bring in new effects. Sweet. Okay, so now we're going to get into gates. Now, the purpose of a gate is to remove noise floor, more or less. When you have a recording, there could be noise in the signal, a little bit of hiss, depending on your equipment and your signal chain. Could be the preamp, or it could be some line hum in the cable if it's not shielded. All kinds of stuff can happen with your signal. And also, when you're tracking a vocalist, the vocalist is going to be wearing ideally closed back over ear headphones, but a lot of times you get bleed from the headphones when the vocalist is monitoring the instrumental into the mic, and you may or may not want to cut that out. So in general, what I do is configure a gate. So as promised, I'm going to show you the built-in DAW effects, the one from Ableton Live, and then I'm going to show you the gate that I prefer to use, which is FabFilter's Pro G. This is a decently spendy plugin, so I'm going to show you the difference between the two and why I prefer Pro G, but you can definitely get the job done with Ableton Live's gate. So let's turn the gate on, and I will say the reason why I put the gate here in the chain, it's very, very important that the gate goes right here, is because I've removed potential low frequencies that could be triggering the gate to open when it shouldn't be open. So let's say the vocalist is not singing, it's a silent part of the track for him or her, and they tap the mic stand with their foot. That could cause the gate to open because low frequencies contain a lot of energy, and then all of a sudden you have signal bleeding through. So I do this after the EQ, but I do it before compression. Compression comes after this, and the reason I do the gate before compression is because the gate needs dynamic range to be able to work. It has to open at the loud part of the signals and close at the quieter part of the signals. And what does a compressor do? A compressor shrinks the loudest and quietest parts of the signal and makes those closer together, so it makes it much more difficult for the gate to open and close correctly. Now, the other thing the gate can do here is it can reduce the volume of breaths, and that's really what I'm doing here. There isn't really much in my signal. There's minimal or no bleed from the headphones, and the mic that I'm using is extremely quiet. The NT1A is actually advertised as the or one of the quietest mics in the world. So my signal chain was great in this recording environment. There's no background noise to remove, but there are breaths that I want to attenuate. And so what I've done is I've set the threshold, the return, and the floor of the gate and the attack very specifically to catch breaths. So let's play and watch what the gate's doing.
Put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth. I don't have much faith. I've tried and tried to fix.
Okay, so you can hear the gate struggling a little bit actually, right? Yeah, you have to get these settings. They're really nitpicky to get these settings right. So you can't just set it and forget it. You have to actually listen very carefully through the whole track when you're applying a gate. But in general, I try and get the threshold so that the loud part of the signals are coming through. And when I see a breath come through, I'm trying to get the threshold down closer to the breath so it's just above the breath, so it's cutting that out. And then in general, I turn the return up a little bit, and this can reduce the gate fluttering or chattering as a signal is around the threshold, which is very useful. If you have no return on it, a lot of times you can get modulation distortion on the release phase of the gate. Now, the final area of the gate that I really want to call attention to is the floor. Is you don't want to just have this go to negative infinity because that'll cut anything that is underneath the threshold down to digital zero. And I don't want to do that because I don't want to nuke all the breaths. I want some of the breaths in there. I just want them attenuated. So I've actually turned the noise floor, the floor of the gate, up to just so it's cutting 12 dB off the signal. Okay, so let's listen to that again.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my. I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth. I don't have much. I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth. I don't.
Let's turn Volume Buddy off for a second just to make sure it's not biasing anything here for a moment.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth. I don't have much faith.
Okay, good. I like that. So the gate's doing its job. It's reducing the volume of the breaths. That's all fine and dandy. So now let's go over to the FabFilter Pro G. And in this case, this is a gate that I like using more because it's a bit more advanced. In particular, the gate has modes in it. So you can go clean, vocal, guitar, upward ducking. So it's got a mode that can help specifically with vocals. And I really, really, really dig this. So this gate is a little less twitchy. It's a little easier to use. And in general, I just throw it on, put it in vocal mode, and I adjust the threshold.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth. I don't have much faith. I've tried and tried to figure it out. It's easier to shut down.
Okay, great. So that's gates and why we place them there and how to set those up, and 2 alternatives for you. Now let's take a look at a plugin that is specifically designed to handle breaths that works in a more advanced way than a gate. So this is Wave's dBreath, and dBreath is different from a gate. It's similar to a gate because it has this energy level detector that is working on amplitude, but it's different from a gate in that it actually has a library of breath templates, of real breaths, and it uses those to identify the signature of a breath versus just some other low noise. So a gate can easily get confused because it only works on amplitude. So anything that is of a sufficient amplitude at the threshold will open the gate. Whereas with Wave's dBreath, it has another layer of analysis where it says, does this look and sound like a breath compared to our template of breaths? And if it doesn't, even if it's over the threshold, it will keep the gate closed. And similarly to the Ableton Live gate, it has a reduction so that it doesn't have to go all the way down to digital 0, which can sound very unnatural. It can just attenuate the breath by an amount of your choosing. And finally, the other feature that this plugin has that I really like is when it does close, it has the ability to inject some room tone if you turn this feature on. So again, it can sound really unnatural when a gate closes and there's just complete digital silence if the vocal is quite exposed. And when you have room tone on, it will actually put back in a simulated room tone that makes it sound a bit more realistic. So let's fire this up, and you basically adjust these 2 sliders here, and then you figure out how much of the breath that you actually want. So I'm going to take this all the way down so we get infinite reduction, and let's take a look at the displays.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth. I don't have much faith. I've tried and tried to figure it out. It's easier to.
So this is when I'm debreathing, one of those rare circumstances where I will put the vocal on pure solo because breaths are a little hard to hear and we haven't applied compression yet. So the reason why we're putting the debreather here, again, is because like a gate, it needs to have dynamic range to see and detect the breaths, and we want to do that before compression. So let's take a listen in solo.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth. I don't have much faith.
So you can see it actually attenuating. Let's turn this all the way up so the breaths will not be attenuated at all. You'll be able to hear them.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this.
So we can hear that big breath, and we can see that it has identified it as such. We can even flip the monitor over so we can hear just the breaths if we want to. We can hear what it's cutting out. Cool plugin. Okay, great. So yeah, I like this with the breaths attenuated, but not completely out of the mix. So I usually bring this up so the breaths are reduced in volume, 10 or 12 dB or so in this case, and then I play with them from there.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth. I don't have much faith.
Okay, awesome. Now let's move over to saturation. So saturation may or may not belong on your vocal. I definitely do not saturate every vocal, but in some cases, saturation is nice. And in some cases, even distortion can have a home on vocals if you're dealing with something that's a really aggressive vocal. This being a future bass track, really, I don't want the vocal distorted, but a little bit of mild saturation can sound great. So in this case, I'm going to use the Ableton Saturator. I find analog clip is good for gentle saturation. I don't tend to use anything heavier than that, especially the medium curve and hard curve. They just add a lot of level, and then you need to turn them down. And they also add much more aggressive harmonics, which I find really just mess with the smoothness of the vocal. But a little bit of analog clip or soft sine here can be really nice. Now, why am I putting the saturator here? The saturator is going before compression, again, because of dynamic range. A compressor, by reducing dynamic range, reduces the peaks and the valleys in the audio signal. And you really don't want saturation to be on breaths and plosives and S's, sibilants, and stuff like that. So they're at this point in the signal chain, there is the most dynamic range possible between the breaths and sibilants and the rest of the signal. So because saturators are very input level sensitive, You want the loudest parts of the signal to get a little saturation, and you want the quieter parts of the signal to be less saturated or not at all. So what I've done with the saturator is I've turned up the drive, and when I do that, so as not to fool the ears, I've gain staged down the output by an equivalent amount. And let's listen to what we're getting.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth. I don't have much faith. I've tried and tried to figure it out. It's easier to shut down and try and hide how I feel inside. I don't want anyone around.
And we can see from Volume Buddy that it's actually turning up the signal by 2.5 dB. So here, also very cool, is we've actually gain staged the saturator down a little more than necessary. So we could actually turn the saturator up by a few dB. And if we mess with it a little more, we can hold down the Shift key and fine tune that to negative 5.5 dB.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth. I don't know.
Okay, great. So now what we can tell is that the saturator is gain matched. And in general, I like to do that with my plugins in the chain. Volume Buddy really helps make a quick determination of if the signal's getting louder. So I try and keep the perceived loudness to be the same at the input and output of the plugin. Moving along in our chain, now we get to compression. Compression is a really deep and fascinating topic. And at some point, maybe I'll do a full entire workshop just on compression because it could definitely use one. A lot of producers, when they're getting started, myself included, were very unsure about compression. It can be very difficult to a less trained ear if what you're doing is actually making the sound any better. And because there's all kinds of different styles of compression that you want to use in different scenarios, it can be really difficult to know what settings to use. So in general, one thing I can say is when you're getting started, if you're not sure if what you're doing is making the sound better, less is more. So go with lower ratios, go with less gain reduction, and also most compressors now have a wet dry on them. So you can change the parallel balance of the compressor. And if you think that you might have overdone it, you can at least put it into parallel in your mix by running at 50%. That's very useful to be able to bleed some of the dry signal through. So let me go through the compressors that I'm using and how I've set them up. So this is the Ableton Live compressor, obviously. And the first stage of compression that I typically do with a vocal is what I call a peak chopper. So you have to also think, why am I applying compression? A lot of people apply compression blindly because they've just heard that you need to do it and they think that the signal needs to be compressed. Again, that's it's a beginner move to apply an effect without knowing what your game plan is. So my game plan here is to be able to take the loudest parts of the signal and attenuate them a little bit. So we can see the way the vocal's working is we definitely have loud parts and quiet parts. So what I'm going to be doing here is setting up the compressor in a very specific way to be able to catch those peaks without affecting really the body of the vocal. So let's look at my settings. First of all, 4:1 ratio. That's a pretty standard ratio for vocals. You could 2:1 is light, 6:1 might be a little heavy-handed. It's getting pretty close to limiting. Anything 8:1 and up is really considered limiting. And 4:1 is a nice balanced ratio, so it's a great starting place for me. I have put the compressor into peak mode. That's very important because it's not going to be responding to an average level like with RMS. Peak level is going to be detecting the sample peak level of the signal, and that's what I want. I want it to catch peaks. I've taken the default makeup gain off. In general, I always turn automatic makeup gain off on the compressor because it just makes everything louder, and like Volume Buddy says, louder will fool your ears, right? So I take makeup gain off and I manually apply makeup gain myself so I can balance the loudness of the signal. Next up, I've tweaked my attack and release times. So we want to catch peaks, which means we need to have a fast attack time. I don't want the minimal attack time, but somewhere around 0.5 milliseconds, it's going to be pretty quick. Then release, I've set to be 150 milliseconds, and I'll show you how that's looking in a sec. Basically, you want the compressor to be recovering before the next syllable comes in, and you don't want it to be sticking down, taking a long time to recover, but you also don't want an attack time or a release time rather that's down here, because the shorter your release times, if you get down into that range, you can cause a lot of audible distortion. When you have really short release times, you get what's called intermodulation distortion or modulation distortion on the compressor, and that will cause audible and really dangerous. I shouldn't say dangerous. It just sounds bad, right? You can hear it. So those are the settings that I've used. I've also activated look ahead, and the reason again why I'm activating look ahead, that is going to allow the compressor to react more quickly to an incoming peak or transient in the vocal, if you will. So let's listen without this and then with it.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth. I don't have much faith. I've tried and tried to figure it out. It's easier to shut down and try and hide how I feel inside. I don't want anyone around. Conceal.
So what you're seeing in the display here is you're seeing the compressor recovering before the next syllable comes in. That's what we want. You're also seeing the envelope of the compressor recovering quite quickly up back to its full position. And that's because the envelope is in logarithmic versus linear mode. So this is working well. Now we could probably apply a couple of dB of makeup gain. Let's use Volume Buddy to decide how much makeup gain we need, because I think we're getting 2 or 3 dB of gain reduction, maybe more.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth. I don't have much faith. I've tried and tried.
Awesome. Yeah, that was a good guess. So Volume Buddy is pretty much staying stable at 0, which means I've applied a couple dB of makeup gain and we're just getting those peaks chopped off. Nice one. So that's the peak chopper. Ableton Live's compressor works great for it. You put it in these settings and you're going to be good. Now the next stage of compression, I want to talk about why 2 stages or more of compression first. So when you have one compressor that's compressing a lot, you oftentimes get a lot more artifacts. The settings are much more precious. You have to nail the settings if you're going to use heavy compression, and that's very difficult to do. So I much prefer to spread the compression out over several, 2, sometimes 3 compressors on the vocals, because you're compressing them so much. They're like vice grip locked in place for pop stuff, for EDM stuff. So the amount of compression is crazy on vocals because they're so dynamic. And so the next stage of compression that I like to use is a general purpose kind of fattener or leveling tool. And I like to use a third-party plugin. This is one that you guys are all going to want to go and get. This is I think it's either freeware or you can pay what you want, including 0. So this is a great one if you're on a budget and you want to get something that is a fantastic plugin. This is a plugin that was loosely inspired, definitely not modeled on, but loosely inspired by a classic hardware compressor called an LA2A. And this was used and is still used in almost every studio in the world to track vocals. And it's just really good at fairly transparently reducing the level of the vocal and fattening it up. It's actually quite easy to use because you don't have a lot of different controls on it. In general, I just turn up the peak reduction and reduce the input gain a bit. And I'm starting to look on the VU meter for a few dB of gain reduction. So the other really neat thing about this particular compressor is it has a drive parameter on it. So it has the ability to add some saturation to the vocal in a very gentle way, which I also like because the original LA2A had tubes in it, right? So a lot of these old compressors were adding a warmth to the signal as well. They were adding harmonics in, gentle, subtle harmonics that were desirable. So let's go ahead and listen with the settings that I have here.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste.
Okay, now we can see we're getting a lot of compression. Now, if we're seeing that down here, like we're getting 6, 7 dB, that's because I added makeup gain on the peak chopper. So what we'll do here is dial back the peak reduction. So I don't want to see the meter going like that. I don't want to see 6 or 7 decibels of gain reduction. That's too much for a single stage using this multi-stage compression setup.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth. I don't have much faith. I've tried and tried to figure it out. It's easier to shut down and try and hide how I feel inside. I don't want anyone around, conceal what's in my mind. You were the one who broke me.
Okay, awesome. I'm liking that. Now, unlike the other emulations in the LA2A and things like that, this actually has a ratio control. And I have it set to 4:1. I have the attack quite fast, 1 millisecond. That's down near the bottom because I want this to kick in very quickly. And then I have the release set actually a fair bit slower at 250 milliseconds. The other really neat thing that this plugin has on it is it has wet dry. So you have the ability to blend in the wet signal with the dry signal. So if I wanted to go a little harder and push the peak reduction up, I could just put it parallel in the mix like that, and that could sound really nice. But in this case, I'm only getting a few dB of gain reduction, and it's sounding great at full wet.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth. I don't know.
Okay, awesome. So now let's take a look at an alternative setup. Okay, so I'm going to deactivate both of these plugins, and it's very rare that I would ever use a single compressor for vocal compression, just purely because of the amount of compression that needs to happen. It's far better to spread it between several compressors. Now, there is one notable exception to this rule, and when FabFilter came out with Pro C2, their most recent version of Pro C, they introduced a new algorithm called vocal. And I've never heard anything lock a vocal into place like this does with a single stage of compression. It's not perfect, but I'm amazed by how minimal the artifacts are. It also really simplifies the process because it takes ratio out of the equation for you and knee out of the equation, which are two things that you typically will set in a compressor. You'll notice, actually, I didn't mention that in the peak chopper. I've set the knee to 0. And knee in compression fades the compression in. And because this is a peak chopper, I want it to be not in, not in, not in, and then fully in at the peak. I set the knee to be 0. But for general purpose compressors, you'll typically want some knee. And that can be quite finicky to set the knee. So I really like how simple this algorithm is. Really, all you need to do is set the threshold. You can control the range if you want to, which is the maximum amount of compression, and then attack and release times. So I've set the attack to be very fast, 0.5 milliseconds to catch peaks. And I've set the release to be around 100 milliseconds so that the compressor recovers fairly fast, up to 0. And let's listen to this. And it's just nuts how this just locks the vocal into place with a single stage. So here's without.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth. I don't have much faith. I've tried and tried to figure it out. It's easier to shut down.
So now let's listen with Volume Buddy on, and let's see if there's any loudness adjustments on the outputs that we need to do.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth. I don't have much faith. I've tried and tried to figure.
So it's hovering around 0. We're actually very close with the amount of makeup gain that I've set, which is great. So yeah, now this compressor it's a bit spendy for sure, as FabFilter plugins are, but they are some of the best in the world. And the ease of use of this warrants the spend just for me. If I wanted to do something quick and dirty and just do an individual stage of compression, it's just nuts. So that's FabFilter Pro C2. I'm going to show you a few other alternative compressors that I like using. I definitely wouldn't be using all of them in a single vocal, but I'm just going to show you the different ones that are kind of in my plugin library. This is another very interesting compressor. This is one by Yuhi, and it's called Presswork, and it is an extremely advanced multi-purpose compressor. So if you look at its normal view, I love that. It has these different interfaces, different GUIs, depending on what the plugin is doing, the duty that you're doing with it. And you can see normal, whoa, crazy, overwhelming. Like I would use this for mastering, which I do. And this gives me an incredible amount of control using the mastering compressor. But in 90% of my use cases with this compressor, I don't need all this stuff, and it's just needless clutter, and it's not giving me access quickly to the tools that I want. So it's got this view here called the vocal compressor, and it exposes only the parameters that are useful when you're compressing vocals. So you'll also notice that there is a couple of useful features in here. One of them is a de-esser, and one of them is an enhancer. So de-esser should be obvious. You need to de-ess your vocals when you get those harsh sibilants. It has that built in. Very sweet. But one thing that you may or may not know is that as you compress signals, the more you compress them, you lose high-end fidelity. You lose high-end. And the reason for that is because a compressor is triggered most prominently by low frequencies. And when it's triggered by a low frequency, because it's a single band compressor, it's going to pull down the volume of the entire signal. So low frequencies will trigger the compressor, cause every band to be pulled down. And so it causes the high band to be pulled down quite frequently along with the low frequencies. So it's quite common with compressors to need to add a bit of high-end boost after them. So this has that built in. This is basically a high shelf that you can turn up and add some of that presence and air back into the vocal. So let's take a listen with the settings that I've dialed in for this and A/B it.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth. I don't have much faith. I've tried and tried to figure it out. It's easier to shut down and try and hide how I feel inside. I don't want anyone around, conceal what's in my mind. You were the one who broke me in, made me open up. I was the one who thought all along love was just a setup.
Okay, great. Yeah, so we're adding in the enhancer. We've got the input set up against a fixed threshold. Our ratio is sitting around 4:1. And we've got it dialed in as a general purpose compressor, just taking a few dB off the vocal. Okay, up next, we're going to talk about EQ. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to activate some of the previous compressors. So I'm going to activate the leveling amplifier here, the leveling tool from ADHD, and I'm going to leave the other compressors deactivated. And let's look at EQ. So this is when we get into the sweetening stage of the EQ. And there's a couple of EQs that I like to use here because they add a particular color that isn't there in a totally transparent, visual parametric EQ like Ableton's EQ8. Now this is a KOTEK Pro emulation. This is done by Waves. And this EQ has a ton of character. So at this point in the vocal, I'm adding in high end typically. So we can see we have a bell. I've set the bandwidth on it pretty wide, and I've set it centered at 5,000 hertz. And this has selectable frequencies like this. You can only choose these discrete frequencies. And as an engineer, I actually really like this because it's easy to get lost with a multi-band parametric EQ in Ilgates, my buddy calls this ant fucking. It's getting lost in the details and not making any meaningful improvement. And when you're forced to choose between these discrete points, 5,000 or 8,000, it becomes a bit more obvious, even if you're new, which one to choose because there's a large difference between them. So in this case, I've chosen to center the bell at 5,000 hertz and to give it quite a boost.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth.
So we're getting a nice top end lift on the top of the vocal, which I oftentimes am adding high frequencies to a vocal. And that gives intimacy. You want the vocal, the lead vocal especially, to feel very close, almost like she's singing into your ear. And adding high frequencies is going to increase that feeling of intimacy and closeness. The other thing that this EQ does specifically is it attenuates very, very high frequencies. And this has to do with the way it's been modeled on the original hardware unit. It has transformers that remove a little bit of uber highs out of the signal, which I oftentimes like as well. Sweet. So as with the compressor and doing multiple stages of compression, I also do multiple stages of EQ. So you're going to see me add more EQ later, but before we do that, it's time for de-essing. Now, after we've done this high bell boost, the sibilance in the vocal is really, really coming out. And this is where I'll use a dedicated de-esser. And as per usual, I'm going to show you guys a couple of different ways of doing this. Ableton Live does not have a dedicated de-esser. It's got multiband dynamics, which has a de-essing setting, which I do not like, but it doesn't have a dedicated de-esser. So as with a lot of my other plugin choices, I really like the FabFilter Pro DS. It just does the job very quickly and expediently, and it just nails it. So I have this set on single vocal. If this was a group of vocals, you would do all round perhaps. And then all I've done is I've set the threshold and I've set the targeting using these bandpassing filters, and it'll actually visually identify the sibilance as it's coming through.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth.
So you can see visually in the display, those green parts is what it is attenuating. And then you can see the range is determining how much it's actually attenuating. So if I want more, I just turn the range knob up. I don't have to mess with thresholds and stuff like that too much.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth.
And again, when adjusting a de-esser, you have to be careful not to take too much out because you'll start to get artifacts and it'll start to sound unnatural. So there's definitely a nice balance of how much to be removing. So I'd set it about 6 dB. We could go a little higher than that just to take that harshness out of the vocal in that top range.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth. I don't know.
Okay, now that I've done some de-essing, we can add more high end. So I do multiple stages of EQ, and the next EQ that I will typically add is something that's going to be boosting a bit more high end. But before I do that, let me show you an alternative to the Pro DS. There is a cool plugin by TDR, Tokyo Dawn Recordings, otherwise known as Tokyo Dawn Labs. This is called Nova. And this is one that you guys should all have in your arsenal. I can't believe this plugin's free. It's amazing. And this is a multi-band parametric dynamic EQ. This is quite similar to FabFilter Pro Q3. Pro Q3 has still quite a few more advanced features, and I could never do without it. But Nova is an amazing freeware plugin. Ableton Live does not have a dynamic EQ. You're limited to multi-band compression. And so everybody go get this plugin. This is absolutely badass. So I'm going to use this in place of a de-esser. And if you're not sure what a dynamic EQ is, it's basically a combination between a compressor and an EQ. And it's much more transparent than a compressor. So it allows you to be really surgical with what frequency is being ducked or compressed versus a single band or multi-band compressor, which is much more heavy-handed and broad. So in order to find the frequency that I want to duck or attenuate, I'm using the Ableton Live EQ with the preview mode on. I just call this the S seeker, and it's allowing me to figure out where those most brutal frequencies are by hunting through the frequency spectrum like this. So I'm going to leave the audition on, which means we're only going to be hearing what this bell is adding, and it's going to allow us to dial right into the S's.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth. I don't have much faith. I've tried and tried to figure it out. It's easier to shut down. I'm trying to hide how I feel inside. I don't want anyone around. Conceal what's in my mind.
So sibilance usually happens somewhere between 7 and 14,000 hertz. And I'm kind of finding that I'm hearing it quite a bit centered, a little higher and a little lower than 10. So that's given me a good indicator that that's about where I want to center a subtractive edit there. So I'm going to just disable that EQ. We're going to bring Nova in. And let me show you how to set Nova up. So I'm actually going to put one in parallel to this so I can just dial it in from the get-go, because this is a little more technical to set up a dynamic EQ than it is to set up a regular EQ. Sweet. So I'm just going to work with one of the bells right here. So you click it, you can see it has 4 bells. And in order to make this dynamic, you have to turn on the threshold. Otherwise, this is just going to be a regular static EQ. And the last thing you want to do is this, because that's just going to take that frequency out all the time. And those sibilance frequencies are only an issue when the vocalist is singing a s or a f right? The rest of the vocal, you want that frequency in there, otherwise it'll sound really hollow and it'll be lacking. So you can see on this side, there's a blue line that's going down. So let's first center the frequency. I'm going to center it in at 10K, and then I'm going to return this knob by clicking Option and clicking that parameter. I'm going to turn the threshold on, and now I'm going to move this down. So I'm going to bring the threshold down. So now we can see the blue line is coming down. And then I'm going to tighten up the Q. We want this to be quite surgical around the S's. So we want a pretty tight Q here. And then we also have control over ratio and attack and release, which is really awesome. So I want a harder ratio here. 4:1 is going to be good. And then we can finesse the settings from there. The other thing you have control over is attack and release, and I haven't changed those. So yeah, let's just go ahead and listen to what's happening with the S's here.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth. I don't have much faith.
So you can see that the majority of the time, the top end of the vocal is not being attenuated, but only occasionally when the S's, that particular frequency range, cross the threshold, they're being ducked, which is very, very transparent. And this is a great alternative. I mean, this is effectively what a de-esser is doing. This is even more advanced, really, because you have these multiple points you can work with. So TDR Nova, absolutely killer plugin and a great alternative to a dedicated de-esser. Now that we've added in some de-essing, we can add in another layer of high-end boosting. And that's how I like to think about this with this multiple stages of EQ, de-essing, compression, is it's layering in the effects, making small adjustments, nudging the vocal around until it's really sitting in the sweet spot. So I'm going to go ahead and turn on Pro DS and turn off Nova for now. And I'm going to bring in another plugin here that I really like to use on the high end of vocals. This is the Waves emulation of the Neve 1073. And this is a very beautiful sounding high shelf. This is the only thing I use it for. It's got a 12K high shelf. It just adds this wonderful sheen to the top end of vocals. And let's have a listen to this with the high shelf on and A/B it.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth. I don't have much faith. I've tried and tried to figure it out. It's easy.
Love that. What it does to the top end air range of the vocal is just beautiful. And I've tried this versus the Ableton Live EQ with a 12K shelf set, and they sound nothing alike. It's astronomical, the difference that some plugins that are modeled with character make. So yeah, another favorite of mine. And again, true to form, I'm going to give you guys an alternative that is free. And this is a plugin, again by TDR, the same manufacturers as Nova. This is one called the Voss Slick EQ. And this is really not analog modeled, but loosely based around the layout of the KOTEK Pro. And I really, really like this plugin, especially for people who are learning how to mix, because it has a feature in it here where you go into settings and you can put them into stepped. And like I was saying with the other analog EQs, they have discrete frequencies you can choose between now. See, this goes from 10,000 to 7,000. You only have these stepped regions to be able to choose from. You can't ant fuck your way into a lack of productivity by fussing with does 9.25K or 10K sound better. You can't do that. And the other thing I like about this EQ is it doesn't show you a graphic display of what you're doing. So you don't EQ with your eyes. It forces you to EQ with your ears. And I love that. It also has these different modes that have different frequency response curves. Okay, so you can look at the manual to see what those are. There are mild differences between them. But what I'm using this for is in place of both the KOTEK Pro emulation and the Sheps 1073. If we get both of those out of the chain, you'll see what I'm doing here is boosting 5K by a lot, 8 dB, and I'm boosting 10K with the shelf set. So this is a bell right here, and this is a shelf at 10K by 4 dB. Let's listen with that added in and not.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth. I don't have much faith. I've tried and tried to figure it out. It's easier.
Yeah, love that. So that's a free alternative to those other two plugins. Highly encourage you guys to go and grab the Voss Slick EQ. It's useful for so many things. And let's listen through, and I'm going to activate them one by one.
I put on a brave face, trying to get this bitter taste from my mouth. I don't have much faith. I've tried and tried to figure it out. It's easier to shut down and try and hide how I feel inside. I don't want anyone around, conceal what's in my mind. You were the one who broke me in, made me open up. I was the one who thought all along love was just a setup.
Sweet. So there's the before and after of what the entire chain of vocal effects sounds like. Now, obviously, we didn't get into how to apply time-based spatial effects like reverb and delay, and those are both really critical effects for getting the vocal to sit in the mix. But this is the extent of what I do in my recording project. I do all the processing, and then I export a WAV file of this audio track. I import it back into my main session, and that's where I apply reverb and delay as returns. So that's a topic that we're gonna have to cover another time. This is all I have time for today. I hope you guys got tons of value out of this. It's been my absolute pleasure to be here with you. I really enjoy sharing knowledge about technical engineering. I hope you guys have a bunch of new techniques. Obviously, you've got some sweet plugin recommendations. Definitely take action and go. And if you have the budget, support these companies that are offering amazing audio software. And if you don't have the budget for it, obviously there's freeware that you can grab and use in the interim. Also, you've seen how powerful Ableton Live's own built-in native effects are for processing vocals. Yeah, so if you have felt blocked about vocals in the past and you haven't actually integrated those into your track, now you know the techniques to be able to do that. And I really hope you guys will take on putting a sweet vocal in your next tune. Hope you guys are extremely good and inspired. I am amped to be able to connect with you guys again real soon. Peace.
All right, welcome back. I think we're live. I'm just going to make sure it's working here. Let you get logged in. I think we're good to go. So everyone, thanks for coming back. Welcome back to another episode of Small Talk. My name is Small Town Pete. I'm really happy to be here with you guys today. We've got a very special guest. He's a DJ and producer, originally out of Detroit, now living in Denver, and he's had releases on Hospital Records, Metalheads, Exit, a bunch of great labels, and he also lived in Calgary for a couple years, so that's a huge part of his bio. So that being said, I'm really happy to welcome Jeremy Sinistarr onto the show. Let's see if I can figure out the technology once again and get him on. All right, fingers crossed. Hey.
What's good?
How you doing? It's always an adventure for me trying to figure out to get people on the show, because
I know, yeah.
That's when the technology can go wrong, and it's a little nerve-wracking.
Right, definitely. Yeah, it's easier with Instagram because it's like you can pretty much hit a few buttons and it's like boom, here you go. All right.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
yeah. Is your mic
Dude,
Bluetooth? What is that?
it's been too long. It's really good to see your face.
Oh, good to see you too.
And I don't mean since we advanced the show like an hour ago,
Right.
but I mean since before that.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a minute, man. So thank you for like reaching out and letting me do this and all that. So really cool.
Yeah, I mean, you're down in Denver right now, right? What's the climate like in Denver? Have the protests been as because I haven't seen much coverage on TV about it, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's been cracking off. Yeah, it definitely has been. But I'm like outside of the city, so it's been quiet around me. But I'm only 20 minutes away. Like it's it's right there, and I got a lot of friends there living inside Denver that are either helping out with the protests and stuff, or they're like handing out food and supplies to people protesting and stuff like that, or anything like that. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on around here. So
right. And I wanted to ask you right off the bat, like what's something that the average person can do to or I guess festival goer type like fan of music can do to support Black artists?
Take that ticket money, but you have to wait a year now because of COVID and all that. Take that money and buy Black music, buy brown music, buy Indigenous people's music. We're talking about Canada. Buy all that. Just support. Like that's really it. Donate to different funds, like relief funds, because COVID's still going on. And it affects like the Black and Indigenous community like way more than say than anything really. And you couple that with overt racism. I mean, it goes from there. There's a lot of systematic things being like pushed down and stuff.
It just piles up. I mean, do you feel that as an artist living in the States that you have, and as a Black artist living in the States, do you feel like you are in danger, or that there's a lot of artists that are in danger of not being able to do this for a living because of the current situation coming out of COVID? Or do you think that do you think people will be able to persevere and be able to be doing this full time again?
Yeah, it's hard to say because there are some people that are just starting out, because I know people that were just literally about to be on the next flight over from their first gig onward. That was going to be their whole career. Now they're going back to their day job, you know what I mean? Or trying to look for more opportunities, a different outlet and stuff like that. So, I mean, or you have like my phone's still ringing, like thankfully, but at the same time, it's like, my fellow Black artist is probably suffering right now, or is suffering, so it's kind of within my best interest, or within all of our best interest, to make sure they're like taken care of,
right.
Make sure like I check up on them, make sure everything's good. People were checking up on me like crazy when this thing popped off first, which I really appreciate. Like
That's great. That's great to hear.
yeah,
I
I
feel
suck
like,
at asking for help, so it's like
well, I do feel like people feel a bit helpless in a way because a lot of people can't afford to donate money right now because of the COVID situation. That
exactly,
they may have not been working.
Do you see the balance? So man, like it's crazy.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's like, but people still want to get involved and they want to participate, in the movement and support
Right.
Black Lives Matter. But just, I feel like the more avenues and the more
There's
the
so
more
many more
information.
avenues. There's
Yeah.
like 70 different avenues now that I like, that I've listed, that I posted about on my Facebook and my Instas and stuff like that. Oh, by the way, plug, but Insta, Twitter, everything is this handle. So
Right.
yeah, well, not
Sinistarr.
Insta, but yeah.
Sinistarr. What's the yeah.
_313. Yeah.
_3.
Yeah. So yeah. Yeah, so basically like just where everything is now is just yeah, give what you can. Like it's not so much like you're asking you to like break your bank over the head with this. But then like, yeah, if you can give $5, $10, $20 like to bail someone out for the protest. Like because I think it's the USA and the Philippines are the only two people that do cash bail to bail people out. So,
Okay.
yeah, everyone else you have to like go through a process to bail bondsman. So, yeah.
We did a panel for the upcoming AmCon virtual summit, and we were talking. The subject came up of supporting artists during this time, and one of the things that we talked about was that I feel like this to me kind of goes across the board into social issues as well, is that
yeah,
active support needs to be the new normal, because you can't passively support something anymore and have it work out. Like it's like you have to get behind, whether it's your favorite artists or these social movements. I mean, there has to be like the passive side. I think that era is kind of behind us,
Right. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it definitely has the shift is definitely happening, and I think when the club opened up, that is definitely something people need to be like more mindful of.
Right.
Yeah. It's a lot, because I think about that and I think about my skin color all the time, and a lot of people think that I wasn't looking in the mirror while I was like partying with them, I know exactly what I was from jump, exactly where I am and who I am in this like entire thing. But it's different because I have to like, I have to deal with all the like the mini micro type of microaggressions, even like, all right, I explained this one a lot, like, and this happened a lot in Canada, which was like really weird. I'd walk into the club, like my whole face is on the flyer, right? Like you can see it, like instantly recognizable, but like I'll try to walk by and still get stopped.
Right.
Like, like this guy's, oh, what are you doing? Trying to get in the club. And I just have to turn and go, yo, I'm like right there.
Right.
That's
right.
And they're like, oh my God. I'm like, yo, all right. I think it was Juno's week. I was working for Freak Magazine. Shout out to Tina.
Shout out Freak.
Yeah. Shout out Freak. And basically like we were at Bespoke, that club. They were having some party there. I think it was some crew from Toronto had a party at Bespoke, and I was dressed up. Like I wasn't like dressed up, but I had like a nice jacket on and stuff like that. They let me in, like no problem, and have a hat on or whatever. I stepped outside, and then I stepped back inside. As I was stepping back inside, there's two other black dudes like popped up next to me, right? And then like I see them, but they're wearing like flat brims, like they're iced out, everything like that. The bouncer lets me in, and lets my friend in, and then turns to the two guys. He's like, "Yo, this is like a private event, da 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 da." And I'm like, "Wait a minute! Like, I just watched all these people pay cover to get in. I didn't say anything because I was like, yo, I didn't want to start stuff because I don't want to deal with this bouncer. Like that's the type of thing. It's like I can't just bring it up.
Yeah.
Or else he gives me hell too. Right. What I mean? And I get kicked out. That's a whole thing.
Right.
know?
So you're kind of, yeah. And that would kind of perpetuate like like you feeling bad about the situation as well, right?
Yeah, it's like, yo, I don't have to put pressure on people. I don't want to wake up or go to the club and have to think about that. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
being stared at, being followed around, and et cetera, et
Well,
cetera. So,
I mean, for me, one of the things I've heard a lot over the last, especially the last 3 days, is like Canada doesn't have a racism problem.
Doug Ford said that, right?
Yeah, Doug
Yeah,
Ford,
fucking
not just Doug Ford, like lots of
Ford,
Canadians, and it's like, I
Rob
mean,
Ford
to me,
throwing
if
it
you're,
yo,
that's an ignorant point of view. I mean, you just you don't have to go very far to you know, to see it, and it's like
right,
you know, it's a lot different than the U.S. That's for sure, but it's like
right.
there's
It's way different. It's a different world. It's a different, completely realm of that. And if you think about it, like, you know, I was living out there, and like, I've never been pulled over by the cops here besides running a red light or missing a stop sign. I went up there and got profiled like crazy. Like, while I was in Calgary, I was like, yo, wait, what is going on? Like, yeah, there's a guy that robbed a car near my apartment, and yeah, they profiled me in the profile. It mixed in the profile, so I went and got groceries and came back. Actually saw a dude get arrested, and he was not wearing the same thing that dude mentioned.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean,
that the cop mentioned. Actually, he's not wearing the same. He wasn't wearing the same thing that the cop mentioned to me. That was like, oh, we've heard reports of. Like, yeah, I see it. I see it all the time. Like, I see it up there with the First Nation people. You know,
yes.
Like when, and that's the thing about that phrase. I'm so like, it's not confusing, but it's like, yo, okay, I understand who's saying it. You know, like if a Canadian is saying all lives matter, it's like, okay, that means include the Indigenous people as well, because I feel like we're like maybe up here on the bottom, like with the like, with the stuff I was seeing anyway. You know what I mean? We're together. We're all together for this, but I feel like there's an erasure with race when it comes to being Canadian. It's like you have to be a Canadian, so you can't just be, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's like with Americans, it's like, yo, I'm American, but my family's from here, my family's from there. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like it's what do they say? It's like the cultural mosaic in Canada instead of
the multicultural mosaic.
Yeah. But it's like, how do you harness all of that identity? You know what I mean? Like, but and if you're trying to be a nation of one, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, and you know, to me, I think it starts with, I think it has to be, you know, the people in power, you know, whether it's politically or socially or whatever, you know, acknowledging it and just working towards fixing it.
Yeah,
you know,
totally.
So it's something that I think that you know, Canadians need to wake up to as well. All I'm saying is, you know, we can't just pass it off and be like, oh, that's down in the U.S. You know, we're cool up here. You know.
Yeah, definitely. I'm so surprised Doug Ford said that. It was so crazy. Like, Rob Ford is like rolling in his grave in patois right now. Like,
oh yeah. Oh no. Oh wait. You mean his brother? You mean oh yeah, Rob Ford. Yeah, Rob Ford. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Oh man, I you know, Rob Ford, I still watch
that. That's my favorite. That's like one of my favorite YouTube things. Like that secret camera, that like old Android camera, him speaking patois. Oh my god.
Man, I don't want to laugh, but man, Rob Ford, it was just he was like a gift to the internet in so many ways.
Yeah, 100%.
So you grew up in Detroit. On Small Talk, I'd like to take it all the way back.
Oh yeah.
You grew up in Detroit, and as a kid, like who were your influences, like when you were growing up, as in terms of music and DJing? What kind of got you into whether it was the scene or got you into wanting to play music?
Well, my first like exposure to dance music was just literally listening to the radio. Detroit is very black city. It's like 83% black. So it was probably more than that growing up. So everyone around me was black, basically. Doctors, lawyers, attorneys, guy on the street, you know what I'm saying, like grocery store, people at the grocery store. It was just like that around me. It was till I went out to the suburbs for high school. That's when I started learning about DJing a little bit more. I was at I would actually scratch that. I would say it's even before that, because I would go to like weddings and things like that. And it's my Uncle Larry was the one that did it. He was the one DJing basically, and he would be the DJ. For my parents are from Liberia. My whole family's Liberian, so he would be the DJ for that wedding. So because he had all the African music, all the dance. He had like tons of dance music on the house. So that was like the thing when it was like late into the night. Like he'd be mixing like house and African music and stuff like that. So
that's amazing.
Yeah, so you couple that with like the radio and everything. It's just like, I had a lot of different influences and stuff around me. So
and a lot of people, especially out in Western Canada, may not know this, but in Detroit, like the radio is not the same as the radio out here, right? Like it's like you guys had like proper DJs playing on the radio shows on a regular basis, right?
Yeah, proper mix shows. We had like Godfather, we had Gary Chandler, we had like DJ Zap. Like the station that they were, actually the two stations they did mix shows on, actually there were three, now I think about it. It was WJLB 96.3. You can like look all this up on Wikipedia as well. And then there was WDTJ, which is 105.9, and then there's WGPR, which is 107.5. All three of those stations are black owned. Until Clear Channel pretty much cleared all the channels. So yeah.
Right. And so I mean, like that would get, man, that I'm so envious of that, because you would get like, get to hear so much seminal, great electronic music, on a daily basis.
Like, the thing is like it wasn't like, oh, I am 12 and I know what dance music is. It's like I'm 8 and know, I'm gonna go to Record Time and get this record from Mike.
I was gonna say, like, rest in peace, Mike Huckabee.
Yeah.
Who we used to go, because I lived in London, Ontario. For school, and we used to drive down to go to Record Time.
Right there, man.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
What was it? I got a funny story about him. I played in Montana. Was it 2015? And he was on the bill. It was me, Acufen, and him as the festival headliners. I think I was there for a few days. And he didn't know me at all. Like, I've seen him play obviously countless times or whatever, and he didn't know who I was. And I don't play house. I'm known for a completely different realm of music. And he heard me, and I think the day after, he was like, we were at this pool party. And he sits directly next to me, and I look at him, looks at me, he's like, yo, what's up, man? Like, he's like, where you from? And I was like, I'm from Detroit. And he's like, all right. He's like, you don't seem like you're from Detroit. Yeah. So we're kicking it. Great weekend, everything. A couple weeks later, I'm back in Detroit, and he's playing at TV Lounge, Shouts TV. And he like, I pull up to the booth, went up and talked to him, and he's like, he still looks at me, he's like, I still can't believe you're from Detroit, actually. Yeah. So,
well,
cool,
I mean,
man.
that kind of, like, I guess that kind of leads to my next question. Like, how did, because Detroit's not a drum and bass hotbed. Like, how did you, but I know, it's like, at a lot of parties, like you would get, especially up in Toronto, where I wasn't going to Detroit quite as much, but you'd get such a mix of styles and sounds at one event. Like what was your kind of entry into drum and bass? Like who got you into it basically? Was there?
Yeah, I would say it was like 99, 2000 when I was into it. But then again, I'll still allude to the radio because it was still there. Like they were playing drum and bass on the radio. There was like a club Sunday night thing, this club called Legends in Detroit. It's basically they had like 1,000 people deep, every Sunday or something like that. And then basically their industry night.
That's insane.
Yeah, and they would broadcast from 8 to midnight at the club. And so while they're at the club, obviously at midnight onward, they're going to want to play more hip hop and everything like that.
Yeah.
But at the beginning of the night, from 8 to midnight, they would just play everything down the line, like drum and bass and ghetto tech and hip hop and all that stuff. And they did it on mix shows. Like I said, Gary Chandler, DJ Zapp, all those guys were doing it before.
Man,
but easy,
such a rich,
you know?
like such a rich scene.
Yeah, and I had no
for
idea.
various sounds.
Like, yeah,
You know, that just reminded me about because when you said 1999 and Ghetto Tech is that we brought DJ Assault to Calgary in 1999, or it was
nice.
or maybe it was 2000, and it was so wild. Before the show, he asked for the turntables so that he could take them apart, so that he could adjust the pitch so that it wasn't just plus minus 8, so that he could go up to like, you know, plus 20 or plus 50 or however far he took it. And I was like, dude, I've never seen somebody do this before. This is so
cool.
badass.
It's the best. But see, that influenced how I mix, like big time. Like, you know, mixing fast and mixing quick and mocking tunes, like just slamming tunes, you know, things like that. But doing it with like accuracy, you know, like knowing where things like sound good, where they like sit, you know, if you want to bring it in for like a bar or whatever. Yeah, that was a big deal. I didn't do that to my turntables at all, but I had turntables that went faster. So
Right.
I've been playing like everything faster, right? Like just to squeeze it in, or if it's not at that tempo, you just speed it up to the right tempo, right?
Yeah.
Speed it up to whatever you're using, and then like.
But it also had like it made it so sensitive that if you just touch the pitch a little bit, it like, you know, it would send the beat off, and you're like no, this, because we played around with it while he had it set up like that. It's pretty wild. It's like but I also feel like it's like you know, kind of a testament to his, like, to the creativity too, to be able to be like, oh, you know, it doesn't go fast enough, so I'm going to take it apart and fix it so that it does go.
Yeah, and it's like tune that's 120 BPM, and you're playing a 150 BPM set.
Yeah.
Cool. Done. Boom. Switch it. Yeah.
Love it.
And then sometimes, like, there's tunes that I'll hear. I've only known them to be fast. You know, because of this like style of mixing, you know, in Detroit. So
right.
Yeah, it's like, oh, this just sounds better faster. So I'll buy the house track and just put it on 45.
And so
or speed it up, you know.
And so, who were your favorite DJs in Detroit at you know, coming up in the early 2000s, late 90s, early
2000s? For drum and bass, it was definitely like Ronan Selecta, Sound Murder and SK1. We also lost another amazing person, MD. MD was like the web host for everything. He was the web host for all the Detroit labels, basically. And we lost him at the top of this year. Is him. Who else? I was with who else? I'm trying to think of who. I don't want to leave anyone out. But yeah,
right.
Anyway,
Yeah.
There's a lot of there's tons of them. There's Godfather. You know what I mean? There's like I go down the line really.
Did you run into Disco D at all? When,
No, I wasn't around for when he was around.
Right.
I started about 2007.
Right.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Right, and he had just passed around then as well.
Not too long. Yeah. So yeah, but it would have been really amazing to like, you know what he was about. Like,
I feel like he left a bit of a legacy too. You know.
He did. Yeah, like this music's gonna talk after we're gone. You know what I mean? Right.
Yeah. Exactly, 100%. Which is, I mean, wow, that's pretty powerful.
Yeah. So
yeah,
it makes sense. Like, yeah.
So 2007. So you're start producing, and you kind of landed on some like dope labels like pretty early, right? Like you were like Hospital Records early, Metalhead's pretty early. Like that's I mean, that's like, it's for me, like, you know, and granted, I'm not as like entrenched currently in the drum and bass. You know, I was even more familiar with it like back, you know, 20 years ago as I am now. But you know, Hospital and Metalheads to me would be like two of the biggest labels you could sign with.
Yeah, that was like my universe basically in that whole like area and stuff. And yeah, no, I got it early. Like I started producing at about 2003, and then I got like a little bit more serious around 2006, like meeting friends of mine like Spectrum and Submorphics. I think were the only two other producers, like, aside from like Soundrunner and SK, but they were doing like Raga. But the cats were actually doing drum and bass like in the circuit, were those two guys living in Michigan. Greg lived like up the street from me, and then Spectrum lived 2 hours west of me. I think he's still in Michigan, that is. So yeah, so I used to see them, and they give me advice, give me pointers, show me how to arrange things, and so on and so forth. So
dope.
Yeah.
Well, did you feel like you were swimming against the stream, like playing drum and bass in Detroit? Like you mentioned.
Oh yeah, I didn't care though. I was like, okay, well, I was listening to house and techno before, like, and playing that, and I was like, well, okay, I feel like I'm confident enough in mixing to where I can, like, you know what I'm saying, I want to get some gigs, whatever,
right,
or whatever. And yeah, it was like, well, what do I do? Because do I be another number, play house and techno, or do I like it's my influence? Either way, it would have been a right path, I think, because I would have had the resources to navigate both. You know what I mean? But it was just like, all right, well, do I go the more, you know, the road less traveled situation?
Well, I was gonna say, like, DJs. I mean, DJs by nature are kind of contrarians and want to, you know, go against the grain of it. So, like, it makes sense that you're gonna be like. The whole genre was against the grain, basically, and I didn't realize how upstream I was swimming. I think entering it, because I think I was like 23 when the Metalheads thing happened. I was 25 when the Metalheads thing happened. 23 when the hospital happened. I'm 34 now. I had to guess that. I'm like, yeah. I'm 34 now. But yeah. Trust me, I don't even, at this point, I don't even know my age. Like, it's like once you get into your 40s, you're like, I'm trying to get to 40. What do you mean? I'm definitely trying to get to 40, man, for sure. So what did you? I wanted to ask about your production style, because it's super unique. And when I talked to Matt the Alien today, and mentioned that you were going to be on, and he was like, "Whoa!" He's like, his style is so sick, and he doesn't use Ableton, and I was like, oh, everybody uses everybody uses Logic or Ableton these days. It feels like. So, what? How did your production style develop, and what do you think sets it apart? Because it's like it's so crazy unique to me, and it doesn't sound like anybody else. I think it's just influence, man. Like, things that influence me, things that like just fit. Things that just putting sound together. For me, it's like my favorite genre is house, techno, hip hop, jungle, drum, bass. You can mix all five with like no problem. You can mix all five genre-wise. You can like make tunes like that with all of those. All of those have been around for like 30 years. So there's, it's like, you have so much to pull from, and so much history, and all that history, and I'll bring it right back around to identity. Like, most of it is Black Run, like when I was looking at music that I like, because like house, I thought back then was like, it's kind of for my parents. Like, they listen to house, they listen to like that's that crazy. They were hustling the house. So I was like, but I found out about deep house later, and I was like, yo. But not like the new deep house, but like the older like Defected and those type of labels and stuff like that. So that was like, I was like, whoa, there's like a whole hymnal around a tune, you know what I mean? I'm like, just not a hymnal, but you know what I mean? Just like such crazy musicality, like the stuff Rice plays, you know what I'm saying? Yes. Yeah. For sure. I mean, that's incredible. It's like church, it's like that really is. It's very much like it, but I'm like, I'm not like, I haven't been to church in forever, but I'm like, it's not, it's so much, you can tell who went. Who went. You can tell musically who went, right. Chords and progressions and stuff like that. So I like that stuff, man. Which it clearly doesn't exist for me, because I've never been to church once in my life. So Terrence Parker. What's that? Terrence Parker. Oh, prime example. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Like
Yeah.
that's like I was just listening to one of his tunes. Like that's like easy thing. So yeah, just like going back, like I was saying, like all that styles, all the styles of music, like just kind of is what I grew up with, you know, growing up in Detroit, and
Right.
going from there. So
And then
yeah.
when you got gear, like what's your studio setup? Like, is your studio set up a lot different now than it was back then, or have you kind of
Oh, when I lived in Calgary?
no, just like what's your what DAW are you using right now?
Oh, I use this DAW called Renoise right now.
Renoise.
Yeah, so it's like do you play Half-Life?
No.
Do you ever play Deus Ex? Deus Ex or any of those games? Like
No.
Unreal. You play Unreal? You like Unreal Tournament?
No, never.
Okay, so these three games are like part of this whole environment called the Unreal environment. I'm sure people watching right now would know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
But basically, the way it's set up is that when you hit certain areas, it triggers certain sounds, right? The program that they use to write it in is a vertical, like basically almost like a notation system where you use hexadecimal and kind of type everything in.
Oh, whoa.
So like when you, let's say you open the door, right? The music's looping, but when you go and open the door, like it basically triggers another layer of sound, right? It triggers another spot. So they can tie that to basically a certain scene within wherever your character is moving into. So yeah,
Right.
A simpler way to explain that is that's what Cats used to write Jungle on.
Right, really?
Yeah, they wrote Jungle and video games on trackers and stuff. So
Crazy. Hey,
yeah, actually,
speaking of which, did they dig into that in the drum and bass arena movie, like the documentary that they just put out? No, okay, because I'm gonna watch that one tonight. I haven't watched it yet, and I'm super hyped to watch it later. So
it's a little older,
right?
That doc, I could tell, and a lot of people were mad about that, and I was like, well, I see it. I see like how it was left out, but I feel like that doc was just made at in an older date. You know what I mean? When there was like, yeah, because it seems it stopped at 2015.
Right. Okay.
And it didn't go to like 2017, 1920. So I was just like, yeah, that's. I feel like they were just putting it out just to put out content. To have content because
at this time people were doing that. Yeah.
Still. So that's
and the scene seems to have like progressed a shitload in the last 5 years.
In the past 5 years, of course, you're gonna have to get another 4 hours of movie footage for that. So I think this gives them a lane to make a series, you know, do some blog features and stuff. Drum and bass arena. I used to basically know how to kill the registry on my school computer. Like they had a site blocking thing they just set up. It's like login for teachers, and then they had like a whole security system. And one of my friends found out how to get rid of the registry key that unblocks the internet.
Sick. So you could go on drum and bass arena. I could go on drum and bass
arena. So whenever we had computer lab hours, I would literally just be like, all right, cool. What mixes am I going to download today?
Amazing.
While I'm doing research. This was like 2002, 2003. So now, you know, fast forward. For me, I'm like, yo, I had my own journey, and everyone, for me to like look at that and then see like, oh wait, I know that person. I've worked with that person. I played a show with that person. We've had dinner together. You know, like they played my beats. You know, like they put out everything. You know, like they introduced me to that.
So you start traveling a little bit more after you put out. Start putting out records. Like, did you have any moments where you're like, whoa, this is one of my heroes, or like, whoa, I'm playing in this like crazy venue that I've wanted to play forever? Like, do you have any like anecdotes from that time where you were like, whoa, this is kind of surreal?
Yeah, my favorite thing from the past couple of years when I went to China for the first time, that was amazing. That was like absolutely amazing. Just like going there, not knowing like what to expect and everything. And Daniel, I think see Daniel in there. What up, Daniel? He runs Unchained. Unchained Records and stuff like that. I actually work for them now. I do like A&R and stuff for them.
Cool.
So before that, I was helping out with their social media and all that. But they were the ones that brought me. And Daniel's from England, and Lyndon, the label manager, is from Australia. And then we have like a big mix of people that are from China and Hong Kong or expats and stuff like that. So yeah, for the first half of the tour, Lyndon was like a tour manager, which is something I'm like never had in the States, like in Canada or even in Europe. I don't have a tour manager.
Yeah, it's baller. That's super baller.
But, yeah, so I was like, that's dope.
Yeah.
So they were like taking care of me and stuff like that. And then like I did a 5-city tour the first time, just kind of a big circle around China. And it was cool, like getting to the spot and we're sitting in the car and they're just like, no, we like your music. Like we checked your SoundCloud out and we were like, yeah, we're going to book you. Like there's no pretension. There was no like, oh, like da-da-da. Do you know so-and-so? Name drop. The only people that are name dropping, they were like, yo, check my tunes out. Here you go.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right, cool. Yeah, I'll check these out. But other than that, it was like, yeah, it was mind blowing because I went out there because I do what I do.
Yeah. Right.
There was no other element to it. It wasn't like, oh, we need to book a black person. Fuck, who do we get?
Right. Right.
So like, yeah, it was just like, yo, you're here. Like, we like your music. It's all good. So. Well,
I mean, because when we started playing shows out of town, it was more for like built-in crowds, and then as we went on, we tried to work to get more music out and try to get that hard ticket sale, and where that people are there for what you do, and they're like there because of your art, which is like it's such a rewarding feeling,
Yeah, it's funny because there's so many DJs like growing up in Detroit, like it's just like I have to reintroduce myself to people like every gig, or like tell people who I am like every single gig basically, like rather than like going out and like, oh, okay, cool, like I know these set of people, like the crew I play for, Recon, like that's like the whole here in Denver. Every show we have, I know who's gonna be there and who's not gonna be there. You know
right.
what I mean? Like, but yeah, for the most part, it's like going to Detroit. It's like, okay, I get in my car and drive up the street. Like, am I gonna get a good show, or am I gonna get like a weird show?
Right.
Or am I gonna play for one person? Play for one person. They'll be like, hey, so and so.
Yeah.
What's up, bro?
Well,
like,
well, there's an element of that in the streaming, like in the streaming world. I feel like because you're getting that kind of you're not getting anybody there who's there just like randomly,
Yeah, exactly. It's like, yo, who's in there. You see the chat and stuff, or I like to play the guessing game with names. I'm like, oh, okay, I know who that is. Like that type of deal. It's like you have your audience to like sort things out. So
yeah. But I also feel like you have to go outside your comfort zone a little bit more on the like. You have to be more of an entertainer on the stream than when you're playing a set in a dark club, because
it's
because
like,
you're like
you have to like talk to people, get everything like get amped up. But I'm especially this whole thing is kind of I don't want to say it's a blessing because it's like a really screwed up thing to say, but it's more like it's been a good time to reorganize. To be reorganized. And I'm treating this pretty much like radio, honestly. I've done radio so much. I was on radio in high school, like basically, wow. Yeah, I've been doing this for like a minute just in terms of broadcasting and like talking. talking to people and stuff. So yeah, I kind of treat it like I'm basically in the radio environment. I don't need we have video and stuff like that and those resources ready, but I can still turn that off and do radio and talk if I need to.
So I wanted to ask you about another travel that you had, which was when the first time you came to Bass Coast.
Yes.
What was that? What was that like? Did you like? Because I kind of want to talk about the first time your introduction to the Western Canadian scene, which ended up being like kind of you became a mainstay for 2.5 years, and then.
So basically, I was talking with Ben Midwicki Sharif, and we we met through Sheena, and Sheena that worked at Great.
Shout out
She
Sheena.
was like, "Oh, I'm coming to Detroit." I think it was like 2014. So like, yeah, I'm coming to Detroit. I'm bringing Ben with me. Like, you two should meet, talk about stuff because he does ghetto tech. Ben, for the people listening, he's one third of the group, Field Kids. Yeah. Basically, he like they came down and we chopped it up all weekend, kicked it with Godfather and all those other people and what have you. And we were talking about the summer plans a few weeks after the whole festival. He's like, "Yo, like you should come to Base Coast." I'm like, "All right, well." I was like, "I don't know too much about it. I don't know much about your scene, where you're at, you know," because he was living in Calgary at the time. And I was like, "Yeah, all right, cool." And then he like hit me one day like with this group chat. And this group chat had the librarian, had Max Eulis, and I think it had Michael Red. And so it's those three. And Ben was like, "Oh, here's Jeremy. He does this, that, and the other." And they all hit me back like, "Oh yeah, we know you. Like we play your tunes all the time. Like we'd love to have you." So I was like, "All right, cool." So I looked up tickets and then like yeah, basically I think I played in Seattle and then just worked my way up. And then that was the first time I actually hung out with the Greases guys, Patrick and Severin. So because we all drove out there, we all mobbed out there together.
Shout out Greases.
Yeah.
Also Max. Shout out Max and Michael
Andrea,
Red, librarian.
Michael, all those people. Yeah, seriously, the opportunity was like amazing. But yeah, it was like so I get there and like yeah, it was just basically my first camping festival I think I've ever been to. Like, yeah, which was like whoa.
Man, and for those that haven't been to Base Coast, to me it's you have to go. It's like you know, having been to so many different festivals, I mean the vibe is so prime, and that they they really curate the lineup really well, and
Right.
it's just got such a so many great things about it. I love that festival.
Yeah, man, it's great because it's like yeah, it's dope. It's really it's a very adult festival. It's like yeah, very like well curated, well maintained, you know, things like that. So yeah, and the lineups they've had are they've been really cool, really dope. Definitely like leaning more diverse and stuff like that too, which is great. So
Right.
yeah.
And always have.
Important. It's important.
I mean,
like yeah.
It has probably. I mean, to me, it has to have to do with the fact that you've got two women running the festival who are like, which I've never seen before in all my travels. It's like right away you're starting off from a different baseline, like a different starting point.
It's crazy for me because like living in Denver, I mean, Maggie, runs Recon. Submission and the dubstep crew out here, like Nicole runs that. They've been running that. Like Maggie's been running it for like 16 years. Recon. I think Nicole's in year 13, but they've always been two women like around me doing stuff, like doing everything. So like, booking people and booking artists. They're booking a completely diverse palette of artists and not only based on like, oh, we're gonna book this race of person or that race of person. It was like strictly off your talent, like it was so I'd see lineups where it's like, all right, there's a big ass group of people on this lineup just spanning different ethnicities and things like that, but then that flies out the window. Like when I play recon shows, it's like I don't have to think about that, and that's what I want,
right?
Which is everybody here listening to drum and bass, everybody here listening to like music, but chopping it up and everything. I don't have to worry about look over my shoulder or anything like that, and that's why I've been resident with them for like 8 years now. So
damn,
yeah. So it's like, that's what it is for me.
Shout out Submission.
Shout out Submission. Shout out Recon.
I don't know those guys, but I mean, I know that the Denver crew is really chill. There's a lot of good people down there. I know that for
excellent people down here, man. Yeah. Like it drew me back here, definitely. Like I've been back and forth from the same place for 8 years, right? So
Yeah.
I watched it go from like this lowly center of the country town to like, I was around when, well, because I lived here in 2012. I was here when music and weed happened. That's basically those two things together. I watched that like pretty much blow.
There you go.
Yeah, it was like pretty amazing.
So I wanted to ask you about, can you because I was trying to remember about, did I dream this, or like, because I was thinking about, I think it was like a boiler room thing where Sherelle was playing, and it might have been one of your tracks, and it was like a big, like it was like a big moment or something.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, that was one of my two.
Yeah, man. And I was like, dude, I when I was watching that, I was like, I felt such a moment of pride, and I was like, oh man, this is so cool, because
Yeah.
I pictured how you must have been feeling watching that and being like, yo, this is nuts. And then
I mean, it's look, I'll tell you one story. It did what it was supposed to do. I'll put it that way. Did exactly what it was supposed to do. So, Miami 2010. It was right when, I think 2009, I got my Metalhead. Like, he signed it basically, and when he signs it, when Goldie signs it, you get on the phone with him, you talk with him for like until he stops talking to you, basically. Yeah, which is fine. Like,
shout out Goldie.
Yeah, I'm sitting there like walking around like, wow, like this guy a few years ago that I saw in a movie with David Bowie is now talking to me about like getting a deal on his label. I'm like, that's what's up. So, yeah. So basically, like, I meet him, and we're at World of Drum and Bass out there, and he's obviously the headliner for it. Like, there's maybe 900,000 people there inside the venue or whatever, and he plays my tune, I think second to last. The tune he signed basically, and pulls it, and then plays it again.
So
And yeah, and then like leans over to Armani, and then like Armani like shouts me on the mic like, yo, what up? I'm sitting next to Random Movement's wife, and we're both like sitting there. She looks at me. I just like, I lose it. I start crying. I start bawling in her arms. I'm like, oh my god. Yeah, that was the time I was like, okay, I see how this works.
Oh man, I love that.
So
That's like,
yeah.
Those moments are like I feel like those are the most joyous moments in the whole thing. And
yeah, I don't think I've ever experienced like anything like that before at that time. That's because I was like, oh my god. I was like, yo. Like, I didn't know what to think. I didn't know what to like. I don't know whether to laugh or whether to be like, you know, like go up there and try to high five them and get bum rushed by security or something.
So good.
Yeah, you know, like I didn't know what to do. I just like was like, yo, I got it. Like, it was tight. And I think 6 months prior, I put up the logo on the back of my computer, and I was like, all right, let me get that.
That's my goal.
Yeah.
So
my homie hit me up. Yeah, my homie hit me up with a tune, and then we finished it and sent it to Goldie, and that was
do you still set specific goals like that, or like cater songs towards labels that you think I'm gonna make yeah?
It's to the point now where they hit me up.
Yeah.
And I'm like, look at their catalog and kind of see what they have in mind and then go for it, as opposed to me hitting them up with things. Like, oh, I made this for you particular. But before, it was like that, where I was like, okay, I got to think of like what this label's catalog looks like with that in mind, right? Like every time. But like, I think like, yeah, the way I do it now is like, all right, well, you told me what you hit me up. I know what you sound like. And yeah, we can make something similar to that. So yeah, it makes it makes more sense for me to like do it that way now. So
so speaking of that, that kind of leads a little bit to the I wanted to bring up like collabs, because I know you've worked with Homesick, right? Who's a Calgary guy?
I lived with Homesick.
You lived with Homesick. Amazing. I mean, I
lived with him. Yeah, definitely.
I love that guy's music, and I feel like he's kind of underrated. And I, you know, I just wanted to. I kind of just wanted to bring his name up because he's. I know you guys have worked together and made some dope music together.
Yeah, Sean's awesome. John helped me out a lot, like when I first moved to Calgary, like 100%. So yeah, like his music's incredible. I got one. I got another story about him when he got the stone eye, because we were bugging him to leave his job forever. Like he had a day job that he was just like, oh. So he comes into the house one day and he's just like, yo, all right, I gotta go to the liquor store, da da da. Liquor store's up the street or whatever. So he comes back with a nice bottle of wine or a nice bottle of beer and just slams it down. He's like, yo, I'm going to Sonar. I was like, yo, because he just like, I just watched him shift from like, I'm like, see, yeah, you gotta.
He made the decision. He was like,
you gotta do something, man. You gotta do something else, like other than this. And yeah, he's doing fucking excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. Like
yeah. I had a moment like that where I was talking to an old friend of mine who was the first promoter that ever booked me to DJ, and he was like, we were on the phone. And he was like, yo, he's like, are you gonna do what you want to do? Or are you gonna do what society wants you to do? And I was like,
yo, man.
Yeah. I was like, I can do what I want to do.
Right.
It's like a scene from an 80s movie or something.
Yeah, you got him up on the locker, like,
yeah.
Yo, oh. Yeah, definitely. So yeah, it's cool. Like I've met so many people that move against the grain anyway, and especially in like drum and bass and stuff, I have to work like triply as hard. You know, being like a U.S. producer, and then like on the level I'm at, you know, like the only person that really like got to that particular level was like Hive.
Yeah.
You know? And yeah, and it being a Black artist too, it's like, yo, it's literally me in terms of the drum and bass. It's like me and Quentin Hiatus, and like Quentin Hiatus, yeah, he signed to Ram, but there's like it's me and him. I think like there's Spireless. The fact that I can count on my fingers,
right?
You know what I mean?
And traditionally, the drum and bass has been kind of like an exclusive club too. So there's got to be an element of like, feeling like an outsider.
Well, it's cool because like I thought about it today. Like a lot of the people that I align myself with, if you.
All right, welcome back. I think we're live. I'm just gonna make sure it's working here. You know, I was like, I guess I was also listening to reggae too at the time.
Yeah.
And so it was like that raga sound I was really digging. But then I heard a tune called Burial by Leviticus.
I love that. I still play that tune.
Dude, I play that tune like crazy. To me it's magic, and I was like, after I heard that, I was like, oh, I'm all in. And I was into that sound for so many years after that. It was like to me that was my like moment where my mind was blown. Yeah.
My homie Brandon, his parents gave me their record collection, and Brandon's Black, and his family basically gave me their whole like funk and soul collection, and I've been sitting on it since. They were pretty much like, don't sell it, you can have it, but don't sell it. And I was like, all right, fine, whatever. So I stored it safely and everything like that. Most of like the tunes that I've been like absolutely in love with and stuff like that were in that collection, like not even thinking like twice about it. It wasn't like, oh, they just collected it because this samples that. This sample, like, no, it's just like, no, this is what they were listening to.
So sick. And did it have that sample in it too?
It did. I found the Foxy record. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
So
the Foxy record. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's sick.
So sick.
Like, I heard it. I was like, yo, there it is.
Damn, amazing. Amazing.
Well,
so I want to. Well, that also leads to, this is a question. We've only got a few minutes left, but I wanted to ask you about what's the track that has never? I mean, maybe it's Burial, but what's the track that never leaves your crate? Like a kind of a desert island record.
Ooh, that's a good question. We'd be here all day. Me trying to think about that.
Doesn't have to be one. It could be
anything. I don't know. I would say like, oh, she cut out. What's up, everyone? Shouts at everybody in chat. Hold up.
Am I
Pete,
frozen?
oh,
Man?
almost see it. There you go.
You got me? Okay.
Yo, what up, Tay? Yeah. Yeah. So basically, I don't know. That's a hard one because I'm like, I'd say anything jungle, really.
Yeah.
Like I have a big digital jungle collection, basically. I can't say anything in particular because
Right. Okay. So, like, that's good. That's a one. That's a one. It's so hard to pick. I feel like we get a lot of safe choices. Like Daft Punk has come up a lot, which is great. Which is a great kind of safe choice. But I feel like
right. Definitely,
yeah.
Definitely. I'm sure I'm gonna think about this later when I'm like DJing. I'm like, dang, I should have said that.
Yeah, exactly.
That happens every time. But yeah, mainly some jungle stuff.
Well, do you have any streams coming up or any events that you can let people know about before we
I have one
get kicked off here?
Yeah, definitely. I have one Saturday.
Okay.
With a crew from Victoria. If y'all follow me on Instagram, I'll post about it and everything. So
okay. So do you know what time you're playing?
Not yet, but I'll post about all that and everything.
So tune in Saturday for a stream, and then you'll be doing.
It's for the Symmetry crew.
For Symmetry crew.
Let me see what it is here.
Okay.
Can I jump out of this? I'm playing Old Man Phone right now. Hold on.
Oh yeah. All right, we're gonna get this info, and then
there you go.
Oh yeah, there you go.
There you go. I think I'm pretty sure it's Twitch.
Old Man Phone is the only way that I know.
Like.
So. Yeah.
Is this working?
Is this on?
Yeah, right. It's with the Symmetry crew, the Symmetry Sound crew, or something like. Yeah, it's the Symmetry Sound crew. I'll post about it. Just hit the follow button.
Okay, awesome. And then I think that's it. Is there anything else that you want to say or you want to let people know before we
one time. Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter.
You know it.
Yep.
Yeah.
100%.
Absolutely. Yo,
that's a great way to end it. Dude, thanks so much for being on the show, man. I had a great time catching up with you.
Yeah, it's really good hanging with you. Shouts to everybody in the chat. Like, yeah, I really appreciate y'all logging in and everything like that. So,
I also wanted to mention, if you guys enjoyed the chat today, can you go to our Instagram TV and drop a comment or anything, because we're trying to beat the algorithm and that's the way that people will see it.
Definitely.
So we're trying to get people to do that after the shows, just to try to kind of increase the visibility of the Instagram TV. So
yeah, for sure.
If you could do if you guys are watching and you could do that, that would be awesome. And then other than that, man, I love you and
love you too, man. Thank you.
I hope to see you again soon in person.
Definitely. Hey, everybody in the chat, go donate.
Go donate too if you have the means.
Man.
Yes, 100%. Go donate and also some of the links we were talking about before. Have you posted those on your social? You posted them on your Facebook and your Instagram.
Yeah. Sure, I'm on Facebook, my Instagram. I'm really heavy on Twitter. So if you have Twitter, like all those links are up there too. Yeah, it's hard for me to post things on the artist page because the reach is just trash for.
Yeah.
So unless I pay for it basically. So I like to do it on my personal page and then.
Cool. Great. Okay.
Definitely,
so everybody go to Sinistarr's pages and thanks for tuning in, everybody. We'll see you next time. This was Small Talk with Sinistarr.
Bye.
All right, welcome back. I think we're live. I'm just going to make sure it's working here. Let you get logged in. I think we're good to go. So everyone, thanks for coming back. Welcome back to another episode of Small.
Hey everyone, it's KOTEK. How you doing? Just wanted to say a quick thanks to Alberta Electronic Music for hosting this virtual electronic music summit, and also to Westwood Recordings for bringing me out. Before we get started, I just want to take a second to address the current state of the world right now. There's been a lot going on, and I haven't been really active on social media speaking up or saying any things about it because I genuinely don't feel comfortable as a white male really expressing that many opinions. But I'm gonna just give you my honest thoughts. I'm truly quite disheartened and really rather disgusted with everything that's been going on. It's not okay at all. Racism is not something to be taken lightly. And I mean, I have a lot of friends who are minorities and people that I love and care for. And to know that they experience these sort of things on a daily basis or whatever it might be, even if it's a small amount, it really sickens me to think that there are still people in this world who think this way and can be, as cruel as they might be. So I just want to say that I stand completely with the Black Lives Matter movement, and please, if anything else, just educate yourself and do whatever you can to help. There's plenty of resources all around that you can read, get information, donate to, or otherwise just at least participate in any way you can to help the world, really. We really need to change things, and I think it's time for that. So just wanted to take a second to say that before we continue. All right. Okay, so welcome to Ableton. I am KOTEK, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the things that I do to make music. I'm going to kind of start from sort of a very basic spot, and forgive me if this all seems like, unnecessary reiteration of previously understood information, but there are a couple things that I should say that really I find are very, very important to kind of setting yourself up for having a productive workflow when you're going to write music. So first things, obviously, learn all of your hotkeys, every single hotkey. If you can, just, read the manual or experiment with them, and you don't have to figure every single thing out at once because there's a lot of them. But, if you learn about a hotkey, you don't need to select a region and then right click this and insert MIDI clip. You can very easily just highlight it and press Control-Shift-M, or you can grab two clips and highlight more and press Control-J, or you can duplicate it, or if there is a section where you need to insert something, you can highlight that and press Control-Shift-D and it'll duplicate the time. You shouldn't be making MIDI tracks by right-clicking over here and clicking Insert MIDI track. Or you can save a lot of time by just knowing your hotkeys and being able to, find your way around the DAW quicker and more efficiently. Even, another really good one obviously is Control-F. Then you can just type whatever you want and search in the search bar and look for some fun things to, keep your workflow moving and just don't be like someone's grandma and go to internet.com and then search for Google in the Google bar. There are ways to speed up your workflow, and the first step is 100% just understanding the functions of a computer and being able to use the program to its max capacity. So moving forward from that, the next step is always save presets and understand how you can utilize default functions in Ableton to actually move quicker. If you notice, when I made this audio channel, it immediately begins on resampling mode. And that's because I use resampling a lot. And so it's a very quick thing. So if you have any sort of, things that you do a lot. So for example, it's like, I know I'm pretty much always going to use an EQ on a track. If you put whatever you want on this audio channel, you right click over here, and then you can click save as default audio track right there. And then anytime, I'll just do it, why not? Overwrites that, and then if I make another audio channel, you'll see right away it gets loaded up with an EQ on it. So super handy. My MIDI channels are just a blank operator, and that's just kind of an easy way to get moving because operators, the thing I use for like 90% of the things I do. So if you'll notice, this is what Ableton was showing when I opened it up. And I have a lot of default templates. I've gone through a lot of different processes where I've set up default templates with a bunch of instruments and stuff on them, in order to kind of speed up workflow. And I do still use that, but my main master default template is just an operator and nothing else. And that is right here in File folder. You can save current set as default. Whatever set is saved here is going to be what shows up when Ableton opens. Now, the reason I have it so minimal is because when you're running into problems where Ableton's crashing a bunch and you're constantly having to restart, if your default template has a whole bunch of stuff on it, it's going to take a long time for Ableton to load. And then also there's been issues in the past where if I have a really heavy project open with like lots of channels and lots of instruments, and then I try to go to another project, or if I try to even just go to a new project, the process of it trying to close that huge project file and then reopen my default, which has like a bunch of stuff on it, it always crashes. So by having nothing on the default one, it just loads way quicker. So you can just kind of open the program and get moving. That said, you can have multiple default templates. And I don't mean just making them and saving them, but this is actually really handy. If you go to your user library, this is going to bring you to the folder that's usually, I don't know where it is on Mac, but on Windows, it'll be like My Documents, Ableton, and then whatever. I'll show you. I'll just open it up. So this is, Ableton, user, and templates. So that folder actually doesn't exist right off the bat. But if you go into the Ableton and then directory here and go to user library and then make a folder called templates, this is it's really cool. Check this out. So I have it here in my sidebar as well. You can't see it. It's under my camera. But here's all my default templates. Now, if I load one of these from this location on the hard drive, you'll notice that, let's give it a second. I'll wait till it shows you. But you'll see when this opens that instead of it being already labeled as default template April 2020, it will actually still say Untitled up here. And that is very helpful because I can't count the amount of times that I've gone and made a default template and saved it somewhere on my computer, and then I go to open it and it says, KOTEK's new special template that's going to make songwriting way easier. And then I start working on a song, and then, out of force of habit, I just press Control S, and now I have written over that template file, the default that I need in order to load up the template with a whole song with a bunch of crap on it, and essentially just destroyed the template, and then I had to rebuild it and all this stuff. So it made it really annoying. But this is handy because now I have, a DJ template if I want to just do like mixes or whatever. There's the nothing template, which is what you saw in the beginning, and then, some other iterations. And this is one I was trying to rebuild when I saw that video about someone breaking down Skrillex's project file and stuff, Anyway, so this here, what you're seeing is if I get to a point where I know that a project is going to become a song, whether it be a remix or something that eventually evolved to the point where it's time to orchestrate it and move forward and try to actually turn it into a song, I'll bring it into this template. So I start with a couple of things that I need. I used to start with a lot of stuff. I would bring in like a bunch of different instruments that I already, figured I was going to use. But if you load too many things on here, not only do you run into problems with it just being immediately kind of a slower functioning project file, but you sort of end up kind of limiting yourself. But let me just explain what I have. So I have a bunch of kicks. I've got a kick MIDI track here. Let me just let that open. Okay. I got a kick MIDI track with like a whole bunch, probably way too many kick drums, but a bunch of kick drums that I'm like, these are useful, and I know I'm probably going to use these. I pretty much end up using the same kick on like almost every song anyway, but they're here, just for some inspiration, whatever. And then I've got an audio channel underneath that is set to the input from the kicks, so that if I'm doing any work manipulating the MIDI and it's like I'm trying to just like change the sample or whatever, I can very quickly just bounce it down. It doesn't matter. I can just zoom in here and then let's arm that channel here. Yep. I can very quickly bounce it down and do whatever I need to do. Wow, what a weird looking kick. So anywho, a lot of my channels are set up that way for main things with an audio channel underneath it routed back to the other thing, because that way I don't have to worry about it running through any sort of master chain or group effects or whatever. The audio is directly coming in from the track above it, which allows me to just like do quick dry resampling without worrying about any extra processing I didn't intend for. Going down, I've got my drums. This is a little bit more complicated than it needs to be, but essentially it is this way because when I do go to mix down stages and final product rendering stages and stuff, I know that I'm going to organize all of my stuff in this fashion. So I just kind of have some of the groups set up for me. There's a couple of blank audio channels just to drop some samples in. I've got a rack of snares that are like, a certain style, and then another rack of snares that are another style. 2 blank audio channels. Again, these should be routed to the snare channel. Oh, it's resampling. Whoops, I didn't follow my own method. Whoopsie. Anyway, in the cymbals one, I've got a hats group, rides. I mean, that's almost useless. Crashes, a bunch of crashes here that I will bounce down into these 3 audio channels. There's a left, center, and right one, because I find that when you're using crash cymbals, it's nice to, layer them in the stereo field. A group for percussion, it's just a blank audio channel. It's just there so I can grab stuff in. Atmosphere and wind. And so if you've been trying to figure out why I have this set up this way, you'll kind of notice that we're starting in the middle of the project file, and I mean middle like vertically. So the reason I do that is because I've got my kick drum here, right? And when we're making a groove, so let's say we got a kick here, and then we got our a snare here, whatever, doesn't matter. We got a kick and a snare, right? Close that up, and a bass. We got a bass here. Yeah, let's make a MIDI clip. I don't need to write anything in it. So from this position in the project file, given there's a little bit of separation due to the fact that they're in groups and there's extra channels that probably aren't necessary, but I can see the kick, the snare, and the bass all on the screen at the same time. And that is absolutely necessary for when you are dealing with constructing the groove of a song. Because if for example, a lot of people I see put their kick at the top of the track, right? And that means that, even if you work downwards, you're gonna go kick, snare, a bunch of other drums if you're somewhat organized, and then you're gonna find your bass way down here somewhere else. And it's gonna be a lot of scrolling involved, and like getting the stuff lined up with your kick, and if you're dealing with like an audio sample or something like that, and you're trying to do like manual side chains and whatever, you want to be able to zoom in and see exactly where your bass and your kick are hitting, so you can deal with those respectively, because these two things are, they're basically married to each other, right? And they're always working together, and as well as the snare drum, there's like you got a married couple and their kid, right? Or whatever, I don't know, however you want to look at it. So anyway, this situation here with the kick being in the center of the project file means that it doesn't matter where I am, when I've got 100 channels and I'm like all the way at the bottom or all the way at the top, being in the center is always the closest position to scroll to, no matter what the case. And then I always know that my groove foundation is going to be like sitting together in this functioning little area. As we go up, I have an audio channel here because this is probably where I'm going to put like noise samples and stuff like that. And then I've got like my guitar rack because I know there's a good chance I'm going to be recording some guitar. So it's got my processing chain on it and stuff like that. And then I've got some keys. And as far as actual instruments go in the project, we've got my sub that I use, a blank operator, and an audio channel in the bass group. And then up here, we've got regular piano and the Rhodes, and that's it. That's all I start with, because you should be able to start writing a song kind of off the bat with that. If you start loading your project file up with like a bunch of really complicated stuff, you're going to end up kind of writing yourself into a box. Just to finish this off, I have these mapped in a way where I can quickly, if I want, press number 1, and it will arm my keys, my piano rather. It will solo my piano. And if I press 2, it will arm it. So if I'm ever working on a situation in the song or whatever, and I need to just play a piano really quickly, all I got to do is press 1, 2 on my number pad, the arm and solo that, and I can just start playing the piano, no problem. Same thing with the Rhodes. I've got that on 3 and 4. And then at a most basic level, I've got my operator at the very top there mapped to, if I press the button 3, it will solo and arm that. So if I'm ever trying to tune things with like a flanger or something like that, I can just click 3 and then play a dry, unaltered operator patch just to reference the pitch. I got a serum in here and an audio channel as well, just to kind of, give me something to play with if I feel like going that direction to work with things. But a couple things are just key mapped just for quick functionality. The other one is I have my delete key on my number pad, the little dot there, mapped to resample, or not resample, sorry, to record. So if I press that, I can just quickly record whatever I'm doing, and then that just makes resampling a lot faster. And so yeah, that's kind of just a basic breakdown of the project file. So now I'm going to go into the actual making stuff things. So let's jump into that. All right, so the reason why I want to talk about specifically Ableton stuff is because I find that a lot of the Ableton audio effects and instruments are very underrated and kind of overlooked. I find a lot of people ask me the same question, what is your favorite plugin? What plugins do you like to use? And there's honestly way too many plugins out there for me to even try them all. But if you understand how these Ableton plugins work, it will actually give you a lot of good insight into knowing what kind of plugins you might want to look for in the future. And the reason I say that is because Ableton is essentially giving you the basic foundations of the building blocks, or what I like to call the primary colors of audio editing and effecting and such, right? So I'll do the instruments first because they're a lot less of them. We've got an analog synthesizer, which is mimicking analog stuff. This Collision is a physical modeling synth that has to do with hitting, stuff with mallets. And then we've got a drum rack, doesn't really count because that's just a bunch of samplers. Electric, which is just a piano synthesizer, electric piano synthesizer, obviously. Operator, you got an FM synth, sampler, Simpler, which is another sampler, Tension, which is actually a string physical modeling synth, and Wavetable, which is a wavetable synthesizer. So this is pretty much all of the basic types of synths. I'm not sure if Ableton has really an additive synth, like Razor or anything like that. But regardless, with all of these here, you can essentially build just about anything you need. Now, going over to the audio effects, it's the same situation. So we've got different kinds, and I like to organize audio effects into what I call like class, I guess, which is basically just what they do. We've got control units, which are essentially affecting volume or frequency. So obviously under volume, we got gate, compressor, glue compressor, limiter, auto pan, utility, and then my favorite, a volume knob, which I use just to automate volume with, which I just map to the chain volume here and make it go only to 0. So that way I don't have to do any automation on the track volume, so that when I'm doing mixing later, I can still move this without breaking the automation. This is super handy. Yeah, I could use utility, but it's kind of annoying to automate because I have to stop at this 0 point instead of just going all the way to the top, where when I go all the way to the top here, I know that it's just back to its original volume. So it's kind of just an easy way to do some modulation there. And then with frequency effects, we've got, I threw multiband in here. And the reason I did that is because multiband is actually kind of almost more like an EQ than it is like a compressor. Just because it separates things into different frequency bands. The only difference is it's a combination of both of them, right? So we've got, frequency, but it's frequency that is reacting to the incoming signal and then essentially acting as a, self-automating EQ that can control frequency ranges across specific bandwidth. Then you've got obviously your EQ, your channel EQ, and your filter. So these are all just your basic frequency and, amplitude control knobs. And funny enough, if you really think about it, if we look at any sort of audio sample, let me just grab, I do think I have something. Actually, I've got this right here. If you look at any audio sample and I zoom in all the way down to its exactly like single samples, at the end of the day, all the audio effects in the world, all of them are only doing one thing. They are telling me how loud and how fast is it getting to these positions. We've literally got amplitude and frequency. Those are the only two things that are ever being changed. And you can see that right here because every single waveform, even if I loaded up a song with a billion things mixed down together, once it's rendered into one file, it's just one dot after the other. It's just in a row, in a line like this. Your speaker is just moving in and out, and all it's doing is telling it how fast and how much to move in and out, right? So everything is a combination of just time and volume. So knowing that, as we move forward, we can look at distortion, which is my next sort of class of things, which is essentially just affecting anything that goes above a certain volume threshold and then telling the signal how to react when it reflects off the ceiling. And there's different algorithms that do different things, but these are all of our distortion units that we have in Ableton. We've got a bunch of them: amp, dynamic tube, erosion, overdrive, pedal, saturator, vinyl distortion, and redux. And if you haven't tried any of these plugins, I very highly recommend doing it because you might find some things that you didn't even really realize were there. Then we go on to our time effects, which are, if that wants to open, looks like we're frozen here. Oh, there we go. We've got delay, which Ableton has a normal one, echo, filter, and grain delay. And then we've got our reverbs, okay? And reverbs are essentially just basically delays. We're just taking the signal, adding another version of it, changing the frequency or whatever have you of that signal, and then reflecting it back off of another multiple versions of it in order to create a reverbed signal. Then the next thing we have is frequency modulation, which are your more advanced effects like chorus, flanger, phaser, frequency shifter, and even more so if this wants to open. Our resonators and our corpus and our vocoder, and these are things that are doing a lot more complicated things, but essentially just combinations of all the same things. You could, in theory, recreate any of these effects without actually using an effect unit. You could just take these signals and make things do whatever you want them to do. Obviously, I feel like reverb would be a really difficult one to manage manually. But, for instance, if I had two of the same signal and I wanted to make a delay, I could just go like that and then turn the volume down of one. And then it's like, oh, how many feedback times do you want? Whatever you want. You could really actually recreate it that way. And then if you know how a chorus functions, which is essentially just duplicating the signal and then running it parallel against a modulated pitch version of that signal, you can recreate chorus, and that's not hard. We can just make a stereo detune by going like this, right, and changing the pitch of two samples. So this is white noise. I'm going to turn it down a little bit so it's not so loud. I just created a what's that called? A phase sync. Almost, that's what it sounds like. Just by detuning them. But if I actually grab a spectrum here and show you something really cool. If I were to take, these are both identical signals. If I take these and leave them unwarped, like that, and we watch this spectrum here, obviously it sounds a little whack right there at the beginning. Let me just make sure these are duplicated. There, that's duplicated. Okay. So let's, actually, I'm going to grab an EQ because it does a better job at showing this. See how this is flat? If I take this signal and I delay it, I'm going to use the driver delay here because it's very exact. If I delay it just a little bit from the original signal, look at what happens. We instantly get comb filtering. Oh, I went too far. You see all these little peaks and troughs? Whoops. Right? As opposed to the original, which is just duplicated white noise. The second I add any sort of delay, we get comb filtering, right? And so that is really all these frequency modulation effects are doing, is just adding delays at different increments, and all of them are just kind of staggered, to certain depths, right? So a flanger is really just a delay plugin, but just at very, very, very fast speeds, right? So anywho, moving forward, when it comes to understanding how these effects work, you can read all about it in the manual if you want, but I find there is actually a really good method for testing how these plugins work. And I kind of look at it like, give a man a fish, he's hungry, or he's fed, you know what I mean? Teach a man to fish is better than giving a man a fish. There's another layer to that whole process, which is that you can teach a man to fish, or you can teach a man to teach men to fish. And then, maybe he'll build an empire of men that fish for him. And, you're like a CEO of a fishery, I guess. Relating that back to audio, I can teach you how any one of these plugins work, but if you understand how to figure it out on your own, it's going to go a lot farther because you can do it with all of them, which I don't have time to go through with you right now. So I find the best way to test plugins is by using simple sounds. If you throw really complicated sounds through any sort of like plugin or audio effect device, it's going to be difficult to really understand what difference it's making on the sound. So there are 4 different ways that I recommend doing. So if I just come up here and pick, let's grab a, why not? Let's grab a frequency shifter. We'll test that, and then I'll also test one of the distortion things. Let's do vinyl distortion. Why not? I'm trying to pick some lesser thought about ones. Okay. So the first thing that I do is I'm going to test it on a sine wave, and let's grab that those monitoring tools here to see what's going on here. Now, by testing things on a sine wave, you can see what's going on in the signal a lot better than if you were trying to test this on an extremely complicated, harmonically rich, and already modulated sound. So let's take a look at what happens when I move things around in the frequency shifter. Interesting, right? It's not just shifting the frequency, it's actually doing some linear math added to the frequency situation, which is, it gives you some really interesting harmonic results because harmony actually doesn't function in a linear process. I'm pretty sure it's logarithmic. I never took whatever calculus, I guess it is, to know everything about logarithms, but I know that it's functioning based off of doubles of the previous thing, as in like A440, an octave higher is 880, and I'm talking about hertz. But when we do linear math, we're adding this amount of frequency shift to either side of that signal. So now I'm adding 60 hertz to whatever my initial tone was, right there, which is sitting at 110. So if I add 60 hertz to that, this should be right there, 170, 60, 100, 100, should be 170. Well, it's around there. You get the idea. And then it also goes down the other direction, right? So it gives you some interesting results, and you can mess around with these things and really see what's going on. And I urge you to just like play with everything and see what happens. Mess with these knobs and see what happens, because if you can make a sound that's that interesting with just a sine wave, whoa, sorry, that was kind of loud. Can be dangerous, but yeah, if you can figure out what it does to a sine wave, then you can figure out what it does to a lot of other things. So, same thing, we can try vinyl distortion and hear what it's really adding. We're isolating the concept of this plugin from everything that comes before it. The same thing as when they make convolution reverb. They're using an impulse sweep, which is just a sine wave played through a room, and then they record that reverb sound, and then they play a sine wave with the inverse phase against that sound and remove the sine wave itself, and you're left with a recording of just room reverb with no signal to trigger it, right? And so by doing that, you can hear what the room sounds like on its own. And this is essentially doing the same thing. I mean, you don't have to actually run an inverse sine wave. You could after the plugin and see what happens, which could be kind of fun. But this is going to give you an idea of what's really happening. You know, well, if I had my Alt, if you hold Alt when you drag up and down on these, it'll make them wider. You know, you can get some interesting characteristics. Now, the next thing is sine waves are sometimes hard to deal with when we're, you know, dealing with some audio effects because you won't really hear much. So the second thing I'll try it on is a saw wave because that's got a lot of harmonic information on it. So now I can really hear what it's doing. Right? Very interesting. So we can really mess around and see what's going on. And a lot of the times you don't really need a super complicated input signal in order to generate something cool. A lot of the stuff that people are using are a lot more simple than you think, or at least rather they're controlled a little bit more. You know, that sounds really cool. You can make something out of that easily. So that said, the next thing is to test it, you know, your stuff with noise. And, you know, again, if I bring this down here, we're going from, you know, essentially 0 harmonic content to as much harmonic content as possible. And it would be nice to do it with pink noise just because it's audibly the same, you know, percepted volume across the frequency ranges. But we're just going to use white noise for now. I'm going to turn this down a little bit because it's going to be kind of loud. So frequency shifter, again, you know, we can test that and see what happens. It doesn't sound like much, right? But let's see what happens if I do something like this. Oh, right, I had the amount on. Sorry, let's reset that. Right? So if I test it on noise, I can hear what it's really doing to, you know, a full, very full harmonically contained sound source. You know, be careful. Obviously, I don't want to run noise through an amp. It's going to be a little loud. But, you know, you'll get the idea, and you'll know when to test things on. The other thing is drums. You know, so it's like, what happens if I grab, you know, I'm just doing some random stuff. Okay, what if I grab a flanger and put it on a drum? That was the wrong channel. There we go. What if I put flanger on drums? Okay, you know, if I play this groove, here's, you know, cool. Okay. Cool, right? So we can test things that way, and you know, drums is going to give us some transient information to really see what's going on. You know, we can try other plugins too. You know, you go Redux, or you know, Dynamic Tube is actually a really interesting one. I don't think I've ever actually even tried Dynamic Tube on a drums. So let's see what happens if I do that. Right? Very interesting sounds and textures and qualities. Dynamic Tube is a very interesting one to check out. You know, check it out. So yeah, noise, sine, saw, drums, go nuts. Test things one at a time. Isolate what they're doing. It's just like troubleshooting a computer, right? If something breaks, you know, if your screen doesn't turn on one day, okay, do you just throw the whole computer out? No, you have to do things one step at a time. Okay, let's try and change the HDMI cable. Maybe it's the cable. If that doesn't work, okay, let's, you know, try it on a different screen. And if that doesn't work, then maybe it's something in the computer, right? So you're going to work backwards and isolate variables one at a time so we're not looking at a whole bunch of constantly changing parts and trying to figure out what is doing what, right? And once you understand what things do and what each plugin kind of, you know, what effect each plugin really has on any sort of sound source, then you can make a lot better of an educated decision on how you want to stack them in your processing chain, as opposed to just kind of doing it randomly. I do encourage trying to do things randomly, but you can do things randomly, but with like an educated guess as towards what the end result is going to be, right? You know, it's you can make better predictions and again, speed up your workflow. So another reason why I kind of preach this is if you can figure out exactly what each one of these plugins does, every single knob on every type of input signal, then you will be a lot better prepared to understand what plugins you're going to want in the future. If I am constantly using, chorus and phasers and flangers or something like that, maybe it might be worth experimenting with some third-party chorus, phasers, and flangers, because you know that you really like that sound, and you can maybe get slightly different variations of those sounds from the other plugin companies and stuff, because they have different algorithms that process it differently. So, no two flangers are going to be exactly the same, even though they are, at heart basically doing the same thing. Also, I find that most plugins that are kind of geared towards, consumer thing, like a one knob does all sort of situation, a lot of those plugins, I'll take Sausage Fattener for instance. Sausage Fattener is great. It's 2 knobs and it does some stuff and you don't really know what it does. But if you understand exactly what all of these audio effects do, you can hear what's going on when you turn that knob. And I'll tell you that it's probably would not be that difficult to rebuild Sausage Fattener inside Ableton using just Ableton plugins. If you know what's going on, it's a little bit of saturation, a little bit of compression, a little bit of, boost in the low end, so probably expansion. It's basically a combination of like OTT saturator and like an EQ with a small bell curve on it, which is what the color knob is doing, right? So knowing that is going to save you a lot of time, because then you can see a plugin and be like, oh yeah, that looks cool, but I could build that in Ableton. Or, on the other hand, you could see something and be like, oh, that's cool. That's a really good version of, something that I wish I could do with Ableton. And I'll tell you the only things that you really need to look out for are limiters, because Ableton's limiter is not good. It does not sound good at all. And I love EQ8, but it's not a linear EQ. So if you know the difference between nonlinear and linear EQs, EQ8 is nonlinear, which it's a whole other can of worms. But anyway, a lot of these plugins also have an oversampling feature. Glue Compressor is one of them. EQ is one of them. There's a couple other ones. Turn it on. It's just, you can do your research on what it means, but I recommend that you turn it on. Also, if you have a preset in a specific condition and you like it that way, you can save this as your default version. So when you load it in, it looks like that. So you'll already notice that when I load in like a flanger, it looks probably different than most of yours, because I think they usually start like that. Just because I know what I want to do with it, and I know when I drop it on there. Also, amp is a really good one. I have this set to, first of all, dual, so it doesn't just mono the signal instantly, and then also with the dry wet turned pretty down, because usually when you load it in, it's jacked all the way with mono on, and if you're just working on something and you forget to pause, and then you just double click amp and drop it on there, your ears are in for a nice blast of pain for a couple seconds. So just things like that. And there are some other cool things in there that you should check out if you go to your user library and you go into your if you go into defaults, check out what these do. There's dropping samples on a drum rack. Okay, so if I were to grab a drum sample and just drop it onto a blank MIDI channel, so if I do this, it's going to be kind of silly because I'm going to drop that whole loop in there, but you'll see. If I grab this and I drag this down onto this MIDI channel's effect area, it will generally load it into a simpler for you. But you can actually alter what happens by saving a device right here. So I have it set up so that if I drop a sample on here, it loads it into 3 simplers simultaneously, actually rather samplers. It loads it into 3 of them, and I have one of them in the middle and one of them pan left and right, and then I have it so that one of the knobs can actually pitch the left one up and the right one down, and then, that way if I'm playing this, let's get some sound. It's going to sound ridiculous. Okay, so we got that. Terrible example, but... Right? Anyway, so that's just some fun stuff. I rarely use this, but you can put interesting things on here, right? So if you drop things on there, this is actually the one that I just used, default sampler. So whatever you put in here, as long as it's a sampler or a simpler, when you do drop a audio thing on this area, it will load it into whatever your default setup is there. So that's another little tiny quick tip. So moving forward, I'm starting to run out of time, so I'm going as fast as I can, and it's also boiling hot in my studio. So I have a little rag here to wipe the sweat that is just pouring down off my face. Welcome to summer in a room that is filled with insulation and has no windows. Okay, so creative processing. I like to do a lot of parallel processing, and so just a little example is I have this sound from a project that I was working on, and I have this processing chain. So I just want to show you what one of my processing chains looks like. So I'll play the sound without it on first. So we got this. It's just like a reverse Rhodes sample, right? Nothing super exciting. And so I was trying to make it more interesting. So the first thing that I did is I threw a lot of stuff. I threw an audio effect rack on here, and I gave it a dry wet knob so that this, on this one, it doesn't run into this processing chain here, which is a sort of a distortion chain that I have. And this has got a bunch of effects on it as well. If I load that up, here's like a bunch of processing that I made for a Rhodes sound. So if I turn off all of this stuff real quick, try and turn off some of it. I got a lot. Let's highlight a bunch of things. Oh boy. There's too many things. Yeah, I don't know how much of this I can highlight. Yeah, there we go. I can turn that off and that off. And then that will take me down to here. Okay, and then I can turn all that off. Okay, yeah, that'll give you a general idea. Okay, so yeah, as I turn this one on, we go from this to this. All right, and there's some modulation on here. And I believe this is only half dry wet, so I'll just move this up for time being. It's pretty rough. Obviously I was trying to go for something else that, didn't end up being exactly this, but let me just re-enable all that stuff. So this runs through like a distortion chain essentially, and then I have some filters routed here that do some stuff. And then I turn on some auto pan to give it a little bit of modulation for the volume, and kind of put it rhythmically in time. A little bit of OTT. I got, then I have, this is the part where it gets really interesting. I have 3 LFOs that are routed to this channel here, which is split into 3 parallel chains, and these LFOs are set to prime numbers so that I get the most random combinations of all 3 of these volumes. And as it runs, it goes into a chain that I was going to do like a high, mid, and low split, but I ended up just kind of going random. So I've got a high band, which is doing this, and it essentially just turns it all into noise. Literally, that's just still coming from the same signal. And then the mid band is going through a bunch of reverb and auto pan. So you can hear it fading in and out. And then the low band is going through some more distortion, but it's monoed, and then there's a flanger and a chorus and some other things. So all together, we get this sort of crazy thing. All right, so it's just adding a bunch of motion to a sound that otherwise was kind of boring. And then if I add the rest of this on, at the end of it, we've got a bunch of crazy stuff that's really good for resampling. And if it gets too complicated at a certain point, it's really easy for me to just bounce it down. All I got to do is make another audio channel and then just press record and then press the delete key, and it'll just bounce it right down, and I can play with this sample more without worrying about all the audio effects. Coming back to this, you'll notice that, what was I going to say here? Oh yeah, at the very end of this, there's this EQ. So this is kind of an important thing to realize, is that this process is, I picked this deliberately because it's one of the most ridiculous things I've made. Just, this is way overkill. But I just want you to see that, like, you can go a lot deeper than you think if you want to. And what you end up with is a chain that I can save, and then if I want to, I can run other things through it now. So what happens if I, again, test the plugin, because I just built a plugin. If I run a sine wave through it, what does that sound like? Well, it sounds like this. I think there's a high pass filter that's on somewhere. I don't know where it is. I mean, it could be that. Yeah, because this should be a little bit lower of a note. But anyway, you get the idea, right? Yeah, we can play with it, right? We can have some fun. It does some cool stuff. There's my bass. Kinda. But whatever, that's the thing, is now if I run different things through this, if I can grab a square wave or a saw wave, and kind of sounds almost the same because there's so much going on. Right? That sounds sweet. So if I want, I can just turn this on and then just record it. right? So that's kind of just the process of making stuff. And by doing this, I'm kind of creating chaos. This is like unexpected stuff. I had educated decisions in my linear flow when I was making this effect rack. Every time I put something in, there was a reason why I wanted to do that, right? I'm just trying to like organize my sound into becoming something that, you know, will either be controlled or will be chaotic. And then if it is chaotic, then I can just resample it out later and then use it. But once I get to the end of it, I then will put an EQ on it or something that is actually for the purpose of mixing, right? So you have to understand there's a difference between sound design and mixing. And I kind of wanted to touch on that a little bit more later, but I'm not sure I'm going to have very much time. So at that, let's just move on to the next section. This is a cool sound. I'm probably going to save that and use it for something. The next thing is I just want to talk about making actual chaos racks. So this is something I do a little bit in in production, which is try to create randomness, because a computer actually can't do random very well. It only does what you tell it to do. So asking a computer to do something other than what you're telling it to do is, anyway, story for another day. But there's something called sample and hold, which not a lot of people know about, or at least don't use, because there isn't really a very easy way to do it in Ableton. But I did figure out a method that's kind of cool, and it allows you to put sample and hold on anything that you want. So I mean, for example, I will load an EQ in here just to give you a demonstration that's a little bit more visually pleasing. But if I map, let's take this random here, okay? I'm going to turn up the random rate. I'm going to map it to, let's just go with chorus knob of oscillator B there. And I'll set the minimum and maximum to be something that's not 100 and not 0. So it's always going to be doing something, right? So if I play this operator, it's giving me random stuff, which is cool, but it's kind of just going forever. But if I press the hold button, it will stop at that position. And if I release it, it'll keep going, right? And it gives me different parameters. So if I were to, say, map this to a bunch of things, I don't know why I picked that one, but let's just, why not? Sure. Just a bunch of random parameters, and, just gonna mess with this a little bit. And now if I play this, pretty aggressive. Right, we get a lot of crazy stuff. But what if I like how it sounded in one position? Well, it's constantly moving around, so that makes it a little bit difficult to capture. But if I use an envelope, I can map this envelope to this hold button. So that means that as long as the sustain is up all the way, and I'll turn the release down, whenever I'm holding a MIDI note, and I'll turn the velocity off as well, whenever I'm holding a MIDI note, it's going to trigger this button to stop. Right, so that's giving me randomness. I said I was also going to map this to the EQ to show you something else that's cool, but so if I map that to whatever here, and then I'll go, this is going to be ridiculous. I'll map that to that, and I'll change the directions of them, and then I'll map it also to 6 gain, and oh dear God, yeah, we're getting a lot of high notes, so I can adjust the depth so that it's a lot less, or rather not the offset, the depth, so it's not going so intensely, but oh God, why are they all focused all the way up there? Let's put those frequency ranges a little bit lower. Yeah, there, I kind of wanted them to move together like that. Right, we're getting some crap sounds right now, but you get the idea. You can create randomness by just using the sample and hold thing, and then every time you press the note, it will stop and hold that position. So you can just kind of generate random sounds that way, and then you can resample them and use them later. And I was going to actually demonstrate that on this instrument as well. I'll do that really quickly. Why not? This is an instrument I made for a friend of mine. I'll map this to there. Why not? I'll map it to a flanger. Random these again. Map it to pitch randomly. Map it to a distortion amount. And I'll map it to that. I don't even know what half of this does anymore. I kind of just made like one instrument that does a million things. And I'll just turn up some random stuff. Obviously it'd be really nice if you have a bunch of these LFOs because you don't want them to all be synchronized with each other. This is kind of annoying because you're only going to get a certain specific amount, right? But if you have multiple versions of random things that are running at different rates, then these knobs won't be synchronized with each other. And so you can get a lot more different variations and combinations of things, right? But just for example, and I'll set this up again for the sample and hold thing. I'll just set it to the hold knob there, and then turn the velocity off, set the release down. And then so every time I press a note, it will stop that. So every time I press a note, it's giving me something a little bit different. Obviously, these are all moving, again, simultaneously, so it seems a little bit more controlled than it should be, but you can understand how this would really affect what's going on in the plugin if you do this properly and not rush through it like I'm doing right now. Next thing I want to talk about is this. I'm not going to have time for that, unfortunately. Okay, but I'll go through this one. If you want to make really intense controlled chaos, we can use samplers. And so if you open up a sampler and you drop a bunch of random samples in here, okay? So you just highlight them all and you drop them into this zone thing. By the way, if you right click in here, there's a bunch of really cool features where you can actually normalize the volumes of them all. So even if the samples are at different volumes, if you press that, it will actually go through and render them all to be playing at 0. Right, so if I highlight all these and then normalize volumes, you'll actually see it's going to go through it and check to make sure that the loudest part of each sample is at its maximum, so that it's going to give them a little bit of consistency throughout the board, which is kind of handy. And then if I go to velocity and I highlight these all, right click over here and go distribute ranges equally, that means for every different velocity that the keystroke is, it's going to trigger a different sample to play. So and you're like, oh no, but isn't it going to make them loud and quiet? Well, for this kind of purpose, we don't really need to worry about velocity controlling the volume. We'll deal with the volume later. So you can come in here to your filter global modulation section and then just turn the velocity to volume, amplitude relationship all the way down. And then we go back here. And if I use, and I've got it set up in a couple different ways here, if I use an arpeggiator, and a velocity MIDI effect to randomize entirely the velocity, that means that every time I play a note, I've got a random one here as well. Every time I play a note, it will randomly trigger what to do, and it will duplicate it essentially. So check this out. I had a different idea where I was going to actually key map them as well. And if you did this instead of using velocity was just the fastest way to do it. If you do this with a key map and you distribute ranges equally there and then set the scale to 0, it will play them all the same note and it won't care what key you press it in. But if you do that, then you have the option to use this random note picker. And if you select it before the arpeggiator, that means that when you press the note one time and hold it, it's going to pick a random sample. But then, here, I'll just, I might be able to set this up real quick here. Let me just highlight this all, and I'm just going to grab it and straighten that out. So I've got all of them, and I'll grab this. Okay, so they're all at the same velocity. Now, velocity doesn't matter. I turn the velocity part off. But if I select the key and I just go distribute all ranges equally, again, that means that the note, every time I press a note, because I have random note on, it will play a different sample. Right? So if I put random before the arpeggiator, if I press this, it'll trigger one of the samples over and over again. Right? And now if I put the random after the arpeggiator, it will do everything. Right? Right? You can understand how that might be fun. So just playing around with that can give you more creative freedom to do other things. The next thing that I wanted to, oh my God, I hate it when that stupid thing is open. It opens the zone position and when the zone position is open and you try to click on something, it automatically moves things around for you. Anyway, so another layer beyond that, if we have time for me to demonstrate this really quickly, I actually went and found a MIDI gate device here that receives MIDI from another channel and then allows the incoming MIDI from a clip on this channel to open and start playing. So I'll show you why that's valuable. First, I'm going to turn it off. Now, what I have here is if I arm this drum channel and I set this drop maker thing to input from the drum channel, then that means if I arm this or set this to in, I can actually trigger the bass to go along with the kick and the snare. Right? So we can make cool stuff like that, especially like really interesting rhythms that go along with random bass samples that you're using and stuff. So it's a little bit faster to just create random stuff. So the reason why the MIDI gate is really cool is because if I come in here, I've got this set up. So I've got a chain rack here with a MIDI gate, the send, MIDI gate sender is why it's a sender, on a separate chain that is linked to only the notes that the kick drum and snare are playing, right? So the reason why that's important is because now if I turn this MIDI gate on and I turn this to just all ins and not arm it, that means that if I have a note here, so check this out, doesn't play any sound, right? But if I send a MIDI signal through this MIDI gate, it will actually open this up and start triggering at that pitch using the random thing that I did here. So watch, as long as I play this, that means anytime that I trigger a kick, it will trigger it in time, but at that pitch. Now, if I go over to another pitch, it'll trigger those pitches instead. So now I can use this to make even more slightly controlled chaos versions. And the reason why I have it mapped only to the kick and snare is because then I can also play some hats, which I have some. So I can, yeah. Can't really hear them that well though, so I'm gonna turn it down a little bit and then maybe turn these hats up a little bit. Let's go back in there. Yeah, that'll take a little while to turn them all up, and I'm literally running out of time, so we're just gonna have to deal with it. So yeah. Right? So we can have a little bit of fun, right? And we can control chaos, we can do some exciting things, and essentially we're making this so that we can just bounce it out, you know what I mean? We're making this so that we can generate some reactive stuff and then take those samples and then use them in a song that is a little bit more focused and directive. I don't expect this to actually write a song for you, but I do expect it to give you some inspiration, because if you can't figure out something to do after I did that, then, well, I would hope that you can figure out something to do, because I'll tell you that is definitely a very easy way to drop the bass. So let's wrap this up here real quick. The last thing I wanted to talk about was just be aware of the difference between sound design and mixing. There are very, very different. There's a very big difference between sound design and mixing, and that is that sound design is a lot like cooking, and mixing is a lot like baking. Cooking is a little bit more art, and baking is a lot more science. So that said, there are a couple of very minor rules with cooking, like don't serve raw chicken. But as far as everything else goes, you can kind of flavor things however the hell you want, and you might be able to create something cool. With sound design, same thing. Do whatever you want. Be aware that there are some things that probably are just not going to work out very well. But once you understand those rules, you can pretty much do whatever you want, and don't be afraid to break them or do things that people have told you, don't do this. Like, try stuff. If it sounds good, then it'll probably be fine. On the other side of things with mixing, little bit more like baking. There is a science to it. You're welcome to experiment with it, but there are things that have been tested and tried and experienced over and over again by experienced, well-trained mixing engineers that we can tell you that if you follow certain processes, it will optimally lead you into the right direction, without you having to go through the trial and error on your own. But again, maybe even a little bit more lenient than baking. You can't mess with the amount of baking powder that goes into cookies, but you can decide how many chocolate chips you want to add. So when someone tells you to EQ something exactly this amount to this specific frequency range, take it with a grain of salt. Do whatever you need to do to make something sound good. But, look around for some advice. And if there's issues, really, honestly, at the end of the day, you're just going to have to work on improving your ear's ability to pick out and deal with unwanted things. I find most of the time when people are doing mixing, they focus more on like what they have to do to make something sound good, when really you should be focusing more on what you should do to make it sound less bad. Because at the end of the day, all we want to do is get it ready for mastering, which is when we're just going to turn the volume up. And when we turn the volume up, we want to make sure that there aren't any very, very loud, painful frequencies sticking out that are going to hurt you. So mixing comes down to just getting rid of those bad frequencies and making some space for everything to fit together. That's just my take on mixing and stuff like that. But I hope the rest of this gives you a little bit of inspiration to go forward and try and figure out what you can do with the Ableton plugins. Because I'll tell you, as much as I love Serum, you can rebuild Serum inside Ableton if you really think about it. So thank you guys very much for having me, and happy producing. Take care. Peace.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining me today. I know you were called upon very last minute. And so I thought maybe just to start things off, I would just give a bit of context to how the three of us arrived in a Zoom conversation right now. I was originally scheduled to do a panel this weekend for the music conference on, I think the title was how to succeed as an artist post COVID-19. And I put together a panel of a bunch of managers and agents from the US and Canada. And, you know, with the events unfolding in the States this week, it started to feel like an ill-timed panel to have. And I felt from speaking with you know, some of the people on my panel in the States that as Canadians, maybe some of us aren't realizing how intense things are in the States. And after having a lot of calls with them, I felt like immediately I should get out of the way and make that panel space open to someone else. And I had a couple great calls with Tarun. He's been a long time friend and collaborator on lots of projects. And Tarun really encouraged me to think about it and see if I could still use this panel for something else. And that's kind of how we got here today. I asked Tarun, you know, if he would be comfortable talking to me about race in Canada, you know, about the current situation that we're in and that's unfolding. And if there was a friend that came to mind that we could call a big favor upon that would join us, just so that it wasn't just the two of us. And so, Hervé, I thank you very much for joining us today too. So I thought I really want to have you know, an intimate conversation with the three of us and not have this feel like a boring panel. And so just to break the mold from that right away, I'm going to turn it over to you guys first. And maybe Hervé, you can start and just tell us a little bit about, before I blabber more, just about who you are, where you are today, and just how you're feeling right now, and, you know, what thoughts you're having.
Well, as you mentioned, I'm based in Montreal. I'm part of this collective and a group of friends called Moonshine. Basically, it started like 5 years ago, where we decided to occupy the space that wasn't used in Montreal for like African electronic music, just because that's the music that we grew up listening to and our friends listening to, and we didn't get that in the city when we were going out. And yeah, some of our friends became DJ from there, studied on YouTube how to do it, because obviously there's like no criteria of a good or bad DJ for that scene. And it wasn't about being a good or bad DJ, but mostly just about like creating a space for, you know, for that scene to exist. And yeah, so it started as like every Saturday after the full moon, you need to text the phone number to get the address for the party. And it was actually my real phone number. And, you know, after after a couple of, you know, events, luckily it was only once a month, you know, and yeah, it came naturally, you know. It came from like us partying in one of my friends' kitchen to actually setting up those events for just friend of our friends, because that's still like what we really believe in. Just if you invite a friends to your place or your like environment, is not gonna try to trash it or is gonna respect it in a different way. You know, we're not like in a club. So that was the spirit we were trying to, you know, build with Moonshine. And now it's become more than just the event. There's also a boutique label where we release some music, and also a clothing brand attached to it. And yeah, we've been traveling with those events, doing the same in Paris and in Chile. And yeah, until we had all these big plans and COVID came in March, and this is us, you know. And even worse, there's been this outcry on the social media, and this is us again, you know. So yeah, this is pretty much what's happening here in Montreal. It's a lot of people trying to like reposition themselves and what to do next. But when it comes to what we do with like Moonshine, we just gonna continue on being creative, because that's have been the motto since the beginning. You know, just creative, find different ways to express our love for the African and diaspora's music. And you know, if it's not in the club, it's through music, it's through movies, and we can still do those things. So that's the plan, at least for now.
Thanks, Hervé.
Yeah.
I guess I'll go next.
Yeah.
So my name is Tarun, or Tarun, as it's said in Hindi. I'm coming to you live from the unceded First Nations territory of the Klahoos people. So I'm up on Cortez for the last few weeks, sort of hiding out in the woods. So it looks like I'm in a cardboard box, but I'm really in a little cabin studio place next to my baby, my darling.
Oh,
Modular synth. So I'm, playing around with weird bleeps and bloops at the moment. I've known, Nick, I've known you for a long time, probably a decade now or more. And Elve, I just met you, more than a decade, wow. Elve, I just met you last year in Mexico, in Guadalajara. So
but
great.
love at first sight. Love at first sight.
Yeah, totally.
Let's just make it clear. Okay.
Let's make it clear. Yeah, we definitely spent the weekend in an intense bromance while watching the Toronto Raptors together. Although Elve was not rooting for the Toronto Raptors, so make that clear.
Yes, I'm one of those.
So I'm a half South Asian kid who grew up in Montreal actually, and moved to Vancouver about 20 years ago. And I've become, I was in a band that toured for a long time. And I technically still am, but I think all of us who are in bands during COVID are sort of only half in bands. And that band is called Delhi to Dublin. And, we're not touring this summer. But I also run the largest South Asian youth event in Canada called 5X Festival that happens in Surrey and Vancouver. And I run a sort of a smaller boutique South Asian record label that's really focused on, I would say, like pushing the sound forward. So we do a lot of electronic music and some rap and R&B and stuff. But I would say like our basis is electronic music. And I really came at this whole thing. I grew up playing Indian classical music, but I sort of fell in love with electronic music in the East Vancouver scene 20 years ago. Started DJing, throwing parties, getting booked to play parties, and that normal thing. That ended up with me quitting my job and joining a band, and and doing random shit for the rest of my life.
Awesome. Thank you.
And how am I doing this week?
Yeah,
This
sorry.
week-
How are you doing?
This week
more importantly
has been intense. It's just like it just seems like there's so much, and it's like my heart doesn't really know what to do with it. And I know so many people from so many different communities, and it's like everyone is experiencing this in a very different way. And I wouldn't say that communities are sort of experiencing it the same way. Like there's so much diversity. And so speaking from my own community, the South Asian community, there's this half of the people who are making music, which is just like a direct appropriation of music that was, made largely unacknowledged by Black people, are just going through this as if nothing's happening. And that's been really shocking for me. And that's, both electronic music and rap music and hip hop. And a lot of pop too. I'm just watching these South Asian artists who I'm like, some of whom I'm friends with, and just kind of in this like, God, don't you understand like what's happening here? Like, how can you appropriate the culture and then not say anything? And so there's this like kind of this confusion that's happening where I feel like, I'm in some kind of a dream world. I'm like, and I can feel the kind of uncomfortableness of many of my white friends. And some of them are, some of them have been doing work for a long time with issues of race and diversity and whatnot, and they're equipped. And many others are not at all and under-resourced. And even though they're, good people, I can see them publicly sort of doing things which are like, ooh, like, yo, bro, like, what are you doing? Like, first, like, shut up. And second, so yeah, there's a lot of, it's a big week. And I think I was really feeling like I was having a hard time on Wednesday, and spoke with a friend, and she was really encouraging me, like, yes, it seems crazy and intense. And this is a global movement now, and that's a good thing. This has got so much, it's got so much kind of wings on it at the moment that we really just have to support and keep on moving forward for, positive change.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll say who. I guess I haven't said who I am either. My name is Nick. I run a record label called Westwood Recordings, manage a bunch of artists, and work closely with a huge roster of artists around the world. But it's a large focus of our artist roster and releases are artists here in Western Canada, where I live and where I started the label. And I've also still actively tour the world with my group called the Funk Hunters. And a large part of our music is built from or built upon creative work that was done by, you know, incredible Black creatives and artists way before my time, especially in my group as the Funk Hunters. And largely, you know, across the spectrum, our record label releases, you know, all styles of electronic music, but a lot of it is rooted in hip hop and funk and soul and disco and house, and or at least comes from there. So I think, you know, one thing I just want to make clear in like the three of us talking with us today is that I don't expect, you know, don't expect any one of us to speak for our community. I think we're just, you know, I really view you guys as industry leaders in your own community and movers and shakers that are intimately involved. And I really want to pick your brain and also, you know, share how I'm feeling and just see if we can, you know, start a conversation and frame the conversation more about what's happening here in our world, because I think Canada is very different than America. And so one thing, you know, that, you know, Tarun, you touched on the uncomfortableness. I think that's something that I felt this week. I felt uncomfortableness for a lot of the artists that I work with, a lot of friends, a lot of, you know, artists that we release and work with on an intimate basis, failing to like engage with what's going on. And that's really upset me, because I wondered if there was something like inherently that they were missing or that we were missing. And it really challenged me to like step up and feel like, hey, this is like my time to help, you know, not to tell anyone what to do, but maybe to help them look at things differently and really start to realize, especially just like culturally, where the music that we all love and dance to at festivals all summer comes from, and why we should be more involved, and you know, what we can do better. I think that was the title of our conversation today. It was, you know, what can we do better? You know, a conversation about race in Canadian electronic music. And so just speaking about the uncomfortableness for me personally, I was on social media last night and I noticed Pretty Lights, who's a, you know, one of the most famous white electronic music producers in America. His career has essentially been on pause. He's had a social media blackout for years now. And so he came out of the dark last night to make his first post I think it was his first post in 2 years. And he said, it's going to be uncomfortable for a lot of people, but that discomfort is part of the fear that we must step into and navigate through better. And that really resonated with me as a white business owner, a white leader in my community, someone who manages artists, books talent, and chooses what records to release. I feel like it is an uncomfortable conversation because there's some facts that I'm aware of, but maybe I just don't engage with or face enough on a daily basis. And, you know, there's challenges of like how I can diversify the music and the artists that I'm working with here in Canada. And so I wanted to speak a bit about that. But before we get too deep, maybe ask you guys personally, like what relationship do you have to, you know, what relationship do you have to race in your community specifically and in the broader Canadian industry? And what experiences have you been facing, not this week, but in, you know, in the last couple of years? You guys both come from very different communities, as do I.
Well, here in Montreal, honestly, I didn't even know before that there was a music industry, because I saw like I was looking at like whatever's happening in France, you know, just like, I have to be honest, I just didn't know it existed, okay, for like a long time, because I wasn't consuming it. And then I kind of stumbled into it while working with Pierre Quenders, who's a Congolese singer that makes him like African electronic music. So when I started working with him, I started discovering that, yeah, there's actually like an industry and there's like grants. And by the time I was getting that information, I was already 25. So my relationship, my point is just like, I feel like I was super late just knowing what was the resources around, you know? And because of that, I was already behind certain of like my peers when it comes to just knowing actually that, hey, there's Factor, there's Musique Action, there's all these like resources available, you know, that's one. And, you know, the most obvious one is, you know, after like just doing the the music that we were doing, I just realized that there's not that many people. It's not like really diversified, you know. And the grant was also just written in a way to push a certain like cultural man, and it was hard for people with my background and my liking to get access to those grants. So I stopped basically chasing those grants. So I guess that it's from there that I discovered the DIY, you know, just basically trying to get you know, the whole audience is basically me and my friends, and you know the not only like the downtown kids, you know. And yeah, and from there I think we find like a pretty interesting balance between like the music industry, the grants, and also the organic way. And the way we see it would like to be like 100% just like organic, you know, and just like people choose, you know, because really the grants can be limiting when it comes to like creating, and like our scene interact a lot with what's happening internationally, and most of the time the way creation grants are written, it's mostly to just work with people that are Canadian, and just for type like dynamic. I've always felt out of it when it comes to funding and the industry, because always been like the dynamic with to export. But on the good side, I've seen a lot of like those institutions trying to reach out a bit more, and other than the criteria when it comes to selections and things like that. And yeah, like for the past 2 years or so. But other than that, I'm like a bit outsider of like the music industry, and I'm always happy to meet people like Tarun. Like when I'm a bit joking at the beginning of the conversation that was love at first sight, because actually it was really like really fun to meet someone that, you know, have experience in music, been really passionate about something that is not like quote unquote mainstream, you know, and that have another identity and also come from Canada. And like, wow, these things come from Canada. That's so cool, you know. And yeah, that's my take on like the industry and, you know, the grants.
Thanks. Yeah, well, I really want to dive into grants. Before Tarun responds, Hervé, I was just going to ask if you want to check if you have anything else on your computer open, because your stream was coming in great, and now we're starting to get super choppy. But if you just want to double check if you got anything else that might be using your internet. Tarun, I'll pass it over to you.
Let me close some tabs.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. I'm also on spotty internet, and I just closed all of my tabs, and so hopefully, you know, hopefully I closed everything. So yeah, I feel like, and I've been really vocal about this in the past, like I'm not going to really mince words. I believe that our, you know, I mean, this country and this continent was founded on slavery and genocide. And I think that all of the institutions that we've built since have had that baked in. They've had those systems baked into them. And the music industry is, you know, the sort of capitalist, like military industrialist complex, and the music industry, that it's all part of the same way of thinking. So I think it's very possible to have like a healthy career in music. But I think that inherently, you know, if you go to any, like when I'm at Canadian Music Week or whatever, I'll speak for Canada for the time being, like any record label party you go to, it's going to be like 95% white dudes. And dudes, you know, like not a whole lot of women either. And I think we're going to get into statistics afterwards, Nick, with regards to, you know, what we've been able to dig up on in terms of, you know, what's being listened to and where the money goes. But I would say inherently my experience, like one of the things that really inspired me to do the work that I'm doing with the festival and the record label was spending 15 years in a band, playing almost 2,000 shows around the world. in coming home to North America and playing at all of these festivals with, you know, thousands and thousands of people, and looking out at the crowd and seeing the crowd and the other artists just not reflecting the diversity of the cities that we're in. And that became, it started off as like a weird observation, like, wow, like notice how there's no other brown people in the crowd. Like that's weird. You know, there's no other brown artists. That's weird. But after like show after show, year after year, it becomes like, this is like being in Get Out or something. Like, this is just fucking eerie. Like, it's eerie that you just don't, like, we have these cities that are so diverse, but that's not reflected in the festival landscape of Canada, or necessarily even the club landscape. And stuff is so divided. And in our community, in the South Asian community, people party at wedding receptions on Friday and Saturday nights in Surrey. And if you try to bring that same vibe into the city, there are a few exceptions. Like, we work closely with Blueprint and they're super open to doing stuff, but most clubs don't want a bunch of brown people in the club. That's just like straight up how it is, you know? And that comes from, you know, racist perceptions of, you know, brown people being more likely to be in gangs. And I've never been able to find any statistic that says that brown people are actually more likely to be in gangs. It's just a perception that club owners and venues have. And that, I think that really kind of trickles all the way down to, you know, artist development, because there's just not a lot of places for people to play safely. And so this entirely separate and parallel universe of like massive Indian weddings, which are basically raves with LED screens and like fucking cryo jets and, you know, every like pyrotechnics, has developed because that's where people can actually party. And, you know, and then I look at the festivals closer to home, and I'm gonna, you know, I'm friends with, you know, I'm on the BC Festivals Collective, whatever. So I'm friends with a lot of people, but I think we can all take a look at the festivals happening in our own backyard and be like, wow, they're pretty fucking white. Like, unless it's like the African Festival of Vancouver, like, you know, it's like pretty white. Like you, and I think that, you know, I don't necessarily think that every person booking the stages is racist, but we're operating within a racist system. And unless we actively disrupt those systems, they'll just continue, because those are patterns that are ingrained into us. And it doesn't only go back 400 years. I mean, these are patterns that have been established in human minds for much longer than that. So I think these are really, really big problems and challenges. And I think that conversations like this are essential, and we should all be having conversations like this and within our own communities to try to like talk about what's actually there in front of us. And I think statistics help, Nick, and I know that you've been doing some work over the last few days to like actually dive into that.
Yeah, well, I mean, before I even look at statistics, I wanted to highlight a post that you actually made this week. I wrote it down. You said, just personally on one of your posts this week, True, and you said, our cities are so diverse. Vancouver is 51% non-white. I didn't even know what that number was. So I love this post. You went on to say, our biggest music stars are not white, and yet almost every industry event I attend is snow white and male. So, I mean, I love the tough questions. You know, are the people that are booking these things inherently racist? Are they making like racist decisions when they're booking those lineups? Or are we like, you know, I don't know what the term is, but are we passively letting a system continue? And is, I think what I'm feeling right now, like for myself personally in this moment and the feelings this week, is it's like, okay, like enough is enough. Like, I can't tell other people what to do, but I can finally step up and be like, I've been in Vancouver for 10 years. And if our city is 51% non-white, why are all the events that I'm playing and headlining all white people? I think it's such a great starting point right there. I mean, you see it as an artist on a stage. You see it when you look at the lineups. And to add on that same tip, I looked up some of the big live streaming festivals that were happening. And this journalist, Sherry, she runs this awesome music and technology newsletter called Water of Music. I think she's actually speaking in the workshop or in the conference this weekend as well. But she did a quick study and looked at all of the big EDM festival lineup. So she included the Room Service Festival, Sirius XM's Virtual Dance Festival, the first edition of Digital Mirage. Across the board, there was only 5 to 8% Black artists. 70 to 80% of all the acts were white, and the gender split also skewed 84 to 95% male. So, I mean, those numbers are like, they're deafening, you know? They're louder than anything else. And the thing that almost surprises me more in the current situation we're in with COVID is that if there was ever a time that it would be easier to engage other people or try out different situations in your lineup or just invite more people to the table, it would be in the live stream environment, because we're not paying for flights and hotels. You know, we're not selling tickets in the same way. It's a totally different ballgame. And so it's interesting to see those numbers feel like, I mean, some of those numbers those are the biggest live stream festivals I would say in the electronic world right now, and some of those numbers are like more stark than I would have imagined than even a festival lineup would be.
Definitely, and you know, I think I just want to bounce back on what Tarun said at the beginning of his analysis of what happened last week. Is I think it's just like the whole system has, like, the way it's made. You know, when you have, let's say, most of your employees that are mostly, let's say, white Canadian, well, it's going to trickle down on the programmation. It's just like, there's no surprise. It's just like, it's going to be the way it is. And it's just like, you attract the people that you work with, and vice versa is for your, like, your product's going to have the same effect, and the surrounding and the whole dynamic. And now I also feel like some artists and institutions are basically, they're not free to actually even say what they want to say because of the crowd that they've built, you know? And now they, like, whatever, there's some type of like guilt or whatever that comes out because of like the inaction that stayed for like this long. And now you're scared to alienate your fans for the stuff that you don't actually believe in. And I think it's the same case with that, with Canadian institution, booking agency, records label, all that, you know. But, you know, people should take the time, you know, anyone in power, like the little power that you have, you know, to just reflect on it, on how you can actually like change that. You know, if you have 5 employees and all 5 of you are 5 straight male, you know, think about it. I know it's 5 employees, and even like the criteria why you choose people to be part of, you know, your company, or all those things matter, you know. I was talking about just like the information itself. It's not everyone that have the same information at the same time. When I was talking about the grants, is personally, I've never had any information about something that is free that I'm entitled to as a Canadian, and I just have like no information, you know. You know.
Well, let's talk about grants for a second, because you guys have both brought it up, and I think yeah, 2 immediate things to talk about. You know, one that you touched on is information. So I mean, that's one that I think is left out of the conversation a lot. I know, like, for me, I wanted to look up the data in the grants because I wanted to bring this up. But what responsibility do these federally and provincially funded grant programs have to go out to communities that are underrepresented? That's one issue that I think needs to be addressed. But let me share with you guys quickly. I pulled up the actual factor results, and you know, I've you know, been a part of the factor system for a long time, helped many artists get factor grants, and I've never actually seen this data before, so it shocked me as well. But I'll just share my screen with you for a quick second. So you guys can see my screen? Yes. So, okay, so this is the first thing I wanted to look at. This is for the last year for Factor. On the right-hand side here, this is the first time I've ever actually seen the number of projects submitted for Factor. So hip hop to me was really interesting. There's 522 projects submitted. So it's almost the second highest category that's submitted. But when I go and look at the genres that are approved, here's hip hop, 113 projects approved. Then when I look at the number of projects approved, the biggest leaders: folk, a predominantly white genre; alternative, a predominantly white genre; rock, which to me is already alternative. So if you combine those together, it's over 500 projects. it paints a pretty telling picture. Again, if I switch back over to the projects funded, electronic music that we're talking about, they have a couple categories, but it accounts for, around a couple hundred submitted, and we're seeing only 19 dance projects, only 67 electronic projects. So, I mean, just total base generalization here. What I'm seeing from looking at this last night and today is that the projects that are being funded, the money that's being given out, which is in the millions of dollars, you can see $2 million to alternative, $1.5 million to folk, almost $2 million to pop, $2 million to rock, is not representative of either the music that people are listening to or the music that's asking for the funding. So yeah, it's a bit shocking when you boil it down to numbers, and the numbers don't lie. Tarun, I know I'm putting you a bit on the spot here because you are involved in a bunch of these boards. You're actively, sought out to give feedback on diversity for a lot of these funding programs. And I believe you're on one of the boards for Factor. Is that right? Or can you, where's your thinking at on this?
Yeah, thanks. I am on Factor's Diversity and Inclusivity Committee. So we meet once a year. And I think I've got to say, like, as well as you, total transparency, I have greatly benefited from getting on the Factor train early in my career. And I can honestly say that without the support of, funding, there are some years where I just would have had to quit music. We definitely had our strong years, and then you have a lean year, and the funding is what was the margin. And so I think that Hervé's point about like the knowledge simply does not exist. And I'll speak, for momentarily on behalf of the South Asian community, just because I work with so many young artists. It's like they don't grow up with friends who get grants. And so it's not part of the culture. It's not part of like that, like, oh yeah, I would just apply for the grant and you do this and you do that. It's like, no, you have to start from scratch. It's like I feel it when I'm working with young South Asian artists, it's like you're starting like 10 years ago. It's like they'll take, because they're 23 or 24 and they didn't at 14 or 15 or 17, they didn't know that this existed. You're starting from like zero. So you have to be like, okay, first of all, there's free money. And people like take a year to get that through their head, like that there's free money. You just got to like, and then it's like, and then this is how you do it. And this is how you build your case. And the way that we've gotten around it is building a label where we have somebody on staff who just helps people write grants. And we have he's a South Asian guy from Toronto who's a great grant writer. And he's just started like bringing in the money, because these kids are often, it's like I say kids, but they're often doing millions of streams with their singles. Some of the biggest South Asian talent in the world, and it's a huge market, comes from Surrey. And yet none of these kids, still for the most part, none of these kids who are making these massive singles like get money. So speaking from the Factor side of things for a moment, they reached out, I think they realized this. Duncan is a smart guy, and the whole team there, they're smart folks. They're smart, well-meaning, and for the most part, white folks. And they're like, okay, Houston, we have a problem, which is, I think, the other possible title for this panel today. It's like, Houston, we have a problem, because we do have a problem. And I think they are trying to now actively change their policies and stuff. And so there's a bunch of us from all sorts of different communities that are on this board, but it's going to take time, man. These are systems that were built a long time ago with something very different in mind. When rock, no offense to any of these creators, like when the Bare Naked Ladies and Bryan Adams were like, the big things, it's like, that's what we did as a country. And I have the same bone to pick with the CBC. I mean, what you're doing on private radio is your business, but if you're public radio, how can you not be playing this music that's being made from our communities? Like, the CBC does not reflect what's actually happening in Canada. And they're so scared of stepping out of line that they just don't do. It's like they're just playing the same stuff. Like, sure, they'll play some, artists of color, and they have a couple of great Indigenous shows now, but like, where's the everything else? Like where's the everything else? Like, that's not my country. Like, that's not the country that I live in. So why is that? Why do I have to listen to that on the radio? Anyways, Ove, I would shoot over to you for your thoughts on this.
I think you said it all. You said it all. It's, at least we should follow like the percentage of like representation in every company, just to start off. If there's 20% of minority, we should see that in the company, and it's going to trickle down on everything else. and then need to take care of those employees because people don't come from the same background. And, we're in 2020, we shouldn't be saying that, and people should just, once again, get informed. If you know that you're lacking sensibility towards minorities, there's so many resources free out there, and I think it's never too late to, to realize that. And, it's, basic maths, basic maths. And
well,
I
numbers
shouldn't be
numbers don't
afraid
lie.
to, numbers don't lie. The numbers are there, and I'm happy to have those numbers, because sometimes, we always have those conversations and the numbers are not around, and it makes it hard to, to show a point, and have a healthy conversation about it,
Yeah. Well, when you speak about the, music companies and staff, Sherry, who I pulled those EDM streaming numbers from, also ran the numbers this morning for corporate executives. So this is America, not Canada, but also very telling. She looked at the top executives for the 3 major labels in the States. I mean, there's only 3 left. That's, there's an issue in itself, but Universal, Warner, and Sony. And she also added in Live Nation and AEG, so the 2 biggest concert promoters in America. And she looked at just the board members and corporate executives. 8% were Black. Then she expanded that number and added like another 120 lower level executives, so presidents, vice presidents, and 92 of them are white, 22, so 18% were Black. So you're seeing, if we're talking about like this trickle down leadership, from the top down, 8% to 18% were Black. I don't know, she didn't have any stats of if there were other peoples of color and what the female or male, what the gender skew would be on those. I'm sure we could take an educated guess, but yeah, I mean, Tarun, you mentioned that earlier too, just when we were talking about this, about funding, the idea of like, do these bodies have a responsibility to speak to the representation of the country and reach out to those people, but how much of it is happening internally inside of these companies? Like, when we all interface a lot with management companies, agents, various funding bodies, this not specific to Factor, but what does the staff look like at these places, and how do we change that? Because I think that trickle down thing is silently is like a large part of it. I mean, it's really perpetuating a system that's been in place for a long time. And it takes, when someone like you is called upon to speak for a different group of people in a community, it shines a spotlight on that. But if companies aren't engaging with those people, like, should, I'll just throw a hard question out there. Should they be mandated? Like, if you're receiving federal, tens of millions of dollars of federal funding, should there be a mandate that there's some kind of diversity clause in the money that you're giving out?
Elvie, what do you think about that, brother?
Yeah, I think definitely there should be a clause like that. Like
why not? Right?
Yeah, why not? If that's what it takes for people to have like a reminder, if that's the friendly reminder that people need, because they're handling this money, because, yeah, why not? Just like a quick anecdote, I've put out an album with this artist that I've mentioned, New Pierre Quanders. And throughout his career, we've never worked with any publicist that wasn't white. And his music is singing like Congolese, rumba, influence with some electronic music in Lingala. So like people, they don't understand it, So it was really hard, to have like someone like him to market his music and have like a whole team of people and market it in Canada. And then came this publicist from Cameroon, in the loop. And just because she could understand where like the music was coming from and articulate it like properly and communicate that message to Canadian media and professionals, I think she was so crucial, because that album had reviews from like Pitchfork and such, and a work that was never done before. And to me, that was like a direct input of someone that was like from a minority that made that project to achieve that level of excellence, you know. And that cannot happen if you don't make like minority involved in your projects, you know, because you're spending all those money, but then you finance artists, and then the artists can't even communicate properly with the audience because you don't have enough people from the community that are professionals and such, you know. So yeah, that's like my little anecdote about like, yes, maybe we should have like that 20%, if that's 20% of minority that is in Canada, you know, we should see it, you know, with your releases, with your staff, and, you know, yeah, why not? Why not?
Well, I love that anecdote. I mean, Tarun, you spent the last 10 years touring the world and making albums in a very, I mean, I shouldn't say the entire group is South Asian. You know, there was multiple cultures, kind of like a melting pot mixed together in your band, Delhi to Dublin. But I, you know, would be willing to bet that 99% of the team that you guys had access to was probably white. I mean, white publicists, white agents, white managers. Can you speak to, you know, what that experience was like? And do you think your band would have had different successes if you had someone from your community representing the band in certain situations?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we made a conscious decision because there's a very healthy South Asian music scene, even in Canada. Like if you want to, you know, be a successful South Asian singer, you can definitely grow up in Canada and have a whole career where there's no integration with you're never going to get played on the radio. You're never going to do a show at the Commodore, but you can make a living within that community because it's a big community. But we made a decision really early on that that's not how we wanted to do it. It was like, I don't want to just exist in this like desi world of music. I want to be doing, like, we want to play the Commodore. We want to go play the Fillmore in San Francisco. We want to play Burning Man. We want to do all of these things. Like that's where my background was. I was like, I'm not interested in just being pigeonholed. So we made a conscious decision to hire white people because we knew that the brown people would have no, you know, and you know this very well, and Elve, I'm sure you do too. It's like the music industry is like every other industry. It's who you know. And the people you want on your team are the people who know people, because nothing happens. It's like, you know, when you used to go to a festival and it's like, submit your music here. Like, I don't know if any of those emails even go anywhere. Like, I don't even think that's a thing.
Yeah.
Like, I've never heard of anyone actually getting into a festival by like submitting on a form. It's like, who do you know? Do you know the person that books the festival? And, you know, I just went through this, Nick, with the Minecraft thing that we're both working on at the moment. I'm going after these big acts, and it's like, you can go through official channels, but that's pretty much useless. You need to know the person who knows the person. And it's the white people in Canada, that know the people. And so we were like, well, we want to do this, so we need to use the white people to get there. And just going back to your earlier comment on responsibility, I 100% believe that if this is free money given by the population of Canada, given by taxpayers, then these companies that are taking the free money have to be accountable to that money. And that goes for the CBC and it goes for all of the labels. I know that not all of Factor's money is public money, but half of it is. And, all of the companies taking this free money disproportionately in terms of genre have to be accountable in some way, shape, or form to the communities that they're living in. And I think that, just even necessitating a policy is a very reasonable thing to do. If you're private, if you're Live Nation or AEG, do what you like, but try to be a good person, realize what you're doing. And, there's a whole model for corporate responsibility and B Corp, which I think would be a great idea for everyone to do. But if you're publicly funded, you better be doing this stuff. Otherwise, like, your time is going to come.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it comes down to, like, I just go back to the comment you made about Vancouver being 51% non-white. And so if you're in to remove the funded government things out of this, because, I don't want us to only focus on grant programs. And of course there's, we've said it, but I'll just acknowledge it too. My own career, my own businesses, we've benefited so much from those grant programs. But to move the conversation to the other side, that a lot of the sphere that we all work in is the private industry, and it's all for profit. And at the end of the day, we're trying to make money for our artists. AEG and Live Nation is trying to make money for their festivals. And if they're not making money, if they're not selling tickets, then none of it exists to begin with. So, but if Vancouver's 51% non-white, then aside from the talent lineup that you're seeing on like these events, like why don't I don't know a single Indigenous or First Nations agent in Canada. Personally, I'm not saying they don't exist. I've never been involved in a meeting or a conversation with, you know, of stakeholders. There's, you know, they exist with different groups and collectives and representing DJs, but in terms of like at a physical like name, logo, branded like agency in Canada, there's so many Indigenous people, tons of up and coming Indigenous artists, but no Indigenous agent. And so I wonder, is it which path, or is it a bit of both? Like, is it that white agents could represent more Indigenous acts and white publicists can take on more of those acts? Because I do think the anecdote survey that you offered is really telling, like having someone that didn't understand the culture, that didn't understand the music, then representing the music also seemed problematic for you. So, you know, how do we make that shift that people see people that look like them representing them? Because I think, you know, as much as Tarun, you're saying by you tapping into white people that were connected and they held that power, it helped you. But if we don't start to have people feel like they're represented by the people that look like them, that understand them, that understand their music, then how will we ever see anything change?
I'd say that once again, I think the message doesn't go like, let's say, to the kid that's growing up in Cartierville in Montreal or Montreal North. They don't know that. They don't, you know, the spectrum of like the work that can be done in the music industry. A lot of people, especially when you're young, you only see being on front of the stage. And going back home, I'm going to speak for myself, parents, they don't really know like the different jobs that you can do, and you can actually have like a career being an agent and do all the different things, you know? So once again, for me, that's like the information part of things, you know, the education in school, like when you go see like the counselor, you know, I want to do music. Let's just don't tell the kid like, well, there's no chance of you going on stage. You can be like, okay, there's also a technician, you can do this and that and this and that, you know, like all those different options. Growing up, I haven't heard a lot of them, you know. I have to, like, it's like getting a bit older that I discovered that there's like so many things you can do in music other than being on stage. Again, the information, you know, and if there's not that many, and I haven't crossed the path of a lot of like African Canadian managers of industry people, but I think that if they had like that information a bit early on and access to certain resources, you know, from the industry, yes, we'll see more of them, you know. And I think I saw this this program from Factor. There's this, I think they have like a community agent something, you know, someone that is always like doing a lot of reaching out. And I think SoCan also did that not so long ago here in Montreal, where they had this like freshly immigrated in Canada, Martinique, someone from Martinique that was doing some reaching out to people from like Cartierville and such. And it brought a lot of colors, you know. You saw that, you know, those kids really early on, they could start like building tours, having agents, just because now, you know, someone reached out to them, showed them that there's a circuit of professional and such. And that's, you know, and like kudos to like, I don't have their name, you know, kudos to like those positions, but you should just have more of them, because I'd be surprised that like, let's say you can only have one or two community agents like that in Canada. You know, it should be like throughout, you know, the country, you know, more of those reach out, you know, yeah. And then for like you were talking about like a privately owned company, well, privately owned company, I'm a strong believer that you need to align with the society that you live in. If you do that properly, you're always going to benefit, you know, always, you know. There's no way that like people won't embark in your trip. Also something that I saw in the electronic scene community here in Montreal, certain promoters that were more like community driven, basically stating that no one will stay outside of their venue if they don't have funds to get in. You know, just like simple things like that, you know, helps, you know, bring diversity to a venue, you know. It's not everyone, like $10 is not $10 for everyone, because yes, it's $10, but it's also like the cab to go to the venue, to go back home and this and that. And just having if you can't get to this concert, just send us an email, we'll figure that out, or whatever. Those type of initiative, I think overall helps like bringing diversity. I've seen it in my own events where it's really like a melting pot. Like that's the Montreal that I know. You'll see queer people, Black people, people dancing on stage and all that, just because we had like a really open policy about first the guest list, who's the first people that should get at the venue, you know. Like we really open with our social media. People ask us like to get in for free, whatever, you know, because they're already participating. That's the way we see it. Like they're already participating in the show that we're giving to the people. So if you're queer, Black, femme getting at the party and you don't have the money to get in, you're already part of that culture. You shouldn't pay to get in, you know. That's the way we think. We should pay you to be part of this thing, you know. So if someone like us asks for a guest list, obviously you're getting in, you know. We can't say no to that, you know. So that's like, I think overall, being sensible, like a bit sensitive to like the social climate that you live in. Personally, I think it always gets you business even in a better position.
Tarun, do you have thoughts to add?
Yeah. Thank you, Ove. That was so good. You know what? I still haven't been to one of your events. I tried to time it last summer, and now
we're coming in Vancouver. You know, trying to find the right person.
Yeah. I wanted to first start off by saying, like, so Nick, just in case there's any folks who are watching that are curious, I can provide some resources as to, like, you know, First Nations agents and, you know, managers, because there's definitely a lot of activity happening, and happy to share those resources.
Yeah, and I guess to not just to clarify my point, and it was not to single out, you know, any one community of people, but I definitely would say from my own relationship with the industry that I struggle to name people of color that are in not working independently, but that are at the main agencies and the main management companies in Canada. And I find that troubling, you know, as a label owner. I mean, it's something that we discuss on a regular basis. And anyways, that was my point. And so I if there is, do you know of is there a First Nations or Black agents at any of the top, 2 or 3 major Canadian agencies?
I don't know about the agencies, but there's definitely folks who are doing that work, who like Suzette Amaya is a great example. I know Jarrett, who was, might have been on this call with us today, Jarrett Martineau. Alan Grey Eyes, those folks have been doing that kind of work for a long time, but I don't believe that they're at the main ones. Anyways, we could do some research and figure that out. On the side of like corporate responsibility, I never think that I think that like the B Corp argument is a good one, and I believe in that, but I don't think you can necessarily bring that to Live Nation. I think money does talk, and I think that organizations so there's 2 great examples, best practices maybe. I think of Blueprint. They are so diverse, and I work with those guys a lot. They're the only like sort of larger promotions company in Vancouver that just has an open door with us, where we go in and pitch them crazy ideas, and they're like basically yes to everything. And I think that that's in a large part just because you look at who works there. You go to their offices, and it's like all people of color. It's so diverse, and that really does trickle down into the events that they're willing to support. When you go to Fortune on a Friday or a Saturday, like you might see 3 or 4 white people in there, but it's all Asian kids. And I think Blueprint can do that because they're really connected, like in a real way. It's not like, oh, I'm some dude who's connected to the Asian community. It's like, no, there's Asian people working there who are connected to their own communities, so they can open the door and like create these freaking amazing nights, which are like totally, they're fire. And so I think that there's that example. There's also the example of the Remix project in Toronto, of like, something that's created. Yeah, something that's created so much like financially viable music And it's like really in the community and doing work and free if you don't have financial means. And so there's two examples there, and I'm sure they all have their problems and whatever, but there's two examples of folks who are doing really impactful work. And it's really, very sort of very diverse organizations, and they're being successful. So there's not really like that argument, when you talk to the like BC festival that has no people of color in the organization, on the lineup, in the crowd, and they're like, well, that's just not what, we don't like, we try, like we put up posters.
we put up posters.
Yeah. we
classic.
put up posters in the Indian restaurant, and they just, I don't know, like they just didn't come. I think it's like because this thing is so systemic, you have to do more than just put up the poster in the Indian restaurant or at like the, like Cameroonian community center. Like these things have to be actively disrupted. And if you're looking around at your organization and you're like, wow, like, okay, everyone is white, everything that we're doing is white, and that's not what Canada looks like. I think it's kind of like if you have that revelation, it's like it's time to start doing work, and it's not time to phone up the one Black person that you're friends with on Instagram and ask them what you should do. It's time to like actually do the work of like Googling resources and do your homework and just be a fucking human being in 2020. Like wake up.
Yeah, definitely.
Are there other like best practices or examples that come out to mind for you?
I would like to tip my hat to like the Boiler Room, Blaze. I don't know if you guys are friends with him. I liked his approach, and just went, because I don't think anyone wakes up and thinking that whatever he's doing is not doing right, But then even though he had this revelation that I'm not doing something right, he guessed it again, he second guessed it again, and I guess it's gonna get there at some point. But I think it's a nice example, at least for now, of so I'm curious to see how Boiler Room gonna change that, because I think speaking of electronics music, it's a big platform, and yeah, I'd just like to see here in Montreal, in terms of like best practices.
Hervé, could you just before you move past that, could you just explain, just for people that might not know, like what it is about Boiler Room and what they're doing right, like why it came to mind for you?
Well, Boiler Room, because I'm following Blaze, the founder of Boiler Room on Instagram, and a week ago when the Black Lives Matter movement got louder than usually, he made this post about how dangerous it's to just read the headlines, and how is basically committing to making change in his own practices, And then yesterday he reviewed.
Oh, I think we lost you.
And that was good. I was like hanging on his every word. Come on, come back.
I know. He's still give him a second. No. He's still connected. I'm gonna hit I hit pause, and this will.
Yeah, so about Blaze, so a week ago he made a post about how it was dangerous to read, like as a white person, to only read the headlines about the protest and not actually knowing what's the goal behind it and what's the ramification, And even though personally feels like he's doing everything, in his company, in his power to fix the situation, he was content with what so far if done as a change to his company. And then yesterday he revised that post, where he actually realized that he is part of the problem for not having any minority back on his board, for not having no trans people in his board. And especially in its position of electronic, and we're speaking about techno, house, and we're not going to start naming everything, and not having that sensibility in like key strategic position in this company will definitely impact his baby is like his boiler room, you know. And I liked his thought process. I like that someone like him that is, I think, close to like this like internet culture can, you know, have that thought process, you know. I'm really curious. I've bumped into him, you know. I've heard some stuff about Boiler Room, not always the nicest one, you know, and everybody's tired of like the chat room of Boiler Room, you know. But having him, you know, acknowledge and be so close to, I think, what he thought is community was, you know, I was really hopeful, you know. And I'm hoping that, you know, organizations like that, because yes, they're based off internet, they feel that, you know, organizations like that are, for me, like at the core of like the culture that we consume, can have thought process in that direction. I'm really hopeful, you know.
Yeah, well, I think there's lots to be hopeful about as well. And I think that, you know, this week has just been such a roller coaster of emotions for everybody for totally different reasons. And our relationship to issues unfolding are very unique to who we are and where we come from and what community we work with. So I think like just having this conversation, and like I really thank you guys for joining me so last minute. I think just beginning to have these conversations, at least for me, is like very cathartic, and it helps me think through things more. Hearing more viewpoints helps. And I think, like, you know, it's crazy how fast time flies. We could keep talking about this for another couple hours, I feel like, but I maybe just to end on like,
or like 400 years.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, but just to end on that positivity, I think, you know, I love to look at numbers and focus on the micro, and just to back up a little bit and just to speak to like the human element of what's going on. For me, I feel like there's a momentum that's happening right now that I haven't felt before, and I've felt glimmers of it in other fights and other causes, but there's a momentum that's like swept through the States right now that is really exciting. And it's a chance for maybe for some people that wanted to have a catalyst to do something different. And so I was just wondering if you guys could reflect on that. Like, what do you hope to come out of the conversations that are like this, that are happening this week? And what positivity or hopefulness, if any, are you getting out of current events unfolding?
Yeah, maybe I'll let you go first, brother. Oh, is he frozen again? Alvé, tu es là?
Might have lost him.
Yeah, I'm trying to like.
Non, ça marche maintenant. Ça marche.
Ça marche maintenant?
Ouais.
Attends. J'essaie de rentrer à l'intérieur, changer de. If that's better. Is this better?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you hear the question of it?
Yeah, le mot de la fin.
Ouais. Alors.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Ben.
Well, I wanted to let you go first and.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do I hope? I hope that in all of this, we can somehow we can just, especially like the younger generation, we can somehow learn to keep our hearts open and stay connected, and really, you know, sometimes I feel like there's this thing that happens where we get so caught up in the kind of, especially amongst you know, like non-Black communities, let's say, for the time being, we get all caught up in the like guilt and shame, like this is wrong. And we start this self-hatred cycle, which just kind of like propagates the whole thing. And I think that's a part of this destructive cycle of like, you know, genocide and slavery, which is, you know, started so long ago and it's kind of built into our DNA. And so I hope for folks who are not, you know, who are not Black and are not Indigenous right now, and I'm counting myself as a white passing, you know, half South Asian dude, that we can do the hard work inside of ourselves to actually, because the progress is not going to happen by us signing petitions and putting black squares up on our Instagram page. Like the progress only comes from an introspection of those patterns which are born into us. And that comes from self-acceptance and self-love. Like this is a joyful revolution, in the words of Angela Davis, I believe. This is not something that has to be driven by guilt and shame. This is something that's about opening and about allowing and about healing. And I'm not saying that this doesn't require revolution, because it does, but I am saying that I feel like there's a path forward. You know, maybe there's a need for righteous rage and there's a need for all of that, but I'm only speaking, you know, now I'm speaking like as a non-Black person. There's also a need to do that hard interior work. And that's the stuff that will actually, you know, I believe, help make a real change that will last beyond just the next news cycle.
I love that term. What did you say? It's a joyful revolution?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's why I wanted to just to end on a positive note, because I do feel a lot of positivity. And maybe it's weird to say that while there's, you know, people that we know that are literally on the streets right now, potentially being shot at with rubber bullets, maybe arrested. I mean, there's a lot of violence, there's a lot of anger, there's a lot of turmoil, but at the same time, like I see the same infinite amounts of positivity, and I see people coming together. I see people asking questions they've never asked before. I see like internal dialogue in my own head that I know I should have more, but I don't, or it's easy not to. You know, I think the easy path is maybe what is like being illuminated is not the best path. And I think the positive outcome of that is that like harder conversations, harder work done by people like me will lead to like so many more fruitful opportunities. Like there's like music and genres and artists that I haven't discovered and I'm not working with. And that's super exciting to me. And I think to me, that's like a positive outcome out of feelings that I'm, you know, and emotions that I'm having this week. Is just like, there's so much opportunity that is being undiscovered, that's not cultivated, that doesn't have a light shined on it in the way it should. And I think we're all richer for having more of it. So that's like some positivity that I've been feeling. Everybody, I'll let you end it with any feelings or sentiments that you might have as well.
You know, just hoping that, you know, as a Canadian, we don't see this as something that, you know, we don't experience here, you know, not to be taken lightly. You know, I've seen a couple of like, you know, festival taking the easiest way out, you know, with the square, you know, and like for corporation, for public funding, that's like not the way to go. But on the human side, on the friend side, industry side, I've never seen this much like conversation just like about like the why we're doing this actually, you know, and why did I miss this? How could I have missed this? You know, those questions are really, you know, it's the first thing, you know, and having that first step is really, you know, I'm really hopeful for that. Seeing some friends in position of power, or whatever it is, you know, from like 1 employee to like 100 employees, thinking about making some change and some actually making the change, you know, that's you know, that's not something to be taken lightly, you know, and you know, all this work on the social media that might have seemed like really like childish, like you see that, you know, it's an important tool, like a really important tool, you know, and yeah, you know, just hopeful, you know, hopeful. Yeah.
Great. Tarun, do you have any last words you want to add? I just want to thank you guys for sharing your wisdom and your experiences and compassion and having this conversation with me today. And I hope that we can do it again soon. And thanks to AIMCon and the Electronic Music Conference for giving us a platform to talk about it today. And I wish you guys a great weekend. Thanks, guys.
Bye, guys. Hope to see you
Bye-bye.
soon. Bye.
Okay.
Welcome to Studio Bell, home of the National Music Center. Before we get started, I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the traditional territory of the people of the Treaty 7 region in southern Alberta. The city of Calgary is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. So, NMC's artist development programs like Artists in Residence create opportunities for artists to grow artistically and commercially and work with our one-of-a-kind technology and instrument collection. This residency is really special. With the recommissioning of Tonto, we wanted to bring in an artist that was going to do something innovative and utilize the unique possibilities of the instrument. And we couldn't be happier that Tribe is available and interested in using Tonto. They get the unique privilege of being the first artists to make music on the newly restored instrument. And you can go up to the 5th floor and see Tonto. It just moved out of Live Room C. You can see it in all its glory. And it will be on display tomorrow night at our after hours program as well. And not only do you get to work with Tonto, you got to work with the co-creator of Tonto and the musical legend, Malcolm Cecil. And I hope that Malcolm will be joining us here in a couple of minutes. I want to acknowledge that this residency was made possible by our artist in residence supporters, Bell Media, and also through generous support of TD. Thank you so much. So I have Bear and Tim with me. This is a tribe called Red. They're going to share with us some insight into their artistic process. We're going to talk about what they've been up to in the studio, and we might get to hear a little sample of what they've been working on. So well, first of all, please give them a warm Studio Bell welcome. So, Tim, I saw a video where you talked about Tonto and you said that you had some unfinished business with Tonto. This is when you visited last year. So I'm wondering, what was your artistic vision before you came in to do this residency?
It was really unknown, actually. Like, I had no idea, or like, I tried to get ready for it, but I actually ended up throwing all of the stuff that I did to get ready for it when I come down to working with it. But I just knew that it was it's a legendary synthesizer, and from the moment we met Tonto 4.5 years ago, it was you could tell that it was a force, and it wasn't in working condition at the moment. And actually, when we did that interview a year ago or so, it was the first time that I heard Tonto talk. JL booted it up. I asked him over the couple days, to like, hey, can we turn it on? Like, you know, he kept saying it was like, you know, oh, it's like, you know, when I first came here, he said it was about 30%. Then I kept getting updates as the years went on. So like, you know, 50, 60. So when I was there, he's like, oh, it's about, you know, 80%. But let's see if we can talk to Tonto. So we booted it up, and we had an ARP set up with an arpeggiator, and we just kind of like just listened to it for like 5-10 minutes, and it was awesome. And then we did the interview. Then I was like, all right, we need to come back. And you know, it was always that thing where he's like, Jay, I was like, you know, like I can't wait to get you in here to use it, kind of thing. So really happy that, you know, we were able to do that. It's and to have Malcolm here to kind of guide us, because you know JL is not with us anymore. So it was a little bit of bittersweet, but there's a lot of emotions coming into this. It was a lot of feelings and a lot of like spirituality kind of thing going on. It was one of those. It's been quite the experience.
So we're referencing JL, or John, and John was our beloved electronic instrument technician, and he worked to restore Tonto. It was his last major restoration project, and he passed away in September. So I would like to dedicate this whole week of Tonto programming to the memory of John Limesider. And welcome to the stage, Malcolm Cecil. Hello. Please come have a seat. Squeeze in there. Here's your microphone on. Let's see. Great. So tell me a little bit about how your artistic vision has changed just in the last week of working with the collection here. What has blown your mind? What are you thinking about differently?
I guess in the whole project in a lot of ways. Like Tim was saying, we didn't really have any expectations coming in here other than, you know, we knew we had gotten our new album to a certain point in production where we had a lot of ideas that are fairly fleshed out and together. And that we were going to take this opportunity. We were mostly thinking about melody stuff, just in general. But as soon as we got our first day in with Tonto and heard what we could do, it instantly became from you know, how can we use Tonto on the album somewhere, to being, okay, Tonto's going to be on the album.
So tell me a little bit about this album that you're working on. Do you have any release dates, any plans for this album?
Not as of yet. I mean, we have lots of plans. Release dates, no, we're not at that point. But we've been pushing ourselves over the past year, not only to play twice as many gigs than we have in the past 2 years, but also to make a new album. So Tim and I have just been, you know, head down in the mix for this whole year. Whenever we get off the road, you know. So far, this album's been worked on in how many countries?
Oh man,
at least 4 or 5.
4 or 5,
yeah. And we've kind of gotten to we thought we got to most of the way through kind of our collection process until we got here and started collecting a whole new level of sound, you know.
So we leveled up on this next record. We really pushed ourselves and tried new sampling techniques, you know, messed with a lot of gear, You know, we even went as far as like, you know, going on remote locations to record people. Like we went all out for this record. And so like even the sound designing, like we really went out to be like, all right, we need to get some awesome bass tones. So we went out and like found some, got some and everything. And then we came here. And then we ran the bass tones through TONTO, or not the bass tones, the notes through TONTO, and it was like, wow. We did that the one track, and then we were just like, all right, like let's keep running them right through it. So, and it changed the feeling and how the album sounds dramatically, and even though it's in a subtle way. It taught us a lot. Like we've learned a lot from Malcolm. We've learned a lot from Jason. We've learned a lot from this place. So it really did like have a crazy effect on the way that this whole project sounds. And I guess if we're talking like, what we're really about is just releasing the best possible music from us in the future. That's all we really want. We want to, you know, like and that's kind of what's happening right now. So I don't know when we're gonna release stuff, but hopefully it's soon. Like we want to release things, but you know, we're in the process of it now.
So we showed up here with like maybe somewhere in the area of 10, 12 like fairly worked out ideas, and before we got in the room with Tonto, one of the first things we did was sit down with Malcolm and play him what we had ready for the album. And that was probably one of the big turning points in, you know, figuring out what we were going to do here. Because Malcolm was able to listen to what we had and said, okay, I see where you guys are going. I see what you need and what you guys are talking about wanting to add. So when we got into the room with Tonto, he had already set up a bass patch for us. And that's the thing that we keep talking about that changed the sound of this record, is that, you know, we're working with you know, all digital sounds. So once you send, you know, the stuff that Tim's already written through into Tonto, we got, you know, it's not just like choosing another sound like inside software. It's like Tim put it best actually, that it was like asking, you know, a session bass player to come in and play, because you don't know what you're going to get out of Tonto. You can't fully control what you're going to get out. You know, even having Malcolm there setting up this amazing patch, every time we put something into it, it would be a question: is this going to work? What do we have to do? There was a lot of times where we had to change the bass line, take away stuff that was needed to make a full bass line the way we usually write. But Tonto is so huge that we would need less. You know, that's what one of the first things you told us was a little Tonto goes a long way. So, that couldn't be more true.
That's actually been the mantra of the entire session.
Malcolm, let's bring you into the conversation. You were separated from Tonto for a few years. What's it like seeing artists interacting with your beloved instrument?
Well, I must say it was very, very heartening and very gratifying, because Tim and Bear here were really into Tonto. I wish I could show you some of the videos I shot of them. Perhaps I should, you don't have a screen here anyway. But I mean, the two of them were playing the knobs. Tonto is played not just with the notes, but you change the sound dynamically as things are going through, and they know their music so well, obviously. They were able to do things with the knobs in time with the music, and they made some very interesting changes. The basic patch that I put down is, it's fairly standard for me, but it had variations. They were making variations to things like the filter, and also to the envelopes. In some cases, the line needed to cut off, so we would shorten the release time on the envelope and so on and so forth. But Tim and Bear just took to Tonto like ducks to water. It was amazing. And it was very gratifying to see them working it, because my whole purpose in giving Tonto to the National Music Center here was so that artists could, I had 5 conditions. The first one was that it would be a working exhibit. It wouldn't be just stuffed in the basement. That's what the Smithsonian wanted to do, so no. Then there was the second condition, which was that there had to be a maintenance person or team that could keep Tonto running, because Tonto needs attention. It's a whole lot of individual modules, and I don't think there's ever been a time in history when 100% of it has been working at any given time. So we're always repairing it, always working on it. And also, I wanted people who saw my vision and could complete some of the projects that I didn't have either the time or, frankly, the money to be able to complete. I had started a number of projects. One of them is voltage-controlled envelope generators. And I built 10 of them, but I've never integrated them into the instrument, not for a number of reasons. But that's just one project. There are a number of other projects that I wanted to complete with Tonto, because Tonto is an expandable engineering system. But it's very gratifying to see it in the condition that I saw it when I came here, because John Limesider, God rest his soul, he basically did a tremendous job in replacing all the jacks and a lot of the components in there that were obviously in need of repair. But he did an incredible job. When I came in and looked at Tonto, I mean, it looked like it was just like it was when it was brand new. So I'm very happy about that, and made my heart glad to see that happening, because the whole purpose was to create an instrument that could be used by musicians and artists that wanted to expand just the realm of music, because Tonto doesn't just make new sounds, it makes new music. You can tune it to be, you can have 27 notes in the scale, 17, 19, as many notes in the scale as you want, microtonal things. And for many years I wanted to know how those scales sounded, but there weren't any instruments to play them on. So that's just one area. It's also capable of creating rhythms that you've never heard before. 21/8, for example. It sounds complicated, but it's actually quite a nice rhythm. But you have to get used to it. So.
If you're interested in seeing Tonto demonstrated, that will happen on Saturday, and there'll be an in-depth conversation with Malcolm, followed by a demonstration. So I encourage you to come and check that out. If you're here for Alberta Electronic Music Conference, come check it out, and also access to that is included with admission to Studio Bell or with your membership. So come and get in-depth with Malcolm on Saturday. I'm wondering, how has working with Tonto changed your workflow as a duo?
That's one of the things I was gonna talk to you about when Cecil or Malcolm was talking about it. Me and Bear spend a lot of time together. I see him more than anybody else on the planet. We have a specific way of how we make music, and that all changed when we came here. Being able to feed the notes that we have written over the past year using an awesome thing that Jason set up, which basically converts the notes that we write into here to be replayed through Tonto on with 0 latency. That freed up my hands. So we were able to go to use Tonto and turn knobs and do actual automation live. So, you know, when Malcolm would have this bass patch up and it sounded amazing and full, but when we mess with the filters, we can literally shape the sound that we wanted out of it. So we had this nice full tone, but if we wanted to make the dirtiest 808 that you've ever heard, we could definitely do that. And there was moments where I only had 2 hands and I didn't have enough hands to work with it. And Bear came in, and then it was this moment where it was Tonto, me, and Bear all working together to get this single pass through of the sound. And what's so crazy and gratifying about it, and what I'm so excited for you guys to hear, is that Tonto doesn't sound the same from the moment you hit play until 3 minutes into it. If you wanted to stop and hit record again and you played another track, it would sound completely different. So as far as like workflow goes, I think that it changed us. And it gave me a better understanding of how Bear's creativity is. And it brought us closer. And like if that was even possible, you know what I mean? Like it's like, so I learned a lot about Bear. I learned a lot about Tonto. I learned a lot about collaborating even closer, like, and then like getting that. And that would have never have happened unless we would have worked with Tonto, because we understand, or it's like an understanding now that this is how, I think this is how things got to be from here on out. I think that, you know, if we have an opportunity to make music like that again, because it's, you know, we're on the road and we just work in the box most times, so that's not possible. But if we can get out of our, you know, make time and hit a studio that has, you know, Tonto in it, if we come back here and work again, like, you know, this is gonna be special. It's special. So all the bass patches that we ran through, all the sounds and stuff, it's a combination of just this formula that I never ever thought was possible. So the sound sounds completely different than anything that we could have dreamt up.
It's also like shows you how ahead of its time Tonto is, because when Malcolm would show us something, like to me as a DJ, you know, you show me that this is where the envelope filter is. Well, that's something I play with on a DJ mixer all the time. That's my language, you know? And so the reason I was able to participate more hands-on in the production of the music on this in this residency is because we were working in a language that I understand, that I'm used to controlling. You know, I can't play a keyboard or write, you know, a drum pattern the way that Tim does. For me, it's more, you know, I can tell him what feels good and what sounds good when he's working on it, you know, but to actually be able to express myself, you know, as part of the process was totally new for me. One of the most exciting things happened when we brought in a tape echo and ran that through, or ran Tonto through this bass echo. And so Tim and I were working at that, you know, at certain points we were working at different parts of Tonto, and we kind of had our backs to each other, and you know, it was kind of like a control room on a spaceship or something. But at that, when we brought in the space echo, we were shoulder to shoulder with each other.
Like we usually are on
yeah.
stage.
And I'm a huge like dub fan, like dub reggae. That's where I started with music. And when we started messing with that space echo, I had this huge moment of, whoa, that's how they did it. Like to actually be hands-on with this machine and be like, oh, you know, I've been listening to these sounds for more than half my life, but now I actually like got to feel how they're created.
Malcolm, you've been in the music game for decades, and so you've seen the evolution of music going, you know, very digital, and you know, it sounds like artists being able to interact with these modular synths is really inspiring and kind of a groundbreaking application. I'm just wondering if you can kind of speak to what you've observed, not only in this residency, but also in your career, of the evolution of music and how it's hopefully coming back to this more practical application.
Sure, yes. What's happened, when I first started, synthesizers had just come out. It was in the late 60s, and the first part of Tonto was a Moog 3C with a couple of extra keyboards and a couple of extra sequencers, which we called an expanded Moog 3. And that was only capable of making monophonic sounds, a single note at a time. So Tonto really became expanded to incorporate, at least in the beginning, it was just the multi-track tape machine, but then it extended to be the entire control room, because anything you process through it can be put back into the instrument again, and it's almost like a feedback loop. We can do things like that, but it was limited to just a single note. There was no polyphony. So one of the things that used to happen was artists would come in and say, oh, there's a keyboard here, and they immediately go and play a chord, and they'd take their hands straight off the keyboard and say, oh, this thing's broken, because only one note occurred. And that was a huge hurdle for most artists to overcome. Some of them were able to deal with that and learned how to lift, because with the Moog, unlike the ARP, every time you hit a new note, unless you have lifted the previous note, it doesn't re-fire the envelope generators. It's a nice way of getting legato, and it's a sort of a way of getting some sort of touch sensitivity, but there was, when I say touch, I mean velocity sensitivity, as you would call it in MIDI. But in other words, however hard, how you hit the key would change how you hit the key would not change the sound, just like a harpsichord or an organ. So the only way is to do that. I had to come up with some ideas, and I created this joystick, which enabled me, one, to keep the instrument in tune, because the original Moogs were not in tune over more than 2.5 octaves. Very difficult to keep them in tune. The keyboard was an afterthought, but the ability to change the tonal quality as well enabled us to sort of simulate velocity sensitivity. So I used a airplane joystick, toy airplane thing, which I bought, and that helped. Some artists were able to handle that, but mostly they wanted to just play the notes on the keyboard, and I would be the one who would be correcting the pitch and everything, because I'm an acoustic bass player and have fine motor control with my left hand, so I can cheat, and also I can look at the keys. I can see, I'm used to watching piano player. I'm a jazz player, so I'm used to watching the left hand of the keyboard player, and I could see where they're going. And when they went into the range where it was out of tune, I could just tweak the joystick up a bit. They never knew that it was me doing that. So we got the reputation that we were actually the only synthesizer in New York City, or for that matter in the world, that had a synthesizer that could play in tune over 5 octaves. So it was a well-kept trade secret, shall we say. However, the absence of polyphony was quite a hurdle, because it meant that you had to have a tape machine in order to do multiple tracks in order to make chords. And most of the artists weren't into that, so we utilized it alongside other instruments. Stevie liked the clavinet a lot, and he liked to put the clavinet, when he first came, he used to put the clavinet through a Crybaby wah-wah pedal, and it was so damn noisy. It wasn't anything that I wanted to put on the record. So I had a module made by Roger Mayer, which was a phaser. In those days, phasing was like a whole new thing. And so we were able to process other instruments that were chorded through Tonto, and that sort of helped a great deal. But as time went by and more instruments came out that were polyphonic, then it became a different ball game. But the trouble with the polyphonic instruments that came out at that time was that they were, all the notes were the same sound. If you just had say a string patch, every note sounded like the string, the same instrument. Whereas with Tonto, one of the things I wanted to do was to operate multiple synthesizers. So when you played 4 or 5 notes, each note would go to a different synthesizer. And that created technical problems, or actually a musical problem, which we called the assignment problem. In other words, if you were to play 4 notes and move one of them, how does the synthesizer, or how does the TONTO know which instrument or which synthesizer is going to actually be moved to that note? So a guy called Armand Passetta came into the picture, and he designed a digital interface in conjunction with the instruments, so that we could actually play 4 or 5 note chords and send them to different synthesizers. And I call that multi-timbral polyphony, because each note is a different timbre. And that was very unique. The person who picked that up and turned it into the first commercial instrument was Tom Oberheim with his 2 and 4 voice keyboards. But as time has gone by, we've now got soft synths, and Tim and Bear utilized the soft synths very much. And correct me if I'm wrong, Tim, but yeah, it's not quite so easy to manipulate the sounds once you've got them. You can get the notes and everything, but manipulating the sound on the fly with a soft synth, I don't think it's that easy.
No, and like the crazy thing about it too is if a lot of producers do it, is that you have a sound that you like, and then actually instead of changing the actual sound, what we usually do is we just put it through filters and different effects. Like that's basically how we can color it. But but with TONTO, it's not like that. It's like you are the effect. You are the thing that changes it. So
let's have a little demonstration of that if we can. We've brought one limb of TONTO into the performance hall, and I think you have some sounds queued up.
Yeah. Let me just pull something up here.
While he's getting that set up, I just want to acknowledge the tremendous work that TONTO Week and this residency has been. It's been a collaboration between all departments at the National Music Center. So a big thank you to Jason Talkin, Eric Cinnamon, Matt Walkie, who's doing sound right now, and all departments who have worked to make this a success.
Okay, so this is kind of like basically how it worked and how it happened. Jason hooked up this thing. It's made by Expert Sleepers. It's called the USAMO, I believe. So what it does is that it converts a MIDI signal into a sound that could be recognizable to the box, and which goes into TONTO, which can spew out the notes. But the crazy thing about it is that it's not exact all the time. Like most times it is, but we just looked at it as like, this is the way TONTO wanted to play it, so we're just gonna like let it, we just roll with it. So this track is one that we're really excited about. I won't play a lot of it, I'm sorry, but basically what it is that it's a combination of a bunch of things. So I'll play the bass patch first. So this is what we wrote. It's like a nice little full bass sound. So we wrote that when we were in LA, and we were just kind of like, having a great time. And then this one here is now, we took that same exact MIDI and we ran it through the USAMO into TONTO. And this is kind of, it's not exact what it sounded like, because the bass patch, you want to, if there's something we can do to make it smell like a bass patch here. So this is basically what we did. We just kind of watched Malcolm work.
I gotta get this in tune.
There it is, right there. So this is kind of the process we would use with it. And everything's all set up, so all I have to do really is just hit record. And then it would just loop right back into our interface, and then voila, we have a pure wave sound. But we actually ran it through, was it Randy Bachman's Neves or something like that? Like something really crazy. So we ran it through that and got it nice and round. It sounded amazing. And I actually have a sample of the loop here. So I'll play that. I'll play the actual loop that we have here. I'm gonna pick a different place because you know what? I will play it out top because it will explain the first note that Tonto plays when it first opens up the envelope isn't very strong. So it starts off kind of low, but then it gets into it. But, oh, my bad. So it sounds like a waking bear or something like that. But as the song goes on, it actually, it's not the same as the last time that we played it. But like it ramps up and it just keeps going. So it really feels like, you know, like it's someone's playing it. So that's what we did to get the Tonto sound. What also on this track, I just want to kind of spotlight here, is that we worked with, there's an Australian band, which is kind of like a counterpart to Tribe over there. They're called Oka. Their drummer, Julian, laid us some drums. Which is really dope because we told them we wanted like an island vibe, so we got that. And then I'm currently working with a producer named DJ Khalil out of LA, and he gifted me the opportunity to work with some samples that he has created. So he had these reggae packs, like these old reggae sounding samples. So he gave me one to use, and we cut it out. So we had like something like that, and then we had a power vocal, and I pitched it to the sample. So. And I guess all together it sounds like this.
Nice.
So this is kind of new territory for Tribe too as well, to be able to kind of add all of these elements into it. But you know, at the very beginning of creating this record, we wanted it to be a collaborative project again, just like our previous album, but we wanted to step it up a notch. So not only do we have it in in the form of last time features. This time we brought in like other players, musicians, other producers, and now Tonto is kind of like I guess a producer or a session player, you know, like, or however it is, but Tonto definitely is a featured artist on the album.
Amazing. We're almost out of time. Thank you so much for sharing some new music. It sounds incredible. You were talking about sharing knowledge and collaborating. I'm wondering, what have you learned from this experience of working with Tribe?
Well, I find them to be really refreshing, different. I was extremely interested in working with a First Nation group because I think it's an amazing experience, and it turned out for me to be very revealing to see the way that they worked, because I don't work in that way. I've never worked using like a soft synth as a beginning, and I've learned that there's many ways to skin a cat. And you know, even at my advanced years, I learned a great deal from both Tim and Bear about the way that they approach their music and the absolute dedication they have. They're in every day. They're working all the time. And when we were working with Tonto, they didn't break for lunch, nothing. It was straight through, head, nose to the grindstone, shoulder to the wheel, best foot forward, and they were able to work in that position.
I know that we have a lot of folks here from AimCon, and so welcome to Studio Bell. It's going to be a fantastic weekend, so thank you for checking this out. Just the last comment from you, any advice to the producers in the audience who are looking for some inspiration this week over Alberta Electronic Music Conference and over our Tonto Week celebrations?
It's hard to say it because, you know, I feel like, you know, most producers are constantly want to be better. You know, they want that next thing. But one humbling experience here is that, you know, I get in my head sometimes and I think I have a specific way of doing things until you like run into Tonto, and then you're like, oh, I have to rethink everything now. But it's nice. It's nice to maybe throw some things into the mix that, you know, is something that you would never have done before. Or Malcolm was teaching me about new scales, different scales, and like what was the one? Was the one I was in fashion? Was it the 19 note or 21?
19 note, yeah.
The 19 note scale. Like, that's gonna be my journey for the next couple of years, I think. You know, like I'm gonna just take in the knowledge that, you know, learn from Malcolm and do that. And also, like, you know, like, I guess find people, community, work with your community, because you guys will all push each other. Community is super important. You know, if I didn't have Bear pushing me all the time, you know, it would be, you know, I probably wouldn't be, you know, like supported. I guess I just feel supportive. I feel free in order to kind of explore our sound, and it's yeah, I guess that's it. Like, just find people that you can learn from. There's a lot here in the community, especially in Calgary. There's a lot of people here that is available to learn, even this place specifically. This is a great place to learn.
I think one of the most impressive things, or one of the things that blew me away the most about working with you, Malcolm, was that I've never met somebody before who had such an amazing understanding and huge knowledge of music from the mathematical and theoretical side, but also a deep understanding of music from the spiritual side. You know, and the energy that's in all of us, and the energy that it takes to create music, and the energy that we put in and that we get from that. You know, and to see somebody who has that balanced understanding of both those worlds really blew my mind.
Thank you. I think that the question was about what suggestions do we have for the producers here. I would say there are three things, it's basically 6 words, that I would give you which is something that I've sort of tried to boil down over the period of my entire career. And basically, first of all, it's take risks. Because when you take risks, even though you may fail, you learn from the failure. Don't be afraid to fail. It's just as good as succeeding because negative knowledge is useful. So the first two words are take risks. The second two words are don't overthink. Come from the gut. Come from where music is, emotion. It's not up here, it's down here. You can have it up here when you're preparing things and so on. I mean, you know, composing and so on and so forth. But when you're actually playing, performing, actually getting people to do things, as a producer, your job is to get the best possible performance and the best possible response from the people that are working with you. And so you know, don't overthink it. Just come from what. Go with your feelings, much more so than your head. The last two words are most important of all. Be yourself. You all know what that means.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Tribe. Thank you, Malcolm. Some inspiring words to finish off on. Tonto Week continues. Tomorrow we have an after-hours program that A Tribe Called Red are headlining. There are still limited tickets left, so do not miss out on that incredible experience. We're going to have the whole building activated, 2 stages, all kinds of fun activities. And if you want to get more in-depth with Malcolm, which I know you do, come Saturday at noon. We'll be doing an in-depth conversation and demonstration with Tonto in its entirety. But before you leave the building, go up to the 5th floor and take a moment with Tonto, take a selfie, and spread the word about Tonto Week. Thank you very much. Have a fantastic afternoon, everyone.